the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have four walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know
that for our community,
parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You're still buried in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk. But there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
welcome to the study session. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce it, please?
Item 3.1, Affordable Housing Study Session Number 2. Dave Gwine, Director of Housing and Community Services, presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer, members of the Council. So this afternoon is the second of your 2 study sessions on the topic of housing and affordable housing in Santa Rosa. The first was done on October 2nd, where we reviewed the current environment and the existing strategies, not just of affordable housing production, but the state of housing in general. Oops, this button. Thank you. So the team is the same as it was last time. We continued working based on what we heard from the first study session. And Walter Kieser, of course, will be our main presenter today, but all of us are available to answer questions when we get to that point. So a quick review of the presentation today. First thing we want to accomplish is to make sure we've answered all the questions that may have arose from the first study session. And our main goal is to set overall housing policy direction from what we call from moving from an ad hoc approach to a treating of housing development to creating a vision of certainty. In other words, just instead of reacting to a developer's proposal, create some certainty around how to bring a proposal forward for everyone's consideration. We also want to see how that leads to policy options for incentivizing overall housing production and increasing affordable housing production. We also seek your direction regarding your preferred policy actions once we review them. And then finally, staff would provide related work plans and present costs of these actions as part of the mid-year budget review. So to kick off today's discussion, we grouped these overall policy components based on what we think we heard from the first study session into 4 primary policy components. The first is to shift production emphasis towards higher density development and infill sites. We wanted to consider ways to incentivize market rate housing production, and at the same time increase private sector production of affordable housing. What might be our options with that? What might be some tools? And then lastly, increase the city's investment and partnership and participation in housing production overall. So with that, I will turn it over to Walter for the presentation.
Thank you, Dave. Again, my name is Walter Kieser, Senior Principal with Economic and Planning Systems. Mayor Sawyer and members of the Council, it's a pleasure to be here to follow up on our last study session. And what I'm going to do is walk you through our the way we're wanting to approach this direction that you've given us. And in each of these cases, we're going to speak about a little bit about definition. That is to say, what is it exactly that we're speaking about? Secondly, talk about some of the issues that arise in each of these areas, issues and problems that need to be solved or addressed. And finally, a set of actions that we think that give you the opportunity to address some of those issues and move the housing agenda forward. So again, as Dave said, that we're talking about basically 4 directions, one having to do with shifting housing production towards higher density sites. This is the infill sites, the transit-served areas. This is the pattern that's being established in the regional plan, the Bay Area, Plan Bay Area Regional Plan, and also other places around the state. The second general category has to do...
Hold on, Walter.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so early, but I think when you said that, you left out a word, and I think it's a really important word.
Okay, good.
And that's shifting housing production emphasis.
Emphasis, yes, yes.
And, you know, I think it's just necessary to note that we're not changing gears completely toward one way or another.
Yes.
But we're looking for an emphasis in direction toward a specific need.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification. That certainly will become clear as we go into the presentation. Sorry for not putting that word in there. But you're absolutely right. This is not an either-or situation. It is the word emphasis, which I think is a good correction and detailing. Market rate, and to that point, market rate housing, which will be of all sorts and in all places, needs our support and effort to kind of get that going, whether it's inside those infill areas or elsewhere, to be certain, because it is that market rate housing that allows us to, or is the basis for, a lot of our affordable housing programs, especially given your direction C, which is to basically increase private sector production of affordable housing through inclusionary techniques. You can't have that without market rate housing. And then finally, for a whole variety of reasons, this notion of increasing city investment and participation in housing production, again, across the board, obviously focusing on the affordable. So with respect to the first direction, we want to talk a little bit about this notion of infill areas. There's basically, we're talking about the core areas of Santa Rosa that are served by transit. This is basically a developed area, largely developed area with so-called development opportunity sites. We map it in this particular map showing different components of this area. These boundaries obviously are not precise, but they give you a sense of the areas that we're speaking about. Inside of these areas, there are detailed areas such as the station area, the downtown station area, and this little map here shows an inset of the some of the opportunity sites that are in that area. And then just as another example of this, in terms of opportunity sites, we're looking here at some of the publicly owned parcels that give you some opportunity to look at development potential. Basically, in these areas, you have largely developed specific plans which encourage and allow higher density development. These areas, another logic for looking at these areas as a point of emphasis is that they're eligible for state funding, which it would be nice to be able to garner to help us solve some of the constraints and issues that are existing there. Another thing about this kind of infill development is that it helps basically strengthen the existing development in the area. For example, retail businesses in the downtown. We've seen over and over again around the country, when you improve and increase the amount of housing in a downtown area, the results on the local business community are dramatic, actually, and we would hope for that kind of response. And then again, this notion of getting into this market rate housing in these areas will support and allow the inclusion of affordable housing in the same areas. One of the things that we see in these infill areas, while it's a perfectly good idea, that there's any number of issues that need to be resolved, not the least of which is an aging infrastructure that needs to be often looked into and replaced. In the case of the station area, there's significant so-called wet utility improvements that need to be made to support development, traffic improvements, and these sorts of things. Another factor is market demand. While, again, this type of development is it may be nice to aspire to, the current market conditions are not favorable. Clearly, in other parts of the Bay Area, the peninsula, Santa Clara County, East Bay, San Francisco, market's very strong, and that's all happening. Places like Santa Rosa are transitional. That really hasn't happened yet, not in a significant way. And then there's also the whole topic of site-related constraints, land assembly, displacing existing uses, site conditions, remediation, et cetera, increase the cost of land to developers. It's a harder thing to do, to build in these areas almost universally. And so this is an issue. And because of market pricing and these site costs, we may have a situation where development can't perform or provide the kind of support for infrastructure in and of by itself that you might have seen historically in the more traditional suburban developments.
Mr. Kieser, could you explain or expand on that concept of displacing existing development?
Yes. They're basically inside, when we look at infill areas, we're in opportunity sites, we're typically looking at a combination of different kinds of property. One might be an example of a vacant piece of property. Now, these are developed areas, and so there aren't that many. There are a few, but but largely when we're looking at this kind of infill development, we're talking about picking off or developing so-called underutilized sites. That is to say, where development is on the site already, but it's not at the density that would be envisioned in the plan. So even though it's underutilized by reference to the plan, it still may have a use on it that has to be displaced. A classic example would be a parcel that could support maybe an acre parcel or something like that that has a service commercial use on it. Well, you still have to purchase that use, and you're not just buying land, you're buying the income producing value of that use. So throughout the country where we're looking at redevelopment or infill development, we're looking at having to do some displacement of commercial, if not lower density residential uses. Of course, with residential uses, your plans are careful to avoid existing residential neighborhoods, so we're really not speaking about that.
Sure. Unless they're hoping to be purchased and they happen to live on an acre of land in downtown, which is not too common.
That's right.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to wait because I think because I think the action items might answer my questions that are coming up. So
okay. So what is needed to begin this, and actually you already have begun this through the planning efforts that have been underway for the last decade, actually. But we think that at this moment, it will be useful to using that base of information developed in the specific plans and other work that staff's been doing to do a very formal look at this topic of what are these opportunity sites? What are we talking about here? Vacant, public lands, underutilized sites. What's really there from an economic perspective? What's there, and what's it going to take to basically improve what we call development readiness of those sites so that they have value in the marketplace? That is to say, somebody will be attracted to go in there and make the investment to buy that land or displace that use with the expectation of returns from the development that would follow. So we think that the first thing to do is to understand and document the scale of these opportunities so that you have some sense of what you're really talking about. Some of this work has already been done, was done as a part of the specific plans, but we're talking about a kind of renewed effort given current circumstances and to organize that information and bring forward these. Now, obviously, when you do that, you're going to find so-called low-hanging fruit. There's going to be sites that are relatively easy to take down. They may be vacant or public lands, which you can offer at some kind of a discount and those sorts of things. So part of the reason for doing this is to understand that, and so that you can focus your attention on those, the low-hanging fruit, the easy parcels to move on and get those to market as quickly as possible, and then, of course, over time, work on the others. This whole topic of development readiness comes to making sure that the zoning and specific plan are indeed appropriate. Largely, I think that's the case, but there may be situations in which certain regulatory changes might be in order. Also, looking at this topic of improve entitlement certainty and reduce public cost as applied to these, particularly these high-density sites. We've said that at this moment, it's hard. It's hard because they're high cost. It's hard because the prices aren't quite there yet. So you need to do everything you can to kind of balance that. And one of the ways you can do that is providing a certainty. Back to the word that David used earlier in his presentation. We want to create a situation where somebody that makes an investment has some certainty that they're going to, at the end of the day, be able to realize their returns. And the city has a lot to do to improve that certainty as a part of encouraging the investment that the private investment you're seeking.
Sure. Hold on, Mr. Keiser.
Is it okay if I ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. So on this topic, I'm a big fan of certainty and of fast-tracking appropriate projects. I want to make sure, though, that we aren't eliminating opportunities for public inclusion and public involvement. I think as a council, we can have this goal with a goal of open, transparent government. And so I just want to make sure that I understand when we're talking about improving entitlement certainty, that we aren't sub rosa saying that we'll be eliminating public engagement processes.
Yeah, there's no intention for that to be the case, to be very clear. However, we think that public engagement should emphasize the vision and be working on what is sought after all. And at the project level, you're going to have, we're really saying you need less of that, to be candid. You really want to say, what are we trying to accomplish here? If you want affordable housing, if you want infill, there are going to have to be project by project trade-offs that have to occur, and that needs to be understood.
So one of the challenges right now that we face as a staff is that when we go out to try to sell the city, we're selling ad hoc opportunities that really don't amount to a vision and a pathway to success, and the council voicing what that success looks like. And I think, as you'll see in Mr. Keyser's presentation, what would become opportune for us is if there were agreements from council about what is going to be prioritized, the choices that would be making in a vision statement around that would bring certainty of process, that it would include everyone understanding what those roles are and where we're going to have those engagement opportunities. But to be honest, to go out and to really market that opportunity, we need a guidebook and a rule book to play by that crystallizes that certainty in the experience. Otherwise,
so we could do, for example, a pre-zoning or a pre-use public hearings so that before we're pitching it, the neighbors have had a chance to have input on what we are projecting before we go sell it.
Well, and again, you're going to see there are opportunities here in the conversation that unfold that I think Mr. Keyser will
I just wanted to make
out.
sure that was sort of the direction we were talking about. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
And I think it's also really important for us to keep in mind, and for the public to keep in mind, that certainty is a two-sided coin. And there's certainty for the city and for the community as well, that there are benefits on both sides of that coin.
That is a very, very good point. Very, very good point. And we think that kind of going in at the high, you place a high standard on what is delivered so that the public has certainty that they're going to get what they want out of the process. So I absolutely agree with that clarification.
Mr. Keyser, in your evaluation process, you mentioned this in number one of these various sites. A particular site, say that's closer to the core, might be a block away from another similar site, but has a greater economic benefit to the downtown, maybe the community at large, whatever that benefit may be. Will those, so at the same time that we are evaluating them, I think you used the word prioritize, yes, so that we will, which may be part of the low-hanging fruit, those sites that will have the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, in developing them more rapidly and at a particular level that we might not in that second level.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly what we're speaking about. Since we are talking about allocation of public resources at the end of the day, you're wanting a return on investment concept, and those returns on investment are affordable housing, are increased economic activity, et cetera, et cetera. So we're definitely going to prioritize based on the public return on investment measures.
Great.
For sure.
Thank you.
So another topic is basically understanding these site-specific constraints, whether they be infrastructure limitations or hazardous materials. These need to be documented. And again, these will come into play when we're doing the prioritization. Not to say that we're going to ignore sites that are problematic, but we want to create a lot of value first, and then it makes it easier to take down those sites that may be more problematic. And another very important point is the whole topic of environmental impact analysis. Of course, state law has evolved a bit in this regard and giving us a little more flexibility to fast-track and streamline that process. But we think that to the extent that there can be additional program-level review in these areas that make that CEQA review more clean and more, that increasing both public security, that mitigation occurs, but at the same time creating certainty on the private sector. So these are all aspects of these action items. Another action that we need to take in these infill areas is to update and expand these infrastructure plans. While each of the specific plans has had some work done, and as you know from our discussion about the development impact fees, the staff has gone so far as to do some costing and analysis of those infrastructure needs. There's some more work that needs to be done. What are we really speaking about here, and what are the priorities? This engineering work, this look at the infrastructure, both the so-called in-street utilities, wet utilities, the roads, parks, all of this needs to be looked at so that we have some sense of what those needs are. And they're also going to fall into priority categories. Certain things you absolutely need. The wet utility improvements are something that is really, really absolutely essential, whereas some of the others you may be able to defer or to approach in a different manner. But you need to know where you stand. And right now, while there's been good work done in the specific plans, we think some additional work is in order. Another topic, speaking of low-hanging fruit, that you have the opportunity with your public lands, either those that the city owns or perhaps other agencies, to look at as kind of immediate opportunities for disposition. It's often the case that these public lands, because you have some control over how they're priced and some of the other issues, although there's rules that we have to follow and all of that. The idea here is that those sites can be made available sooner. You can create incentives for them. You can attract developers through a so-called RFP process. And those can be like catalyst projects. You have opportunities to do these catalysts. People see things going vertical and they go, good, things are happening there. Maybe that encourages us to make the private investment. So we certainly think looking closely at those public lands is worth your effort. Basically, looking at these, insofar as there are infrastructure improvements that are needed that serve these areas, traditionally, certainly when we've looked at these financing plans before, we've basically made every attempt to quote-unquote internalize those costs into the development process. I said earlier, maybe you can't do that anymore. Maybe the city does have to make a hard dollar investment one way or the other in making some of those improvements in these areas, both for the benefit of developing the area, but in often cases benefiting the entire city. And so it's looking at some of these improvements, again, on a priority basis and saying, geez, we really think this would be something that would be catalytic to making that project happen. Perhaps it's worth adding that kind of project to a kind of citywide funding program rather than just expecting the local development, which is already hard-pressed to fund those improvements. Another aspect of that kind of investment is site assembly. Back to this topic of these opportunity sites, many of them are fragmented, smaller parcels, and there may be the need or benefit for looking at land assembly. Now, this was, of course, the purview back in the days of redevelopment, of what redevelopment did, but it's still a need to make some of these happen. You can have a site that is an opportunity site by every regard, save the fact that it's simply too small. If the site isn't an acre in size or better, it's going to be hard to get much from it from a development standpoint. So we think looking at these opportunities for land assembly, and this, by the way, would be another example of where you may have to be displacing a use to make that site large enough to be really useful to the private sector. And then basically this notion of, this final notion is with respect to attracting development to these areas, since you have a major agenda, you're trying to do something. It's not going to be, and this comes back to this vision, and as opposed to the ad hoc, you're basically inviting or attracting the investment interest in your community to build the city that you want. And that's called a partnership. And that's really what we're talking about here. And while there are regulations that need to be enforced and mitigation that needs to occur, that can be done, certainly in my view, in a cooperative fashion rather than an adversarial fashion. And so there are lots of aspects to this that we'll be talking about today that say you really need to move towards looking at your at the nonprofit sector and the for-profit sector as partners in achieving the vision, rather than something that is somebody to be basically entering into adversarial relations right off the bat. There are ways of doing this, as I've said, that we've already talked about, but it will become increasingly clear as we go through our presentation. So that concludes our discussion of these infill areas and how we think you might want to approach developing them. Any other comments before we move on to the next?
No, we're good. Thanks,
okay,
Mr.
good.
Keiser.
Okay, next topic, incentivizing market rate housing. Of course, this is the chart that I like to show, that if somebody says, why do we need to do this? That's why. You have a long history here of development, and right now you're literally bumping along the bottom, and there are reasons for this that are both regional and in nature, but there are also local reasons as well. And so we really think that this notion of increasing market rate development and looking at this from a problematic standpoint, saying, well, what can we do to move that a little bit? Basically, when we talk about market rate development, we're talking about for sale rental housing that meets current market trends and demands. This will include, hopefully, some infill development, as we were recently talking about, but also starter homes in the more traditional areas, to your point, Council Member. And to that point further, historically, Santa Rosa has provided for sale entry-level kind of housing. That's been a market that you've served over many, many decades, and that is something that is kind of missing right now. Part of the reason for that has to do with sort of post-recession conditions, pricing, and also the greater difficulty that households have, entry-level households have in qualifying for financing these sorts of things. But we definitely think that that market needs to be looked at carefully, and how that could be stimulated. On some of those sites that you have out there, there's more than 3,000 units that have been approved and are ready to go that are just sitting there. Why are they sitting there? What can we do to get those things under construction here sooner rather than later? Also, in Santa Rosa, you have the opportunity, given your incomes and such, that market rate housing can meet at least one portion of the affordable housing called moderate. If you can get it built, you have the opportunity to meet one big, in other parts of the Bay Area, moderate housing requires subsidies of one kind or another. You have an opportunity here, done properly, to meet that demand, particularly on the rental side of those moderate income families using market rate housing, no subsidies, no direct subsidies required. And the final definitional point is that most of the affordable housing programs that we're talking about and resources come from market rate development. You don't have any inclusionary development if you don't have any market rate development. You don't have as much property tax transfer tax if you're not selling real estate. So focusing on this emphasizing this is really the foundation for doing some of the affordable programs that are so important. Some of the issues, and I've just talked about it, we have this trend line, which is not very attractive, showing very little development happening right now. Basically, it's our conclusion, as we've talked about earlier, that pricing remains, while it's improving on both the rental side and on the market side, it's still not quite there, given the cost structure. Sort of on the bubble, so to speak. And that, by the way, on the bubble means, oh, geez, maybe there are things we can do to get that bubble in a little different position, and I think that's certainly the case.
Excuse me, can you back up your statement that it's improving? What indication?
Just improving would mean that pricing has gone up. I'm speaking specifically about pricing. If we look in the post-recession period, year on year, prices have increased. That's what we're really talking about. So
doesn't that make it more difficult, though, for people to qualify to purchase?
It may, but if you don't have, if the pricing is below what it costs to build things, it's not going to get built. That's
right, and I understand that, but the one fact that stands out from the previous session is, what was it, 43% of our population cannot afford housing, market rate housing.
Right. And this is a tension that exists in this situation that has to be addressed. We've talked about in the last presentation the need for, the emphasis on economic development, the need to increase incomes and job opportunities here in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County generally. Those two things have to go together.
Does that mean we're morphing into a living wage discussion?
Right now, we're on the affordable housing conversation.
Thank you.
We can, okay. One of the problems that exists, one of the costs, one of the reasons why, speaking of this bubble of where pricing is and where costs are and why things aren't happening, is the Southwest area that was historically, in other parts of the city, indeed, that were intended and do provide land for housing development is constrained by the critical habitat considerations, a significant cost factor that make it difficult for those properties to be brought forward and built upon. And it's one of the things, in addition to other cost factors, that are causing one of the reasons why those 3,000 units aren't being built. Again, combining the costs along with the existing pricing. Everything that holds true on the market rate for sale side also holds true on the rental side. The rents and all, while increasing and while even problematic for some households, still hover below what is necessary to attract investment in market rate rental housing.
Mr. Keys, I have a question on that first bullet point. You've got the market rate housing development remains stalled, and we saw a chart for that. And then you identify two areas due to limited job and income growth in the Santa Rosa area. So we've recently heard some presentation from local economists about unemployment rate is 3.8%, and we're hearing some data that it's a positive economic situation. Do you have some graphs or some more specific information about the conclusion of the limited job and income growth in the Santa Rosa area?
Yes, that's a very excellent question, actually, and Mr. Thornburg always makes good presentations, and he gets it right most of the time, anyway. But the point that I'm sure if you had questioned him on this topic, he would have said, well, what's happening is while that employment rate has gone down, and this is, by the way, reflects a statewide and national pattern, the incomes of those jobs is on the lower end of the spectrum. So what you're getting is increases in service level employment and whatnot, and yet you're not really getting any impact on income growth, household income growth.
So I understand. Do you have any data or graphs that could actually visually show that?
Yes.
Because again, we're seeing the whole development charts. It'd be interesting to compare that to job and income growth in the Santa Rosa area. Because
yes.
Again, this doesn't show the data used to come to this conclusion.
Yes. The answer is we have that information. We as a part of the earlier presentation, we developed that information using Employment Development Department. So yes, we can show this very precisely, and we will do so.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a very important point.
Can I follow up real quickly, because I agree with that point. So if we take the conclusion one step further, then you're disagreeing with Mr. Thornburg in terms of job growth might be increasing, but real wages, affordability is not hand in hand with that.
That's right. That's why I said he gets most things right.
So the good economic times that he was talking about that I saw in the headline for 2 years, that may just be for the 1%.
Well, it's certainly biased that way. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Vice Mayor?
I think that there was a slide in the first presentation we had on this subject a few weeks ago that didn't talk about job growth, but it did talk about income.
Right.
And it was a very starkly graphic chart that showed that the vast majority of new jobs pay less than $40,000 a year.
Yes.
And that's where the problem is. It's not so much the employment rate, it's the income rate.
Well, and that's why since the beginning that we've tackled these several series of conversations. What's hovering out here continues to be also the economic development part of the conversation, and bringing a way for us to start to look at head of household jobs and becoming that part of our matrix and our economic development side. These are all interrelated energies, and again, track back to my statement that what we really need to do is develop a way that we can bring certainty to some of our engagements and ability for staff to pitch what's going on in certain areas of the city, and these things interrelate exceedingly. This is an economic development conversation as well as a housing conversation. Sometimes we get parsed with that, but that's why we keep referencing back to an economic development part of this conversation.
It's important to keep that in mind, and for my colleagues, just for information, yesterday in our economic development subcommittee meeting, we heard anecdotally of employers who are trying to hire people for those head of household jobs, and the people aren't taking them because of the housing difficulty here in Sonoma County.
Yeah. So it becomes not just, that's why it's not just, even though we're having an affordable housing conversation, it's actually a market conversation as well, because we need those residencies to support head of household jobs. So that's why you're getting this composite picture of the need, because they inform each other and they're interrelated.
Yes, absolutely. And so one of my sort of taglines is really affordable housing, or housing is economic development. In this modern, postmodern economy, whatever you want to call it, it's labor force and labor force availability that's driving job growth and job development. And so having, just as you're describing, and having a lack of housing has the absolute opposite effect. And we're trying to flip that. Okay, so basically looking at the action list for what we have on this market rate housing. One, and this comes back to this idea of certainty, is to look at the regulatory environment. Again, the city has done substantial work in this regard in recent years, kind of cleaning up the zoning ordinance and making so-called use by right, making it a little more clear and certain that when somebody buys a piece of property, that they know what they can do and all of that. But perhaps there's some more that can be done to improve and strengthen that use by right notion, so that people have the incentive to buy a piece of property with the expectation and certainty that at the end of the day they will be able to build what the zoning ordinance says. Development standards.
Quick question on the use
yes.
by right, and this
yes.
may be appropriate for the city attorney. This is more than just housing. Use by right would be to any property owner, correct? You can't just limit it to housing or development potential, or could we? Well, he's saying strengthen use by right zoning provisions, and I immediately think of Bodine. So obviously they're grandfathered in. I don't know if that, I'm careful of I'm wary of a broad brush here.
Right. I think what he's referring to is some of what we did previously with the economic development incentives, for example, where we allowed businesses in existing shopping centers to go in and re-tenant without having to go through a lengthy process that they didn't have to go through, those types of things. And that's what he's talking about, is having that type of development by right if you're consistent with the zoning and other things, not necessarily in the industrial area. But
okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Yes, and again, but to answer your question very directly, this so-called use by right is district specific. It is, the language that we're speaking about is unique to each district in terms of how much use by right characteristics it has. The classic example would be to remove the requirement for conditional use permits, so that you don't have to perfect your right by running through a conditional use permit for a residential project. That would be a classic example of reducing that.
And again, focusing on the specific product, not necessarily, that's where I would draw the differentiation between the Bodine conversation and a housing conversation. We would be, this is specifically about housing and housing need in the community.
Yeah. Another aspect of this is development standards. Now, again, this is a tension because there are all sorts of reasons why you have those development standards, but sometimes they can prove quite costly. One of the advantages in the transit-oriented area is you have at least the opportunity to look at the parking standards. Parking is fabulously expensive, especially if it's structured. And if even small adjustments in parking standards and requirements and/or public investments in parking can make a whole lot of difference in development feasibility. So that would be an example of one of the development standards, but there may be others as well. Fast track just means that you make every effort, and again, the city has taken action in this regard, but to basically have a real strong ethic and standard towards getting something done in a reasonable amount of time and not dragging out a review process for the months or years that is unnecessary. So really working towards getting quickly to a decision one way or the other. This idea of turnkey development agreements are can often be very onerous and difficult and complicated, but they don't have to be. And one of the things that could be done, especially on some of these high-value opportunity sites where you're trying to attract investment, would be to offer basically an entitlement, an entitlement process right out of the box. Vesting of that beyond just the use by right, but vesting of that right, of course, subject to all the legal provisions that are required for adoption thereof, but using that as a vehicle to say, look, if you do this, we'll do that, and that's, again, back to this keyword certainty that we're working on today. Another fact, and this comes linked back to our whole discussion about impact fees, is to make sure that those fees, one way or the other, fall inside of an economic range. And we've talked about that before, and we think that'll be an important thing going forward with respect to incentivizing and assuring that the housing gets built, not just loading up costs that will make it more difficult or infeasible. And right now, because of this topic of being kind of on the margin or on the bubble right now, small moves one way or the other can have a big effect. So it's important to be cognizant of those things and take caution when setting those fee structures.
Mr. Keyser,
yes.
In some of these opportunity sites, let's say a surface lot, one of our parking district downtown, can we indeed approach a developer or a group of developers and market ourselves and say, we have this piece of land, we would like it developed. We would like these conditions, we want these things out of it, but you're not going to pay for the land. Does the city have the right to, under what conditions on a contract do we basically sell the air rights or the development rights above the land but still have certain control over how it's developed? And how attractive is that to developers?
So there are mechanisms by which you can do that. When you're giving a subsidy or giving something of value, you have a much greater ability to impose your requirements. You could, for example, define how many affordable units you would like that project, whereas you may not be able to do that by right as part of the ordinary development process. But there are also regulations in declaring property surplus that you have to offer it to certain governmental entities before you go out and do those types of things. So there could be some challenges there.
Yeah, but the simple answer is that similar to redevelopment, when you're making those kinds of decisions, you need to establish, in fact, there's statutes that require this, even post-redevelopment, you need to make a demonstration that public benefit of some substance is received in kind for that, however that's done. And typically that's in the measure of meeting standards like increased affordable housing production, parking, other kinds of things. So yes, the answer is yes, we can do that.
Because I think of a number of our surface lots as prime examples of underutilized space in our downtown. And so I think about those as great opportunity sites.
Right, absolutely.
And attractive to developers if we can get what's necessary for the city of Santa Rosa and our citizens.
Right.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you for your patience with our interruptions. I very much appreciate it. So I get that we're trying to establish a virtuous cycle where we invest in housing and that causes the community to have other economic benefits and those build on each other. I also have a concern that we have limited land, we have limited opportunity sites. If we dedicate the resources to market rate housing production, we will have some resources come in terms of either in lieu fee or inclusionary affordable, but we will also drive up the cost of the remaining lands for construction of affordable housing because there'll be less of it. Is there a way that we balance the amount of affordable with the amount of market rate that are you going to be bringing forward how, we know we need 2,000 affordable units that are very low or in that ballpark. So how do we get to there with the opportunity sites with the emphasis on incentivizing market rate also, which I understand, we want this virtuous cycle to happen.
Yeah, well, first of all, where we began the conversation was talking about putting some numbers behind your first statement. That is to say, what are we talking about in the way of quote unquote supply? What is that? And I think that'll be a good foundation for going in and then deciding whether there is a shortage and price effects and these sorts of things.
Okay.
So that's one answer. The other is that you have the opportunity, especially when we're talking about the public sites, to basically dial in on that number to say, well, in this site, if we're going to do it, we're going to want 50% inclusionary or whatever.
I love that number.
Yeah,
I'm really glad to hear it.
So, but you're not going to be able to do that on a market rate. To be really clear, it just won't work. But where you are engaging in a subsidy process of one sort or another, you certainly can.
Okay.
And so that's really what we're speaking about.
And will you be also talking about the relative cost of going higher? I mean, I understand that right now we've been a 2-story city, but we may, in order to have enough units over time, need to be more than a 2-story city.
Yes.
Will that come up?
Well, it will. It comes up in this regard.
Because it costs more to build certain.
It does cost more. And so the products, the sort of stacked flat podium products, these sorts of things, are considerably more costly to build than the 2-story. And there, it's back to you use the term virtuous cycle, which I think is a good one. You need to, you can't sort of say, well, I want that and I only want that, but you can't get there from here. You have to start the process.
Okay. Okay. So will you be laying out the roadway?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
the roadmap.
Yeah, it's not. This is not ever because we're dealing with the markets and all these other things. All we can do is set the boat in the right direction and keep our fingers crossed, and also make sure
trim the sails with the wind.
Yes,
Thank you.
Exactly.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. If I can just expand a little, if we can expand the conversation a little more about policies and how to encourage or incentivize. We're talking about housing for people as opposed to housing for cars is what I guess I'm going to. And you talked about policy decisions and the mayor mentioned air rights. Decoupling parking requirements from development rights, wouldn't that help keep market production, market development a little more affordable? Would that also be, especially in transit-oriented development?
Well, it would, but for the fact that the marketplace demands the parking. You could eliminate.
Well, we can sell them the parking.
Yes.
Separately.
There's needless to say, there's a tremendous amount of innovation and work going on in this area for the very reason that you bring up. And so, yes, there are ways of decoupling and basically creating a situation where people can either in a given project or adjacent to it purchase parking over and above the base. And so this allows you to look at those, back to the development regulations, dropping those parking standards and then allowing the marketplace to price them independently. So that's a perfectly good idea.
Will there be an expansion on that topic? Or?
Well, we're going to go through the presentation. I think at the end of the presentation, I'm looking for some affirmation that we're on the right track from individual council members, and then we can start. You will see that there is a plan to start bringing things back that would be tangible around some of these ideas that we're bringing forward right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. Another category here is financing incentives. Again, we're saying that there's going to be circumstances even on the market side where you have a tension between wanting to internalize these costs, but at the same time affecting feasibility. So using financing techniques like the Mello-Roos as an example, or matching funding of one sort or another, to look for opportunities to basically improve feasibility by offering innovative methods on the private side to cover those costs one way or the other is something to be looked into. One of the things that I mentioned earlier is to improve information about why it is that things are so stalled. And so one thought that we had there was to bring in some developer investment groups from around the Bay Area or even the country to look into the situation and to inform us as to some of the things that they see as problematic. I think we have some sense of that from our work, but I think it's really good and effective to hear from the investment community, the development community, to say, well, this is the thing that really sticks us, and this is the thing that we really value. So I think it's very valuable to do that, and that's something that we think would be a good idea to hear from. And Urban Land Institute will conduct these programs that I think that I participated in over the years, and I think can be quite useful and informative. Another.
Excuse me, just
yes, please.
One point. Let's include a few local builders and investors in that too.
Of course. We weren't being exclusive here. But by the way, we think that one of the things that's notable and remarkable about Santa Rosa is the lack of those regional national-based builders. We work with them all over the Bay Area, and they're not here. And there's a reason they're not here. So we want to say, well, why aren't you here, and what's it going to take to get you here? And that's not to diminish the role of your existing development community, but rather these are the people that know how to build this kind of housing, and that's who you want to get here. Economic development, we talked about that. City manager mentioned this topic of economic development. We think some work needs to be done on this. It answers this, looking at this job growth and what are the opportunities. I'm pretty sure that there is an opportunity here, as we point out here in item 6, that you have demography is on your side. You have a burgeoning so-called millennial generation that is moving through their life. Their average age now is right around 30. They're going to be forming a lot of households in the coming decade or so, and the more inner portions of the Bay Area are not necessarily suitable for the kind of housing that cohort's going to want. So we see that as a big opportunity to look into and say, how can we attract those households to Santa Rosa, and hopefully the tech and other higher wage jobs will follow that talent. So that's just one example. At the same time, too, we can look at, in that research, look into some of these other alternative housing options, such as tiny houses and all sorts of other things that might be able to address some fraction of the housing need. Housing need is not one thing. It crosses a whole spectrum. We want to look at how you can meet the broad needs of households in Santa Rosa, not just people moving in, but rather your existing communities, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that I also like to say is that basically, when you're talking about investment, private investment, they're making investments into a community because the community is a nice place to live. A community designed for living, I think they once called it. And I think that not forgetting that, and to emphasize that, and to make the kind of investments that you've made historically in parks and other kinds of public amenities and creating good neighborhoods and all these factors that create and make Santa Rosa a nice place to live, an attractive place to live, and sustaining that is a very, very important part of economic development in this coming era. Okay, moving on to C. Basically, the whole topic of time on to a situation where we're looking at increasing private sector production of affordable housing. In the past time frame of affordable housing, a significant amount of the affordable housing that exists was produced by the nonprofit sector using traditional leveraging with tax credit programs and all, and that was and will remain an important part of producing housing here in Santa Rosa. But there's a direction that you gave us to look at how could we increase the amount of housing that actually gets produced by the private sector that falls into the affordable category. So basically what we're talking about is that. At the current time, the housing allocation plan requires or creates this notion of a fee, and while it offers an opportunity for building houses on site in trade for that fee, the balance of it right now basically means that people are going to always pay that fee and not build the housing. And what you're really asking us to do is look into that and say, is there some way we can move that along? So that's what what we're trying to do in this, in looking at increased inclusionary housing one way or the other. Basically, an important point about this, though, is that when we're talking about affordable housing in the low, if not very low category, we are talking largely about rental housing. So there's this kind of tension about including rental housing in what may otherwise be for sale housing projects. So there's a lot of issues that we're dealing with here that need to be looked into. And another point about inclusionary is that while you may be able to, from a financial perspective, encroach into or include the low income, the very low income is going to be really tough just from the subsidy requirement. Pretty much at the very low income level, you're basically giving the units away. That's basically where the subsidy pretty much equals the value of the unit. And so you can basically, inclusionary can certainly address moderate, and you can certainly address low, or as you get into that very low category and below, you're really talking about the more traditional approach. So it's really important to say this is not, back to your point, this is not an either or, it's a both. Basically, on the fee topic, of course, we know that these fees, given price structure and cost structure, affect feasibility. So we have a constraint there. You just can't say we'll solve this problem by increasing fees or inclusionary requirements, because you will kill the goose, and that's not effective. You've got to figure out a way to keep the goose alive and thriving, actually. And so the next point is that if we are going to try and increase inclusionary housing, we're going to have to sort of redial the relationship between the fee and the cost of providing those inclusionary units. That has to be at some close to parity, either by increasing the fee or offering subsidies of one kind or another, or incentives for developers to include the inclusionary units. In the Napa County ordinance, which we've talked about, they offer basically a pick list, much like with respect to the density bonus. It says, well, if you do this, we will give you this particular incentive. And so moving in this direction, while we don't have specifics at this moment, we're telling you that we're going to have to balance that. We have to make the decision for the developer to pay the fee or to build the units more or less at parity if you want to achieve that. If you don't do that, the fee will always be the more attractive option. So that's the work that needs to get done. We talked about the fact that we're talking about, I already mentioned the fact that we're talking about just hitting that the low income product as a part of that, and we're talking about rental product. Another factor that we brought up before is that when we do this inclusionary approach, we have a situation where we have a lot more units to look for and keep after, and that is going to be a bit of an impact on staff effort that will need to be looked into. Anybody want to make any comments about that? This is an important topic.
I have a question on this.
Yeah.
Isn't there a third option besides increasing the fees or providing incentives, and that's requiring inclusionary on-site?
Well, yes, but as I said at the beginning, you can do that, but if it pushes the project if it's infeasible, if you basically, by that cost, causing that project to not make investment returns, you get nothing.
Okay, but it doesn't always necessarily create an infeasible project, is that?
It does not. But all we know right now is that you have a pricing structure on the market side and a cost structure that are not favorable. Nobody's walking out, no one's building anything because they can't make any money doing so.
Yeah.
And so just by that evidence suggests that you don't have a lot of opportunities for increasing those burdens.
And I'm certainly willing to hear that argument and understand it, but I don't want to take any options off the table.
Well, and you shouldn't, nor should you. And I did say that the solution to this problem is increasing that requirement or that fee, or providing incentives or some balance between the two.
And the problem is, as Mr. Keiser touched on, the law does not allow us to require inclusionary rental units, and so we can require inclusionary for sale units, but the problem is to meet those very low thresholds, you have a problem with getting the financing for sale. So that puts us kind of in the conundrum. So we can't require the rental units, which is the units that the low income individuals really need. They don't need for sale units because they're not going to qualify for most of the financing. And so that's part of the real challenge with the inclusionary.
And
they
can certainly opt understood, to. But there are the other two options are available for rentals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Wysocki. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What I don't see here, and I agree with Vice Mayor Corsi, is I don't want to take anything off the table either. I don't see mention of density bonus.
It's coming.
Okay, because I want to expand on that, because I think we really had a missed opportunity with North Street, the recent North Street development that
Yes.
we
And I would say that that case isn't exactly where it's very challenging for us to operate now, because what's happening is you all are in, I'll be honest, in individual negotiations with the developer. And that's a real challenge for us as staff to understand how to move forward. And again, this is why we're bringing forward this presentation. If we can get clear direction and a set of priorities that are going to move forward in these conversations, and that's why we really appreciate the last commentary. We're not trying to take anything off the table. We're trying to lay out where there's opportunity in this conversation that was noted, but that is really a challenge, because what happens is you're each in an individual negotiation, or it appears that way, and then we can't get in, there's no consensus building, and what happens is folks walk away from those conversations because they don't know what's going to happen in this room. If there's certainty of what's going to happen in this room because we've committed to a series of principles that you all have invested in, then that changes it, and it takes you out of that very challenging situation that we're talking about, and I think that leads to the density conversation that's coming.
Well, I appreciate that. I think we have 7 opinions that are trying to adhere to general principles.
But I think that what we're saying is that a lot of times those general principles are actually an ad hoc approach to the issue. If you give staff a tight kit to work, a tighter kit to work from, and some defined rules of engagement, we'll be able to go out there and really change how we message, how we market, how we recruit, how we think about opportunities. And I don't think those exist everywhere in the city, but as you saw, we started to have that conversation about areas that we already have density plans around, that we already have an overall approach to. So again, it's about the opportunity we're availing ourselves of. But I will tell you that conversation was just as complicated for staff as it was for you all, because it was uncertain where we were going.
And I appreciate that response. It concerns me because to a large extent, each individual parcel is unique. And I brought up North Street, and the things that stood out with me with that development is you've got an arterial that, instead of going towards traffic calming, it's supposed to be expanded. So you had to constrain on the front side of the project. Back side of the project, you had a 1-block alley. And those are unused pieces of land that could have been utilized much better.
Well, and again, that's where I think some of the things that we're talking about are those underlying principles that you referred to, Councilmember Wysocki, about parking, about density. If we can come into an agreement in some of those areas, those conversations may in fact become easier for everybody in the community, both the community because they understand the expectation that council has directed staff, and for staff and particularly the other developers, that both for-profit and not-for-profit, as they consider where there's opportunities within the community.
That's what I like. Thank you for that answer.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. And I certainly want staff to be doing the density, parking, affordability negotiations. Instead of having 11th hour negotiations at the council chamber, I think it's more predictable, which is one of our, I think, at least one of my high goals for this is that predictability. And I think we can clarify what our council's goals are in a way that enables staff to do some of that creative negotiating for us. One of the things I wanted to add in the mix is that my understanding is that the legislature is looking at Palmer, which is the court case that limited what we could do with rental units. So if we can at some point be asked as a group to direct our legislative staff assistance to work with the legislature on overturning or correcting or clarifying the Palmer basis of Palmer, that might help us all in the region.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good add, and there is, as you know, there's a bill in committee, and it needs a little push.
I think McGuire and Wood are very active with that, and I hope we'll partner with them.
Okay, so basically, now we're going to move into some action items around this topic of increasing the private sector production of affordable housing. We've alluded to this already on the amendments to the housing allocation plan that are necessary to produce these low-income housing rental units. Basically targeting incentives to sites, and this comes back to the conversation we were talking about. If we had sites where we could incentivize, either if they're public sites or whatever, lowering the cost of the land or other improvements such that you get in trade for that some of this housing. So this idea of creating incentives. Subsidizing the fees is another possible incentive that you could offer. Again, you're doing this as a quid pro quo. For doing this, you're going to get something called increased number of affordable housing units. Assistance with land assembly is another example. A developer comes and says, apropos of the North Street, well, why don't you vacate that street and that, and create a little more land for us? That would be an example of assisting with land assembly and creating an incentive to the development. One of the things that will be necessary, I think, is looking at this, the duration of these affordability contracts. Typically, in the nonprofit sector, those contracts are 55 years. Yeah. And we may have to, in these private sector projects, look at a number that's lower, 30, some whatever. But you're not going to be able to stick to that 55, or at least that's one of the things that you're going to be trading or looking at in the way of an incentive. And basically, this topic of increasing, we'll talk about this more, but offering density incentives.
That's actually the first time I've heard that. So at some point, I would like to hear more detail on that particular item, because I either now or in the future, because that's news to me. Thank you.
Okay. What we'd like to leave you with today is to consider the notion that if we're trying to incentivize the private sector, to consider three variables we look at is that for the amount of financial assistance, what level of affordability do we seek in return for what period of time? And so the primary financing models through the not-for-profit groups, through financings that you've heard such as tax credits, is you're basically buying a 55-year term of affordability for a low or very low income household. So if we're negotiating with the private sector, we would like some guiding principles to direct staff on how we approach that discussion.
And I want to be clear, I can see some benefits in having the individual who is qualified for a mortgage be able to enter sort of that American dream cycle of then being able to sell their home for more than they paid for it. I think a lot of people had income improvements that passed through generations because of those cycles. So I'm not immediately opposed to the concept. I just would like to understand better how it impacts the negotiations we might enter into.
Yep.
Thanks.
Again, these are just, this bulleted list here are just examples of the kinds of incentives that we think are necessary or at least arguably beneficial to improving the financial strength of the project that allows you to balance that and to incentivize the production housing by market rate developers. Another, this is now this point 2 here, deals with the density bonus question. Under the current state law, the state law basically says the city must offer development incentives. It gives a kind of a pick list, but doesn't really say how or under what circumstances or what are the priority of those, et cetera, et cetera. There's 2 issues with density bonus. One of them is there has to be a market for it, which there isn't, or it's weak market right now. So the density bonus is only useful if somebody's willing to pay for it. That is to say that somebody will be able to make money building those additional units. And then, of course, this topic of what the cost of that bonus is in the way of this list. So some work needs to be done on this. We're really saying let's look into this density bonus provisions that you currently have that the state requires, and see if there's ways of standardizing and expanding those incentives to encourage those higher density projects. And again, there's finances involved here, but this is what we're really talking about, looking into that.
Ms. Combs and then Mr. Wysocki.
Can the density bonus also consider that we that we have smaller units as well, so that I think, again, using the North Street example, at one point when they were talking about it, if we took one unit and split it into essentially 2 units, the density bonus involved some smaller units. They could get more units in, and then it penciled out better because they had more smaller units. It wasn't just more units. I don't know how you write that.
Well, to be clear, yeah, since you're talking about a transaction here, you can, everything's on the table that's not illegal. So if smaller units are not illegal, therefore, you can include them. So yes, I think that you could specify in the density bonus that, that building smaller units would be possible.
Okay, and I guess I don't know how we record that for staff, that's an option we're thinking about.
It was already an option that we have discussed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that brings to point 4 here, this topic of looking at these alternative housing types across the board.
Before you get there, though, I wanted to talk about density bonus if you're done. Okay. You mentioned that it will be additional costs for, if I heard correctly, additional costs for the density bonuses?
Well, what I'm saying is that the density, for a density bonus to work, let's say you say, well, we want to give you a density bonus pushing your project from 2 stories to 4 stories, just like that. Well, yeah, that 4-story product is going to be more expensive to build on a per square foot basis than a 2-story, generally speaking.
But they're getting more units, sir. I mean, the more units they're not going to build more units per se if they're not going to exceed the cost of those units.
Exactly. But the cost is going to be higher, and it's going to may require higher rents. And if the demand isn't there, the market isn't there for that, there will not be somebody subscribing to the density bonus. What we see happening with respect to density bonuses is where there's a strong market, where people are, where pricing is such that it justifies that added expense, that it's worth basically trading additional affordability or for that added density, because there's a margin. You're actually making money that you can then trade off back to the private sector in exchange for that bonus. But if that market is not there, it won't happen. And we've seen time and time again that where these bonuses are subscribed and used, where you have strong market conditions. Where you don't, they tend not to be subscribed.
And you're saying Santa Rosa doesn't have a strong market condition?
No.
For housing?
That is correct. As expressed by price, rental prices for market rate rental, it's below where it's going to take to get that stuff. That's right on the, approaching the right number, but not quite there.
How about for sale?
Same difference there. You know, when you look at the median prices, if you want to think that median prices are what's it going to take to start construction activity, really the entry-level housing is going to be considerably 20% or so below that median price, and pricing is really just not quite there yet.
One would think, though, with the cost of the land being so prohibitive in our area, that not increasing with more units. I understand the higher you go, it's going to cost more, but the land the cost would be the same.
Well, it may or may not, depends on the circumstances and when the land is purchased and this sort of thing. You don't know.
I think what we'll also, but the important thing is that we're going to be looking at this particular option. There may be ways to be talking to, as the market changes, as things improve, we want to make sure that we're prepared for that improvement. And so if there's things here that would give us a toolkit to capitalize on affordability as density becomes more, potentially more attractive to our marketplace, we want to make sure that we're positioned, and that's the most important thing. Right now, we may not be seeing the marketplace, but we want to make sure we're positioned and we're presenting the opportunity for someone to think about that option as we move forward.
Yeah.
So it is about creating, I think we're talking about the same thing. Right now, we're in a market conversation, but a little bit we're trying to figure out what are all the tools available to us, can we activate those tools, and structure an environment where we have that repertoire that staff can rely on a regular basis, and some of these may require change. We actually had a conversation that there might be some things in the future where you offer a density, and some of those are affordable and some of those are market rate, so that you get your affordable units at the same time, because that may be the incentive that you need to do. But we need to change things to structure it to respond to it. And again, it ties back to your conversation, Councilmember Wysocki, about parking. One of the things we might have to get undercover is that may be the hurdle, that may be a more foundational hurdle, because I'll be honest, that's some of the things that we need to do a better job of surveying out there and understanding some of those hurdles. That actually may be a larger hurdle than fulfilling the density bonus. But what this is about, creating potentially a vision for where you want to go in certain areas of the city, and allowing us the toolkit to staff to apply that vision on your behalf.
Okay, so one other thing I mentioned here in this action is the notion of a lot of this work that we're talking about is going to involve or may involve a staff effort, either through redirecting existing staff effort or increasing capacities for some of this work. If there's work involved here that will have to be undertaken one way or the other, and it may be a little bit different work than historically has been undertaken. Do you want to comment on that, sir?
Yes, it would be different.
Okay. But you're up for it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Excellent. Okay, so increasing city investment and participation in housing production. In this category, we're going to include both the traditional role that the city's playing in providing subsidies of one sort or another to the nonprofit sector so that they can carry out the typical production, particularly for the very low income and for the extremely low, and those sorts of things. So that's one component of this, but it's broader than that, because we're recognizing that there's these other aspects of housing production, whether it being realizing the infill development or incentivizing the market rate housing so that inclusionary can occur, et cetera, that we're talking here about increasing both investment and the city's participation in the development process. So by definition, we're talking about these programs of, in addition to the production side, other programs that have been brought up as we've gone through this discussion in the past period of time here. We want to make the point that the housing need is not limited to expanding production, but also your existing households and all of that. And so a local rental subsidy program is a possible investment, landlord incentive programs, rehabilitation, a long list of things that are well defined and included even in the housing element, but haven't had a lot of investment. So one thing that we're talking about here is looking into these alternative ways of producing or sustaining affordable housing and saying, what's it worth to do that, and where might we receive the funding? Dave, you want to comment on that a little bit?
Well, it speaks to the tongue-in-cheek response we just gave on the administrative model, because based on whatever goals you want to set, we would owe you as staff the plan to get there and how we measure success. And the staffing model would be reflective of that accordingly. So.
Yeah. With regard to this word participation, a new proactive participatory approach to production, a higher level of cooperation, I mentioned that, a higher level of cooperation, those additional regulatory reforms, and increased public investment one way or the other, site-related, fee-related, incentive-related. So the proactive approach says, this is what we want, and we're going to actively pursue this in a coordinated and strategic fashion. And we think that, that this notion of and this gets to this term of a comprehensive vision, once you have that vision that says this is the things that we want to do, and we're going to cooperate and function both internally to the city as well as with the private sector to get there, that's what we mean when we say vision. And the tension here and the difference or distinguishing is from where things may have devolved, not just in Santa Rosa, but everywhere, of a kind of ad hoc project-by-project review process where everything is reviewed just on its individual merits, not looking at this broad strategic vision. And really what we're offering here is to say, look, you've got to balance this. If you want to achieve this, you've got to stop doing some of this. And be able to move towards that participation and involvement so you can actually free up and incentivize the marketplace to start functioning to achieve greater production of both market rate and affordable units. On the funding topic, the point we're going to make is that we know there's limited funding. Obviously, there's many priorities and there's limitations that you're dealing with at the budget level. But what we're wanting to do is to say, okay, when we look at these incentives, let's look at them on a cost-effectiveness basis and tell you or be able to say to you, we think that if you have this much funding available, this is a reasonable way to allocate it to get the most benefit, the most public benefit, whether it's to existing households or incentivizing the market or any of these other things. So, some of the issues that we face, obviously creating these extremely low and very low-income units require, there's no way you can avoid it. There will be direct subsidies, as there always has been. We'll need that money. While we can capture and perhaps produce increased production of certainly moderate and low-income units in the inclusionary fashion, money's going to be required to increase that extremely low and very low one way or the other. Basically, we know that and don't have any expectations that the federal or state government's going to be increasing funding, at least not broadly. It's been a slow and steady downward cycle. Basically, we know also that even the tax credit programs are not growing as you might expect. And so we're going to be needing subsidy money to increase our competitive position with respect to those very important credit programs that the nonprofits use to build those rental housing units. Looking at the general fund priorities and obligations in a way that says, well, under what circumstances can we free up one or another of the sources that are currently used for general city services to housing becomes an important topic. And then, of course, last but not least, this topic of, well, we know that there are additional revenue sources that we might look at, such as commercial linkage fees, increasing the inclusion areas we've spoken about. But there's a limitation here, as I've mentioned. You can't, excuse me, you cannot do that with impunity. So yeah, some of the actions that we're talking about with respect to this is to continue this effort that's begun, that city has begun to reorganize yourselves from a departmental standpoint so that you can improve your capacity to accomplish some of these objectives. I think you did. Oh. So that's an ongoing process. It involves both restructuring, but also an increased level of interdepartmental coordination towards strategic objectives, obviously. And then this topic of looking into what can be afforded from diverting or focusing an increased amount of those existing revenue sources, real property tax or tracts, the so-called trust fund, the redevelopment trust fund monies, some form of a tax allocation bond at the citywide level that would require a vote, These are redirections of existing sources that you might want to be considering going forward. Obviously, these new sources we've talked about, commercial linkage fee, housing impact fees, they can work so long as you have they fit or respond to feasibility considerations of that development and don't deter the very thing that you're trying to accomplish. So that finishes our presentation, and we can talk a little bit about next steps, but we'll be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Council questions before we move to the next part? Mr. Weiss, Ms. Combs.
Thank you. It's okay. One of the questions that I have is that after we've generated whatever decisions we make on these, can you give us an estimate roughly how long does it take for these steps to lead to actual housing, homes for people to move into?
Yeah. That's an excellent question, and I think that one of the criteria that should be applied is not only that this, whether you want to, when you call cost effectiveness, one of the key criteria will be temporal. How fast can you actually do something? And when you're looking at whether you're investing dollars in something that has an immediate impact, just as a classic example, that would be some kind of rental subsidy program to assist those households that are affected today, that you are very concerned about, and rightfully so. That's an example of something that would be more immediate, as opposed to an investment in property or something that's not going to yield fruit for several years to come at least. So I think looking at this, trying to divide this allocation between short-term benefits and longer-term investments will be an important consideration. Very, very important point.
Will that be coming forward with the information as we have the conversation?
Yes.
Because I'll probably keep asking it, how long does that take?
And where that comes from, I mean, the first point of this is a resource allocation question.
Yes.
What is the resource, and what are you going to allocate it to? And that what are you going to allocate it to needs a criteria that says how soon will results follow.
Okay. Just making sure we're going down that road as well.
Yes.
But it's a good question, and what we'll try to do is grab sort of what we understand to be taking notes. The average of how long it takes for us to averaging doing a project of a certain magnitude. We'll bring some of that forward so you can at least get an understanding of where we are today, and you might be able to apply. Again, there's lots of variables in play about that, but what we'll do is commit to say this is how long a typical project has taken from inception to development in our process as we understand it.
Yes, and to this extent, going into this topic of next steps, basically following direction that we're receiving today, the notion is to develop a work program. And just as you see on the panel there, the notion is that work program is in fact divided into topics that can be done quickly, whatever they may be. In the next, just pretty much by fiat, you can redirect or direct the resources towards the goal that you want to accomplish. Obviously, development is by its nature something that's a little more timely, but there may be things that you can do and that you choose to do in the short term, either initiating actions or actually accomplishing things. So we see this work program being divided into those things that you can do more or less immediately to affect the changes, short or long term, that you'd like. And then, of course, there's actions that require some research and analysis to figure out, what it is that you want to do, because many of the questions you asked today require some thought and analysis before we can answer. And that might take a few more months than the immediate. We need to do some work before we can answer that question. And then finally, these actions requiring funding, development of funding and funding allocation, clearly this speaks to the budget process, whether it's the mid-year that's coming up for early 2016 or the new budget cycle that follows. We see this funding discussion being obviously a challenging one, and it's something that happens over time.
Or potentially, questions that we're going to be talking about later today about coming into a 3 to 5 year strategy around what you would like to ask the voters to contemplate in terms of investment within the community.
Right. Yeah, I have a strong interest in possibility of a housing bond. I hope we'll be able to discuss it at some point in the future. But that also has a cycle of time. So
Yes.
we need to understand that as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Going back one slide to the action items, though, I have to question the magnitude, the ongoing magnitude of, number one, the continuing ongoing departmental reorganization. I'm not questioning the fact that it was done, but to me, that's just a one-time benefit. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I think that this exactly what we're talking about today becomes becomes realized in a vision from council on where you want to take the city, and then we're going to try to reflect that within the organization and make changes that respond to that. So not just today, but as we go into a goal-setting session in February, and then finally the budget, because I actually made this move in the midst of a year to reorient the organization to address some of these concerns, what I thought would be able to capitalize on. But there will be things that become apparent that we need to think about how we're addressing those within our structure of that department. It's a brand new department. If you recall, that department now has housing. It has our neighborhood revitalization program embedded in it. It has code enforcement now in it, and I believe those all can actually be a supporting structure for each other. But we are in the process of sort of going through an alignment question mid-year, and I'm sure I've got a smiling department head behind me around
Next
that.
to you.
So there is, I think there is real opportunity, and I will contend we always need to be thinking about how we're positioned best to meet the needs of the community. And so once again, this will not be the last realignment conversation that I'm in with the organization.
No, fair enough. I appreciate the answer, but in terms of financial resources, I think that action items 2 and 3 are much more material. And then if you go back a previous page and you look at the federal government, and that's where the localities are feeling the burn of the result of the lower commitment from the federal government.
Yeah.
And that is basically the 800-pound gorilla.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I really appreciate the direction of going towards a strategic approach to this whole thing. You know, what we've done in the past is kind of hope for the best and wait. This is a move towards deciding what we want and then going out and getting it, and that makes a lot more sense to me. As we do that, though, what's necessary for me to see in the work plan is how to make sure that this is, number one, a two-way street, that as I was talking about before, the two sides of the certainty coin and the benefit coin. And also that as we create this clear vision of where we're going as a city, that the community is on board with that. And that's an important part of the work plan, is how we establish that vision with the public. And you know, the broad public, not just the people who are in the room today, but a real community engagement process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But again, I think we're going in the right direction, and I'm very supportive of this.
Mr. McGlynn, how long would it take? Well, first of all, I have a question about the playbook, if you will. The importance of the playbook and how long it might take to develop, and how not only it won't be necessarily easy for the 7 of us we'll have to do compromise and conversation to come up with that playbook, because it has to be predictable, agreed upon by all of us, so that when developers come before us and stand before us, we don't start to tear apart the playbook. So it's going to be an important document. How long would it take to develop, and how important is that to developers across the country and locally?
Well, I think, you know, we're laid out some action steps. I would say generously, this is going to be a year-long project to engage in. I mean, we're going to come back with some ways that we can deliver early on in that project, but I think it is important that we get into a community-wide conversation. Part of what I honestly will say is that I think this is going to reshape the work plan once again. I will put it on the table that if you all are, that's the reason we have this conversation, because it does have direct impact on what we're going to prioritize. Even as we talk about community engagement models, we're on certain tracks right now of trying to address certain needs in the community. But part of this is communicating to the community what's important, what council finds important, and how we're going to prioritize that within our workflow. So I'll be honest, after today, if individually you're comfortable with where we are, I will be taking the work plan apart again and reassembling it to try to expedite this process so that we can actually see tangible results out of this organization. But this is a pretty hefty workload to go through in a years-long process. There are other things that work in tandem with it. You know, I think later on conversation about getting organized about where we want to go. There's opportunities in those conversations to discuss, getting feedback from the community. That was what you would bring in a pollster to really understand where folks want the city to take a direction on. But there's other networks that we need to activate to really meet and get into a conversation with the community about the opportunity in front of us. This is a full workload. But I will say it's also, from the staff's perspective, it would be a very exciting workload to engage in.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, Council, before I move to public comment? Okay, great. We'll start then. Chuck Cornell. Pardon me?
Yeah, we have a little bit more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry.
I thought you summarized.
Okay. I just wanted
summarized.
This is apropos of what the conversation just took place. What I've done is taken these three, 1, 2, 3, and broken them down into some details. So let's just go through that real quick and talk about this. Back to this idea of things you can do immediately. And by the way, the answer to the question about this playbook, it's not something that happens all at once. It's something that starts and you add to it as time goes on. You can begin by changing what you do next week, and then it gets improved and added to as you go along. But basically, these reforms initiating some of these reforms that do this replacement is something you can do rather quickly. This mapping that we talked about, looking at these opportunity sites, that work is already underway. Staff is working on that. That's another example. Screening, looking at these public lands to figure out whether there are things there that, which of those lands are really available and which ones are not. That's something that can be done rather quickly. That's not a hard thing to do. Preparing these amendments to the housing allocation plan. There's some challenges and issues there, but there's nothing that stops you from doing that rather quickly. These amendments that we're talking about are not complicated, at least in terms of the legal language. And so that's something that could be initiated here quickly and brought back to you in relatively short order, at least in my view. And then initial consideration, starting in this year or early next year, looking at some of these and commenting on and giving some direction around some of these funding. These are all funding allocations. These are some things you can do and be working on immediately. On the research, obviously some of these things take more time. Basically, what's it going to take to improve development readiness? It's going to require some further research and analysis, engineering analysis. That's going to take some time to work on. Identifying these additional regulatory reforms and getting them underway. This parking requirement or some of these ideas around, as Councilmember Wysocki was talking about, severing the parking requirement and treating that as a separate good. This is going to take a little work to look into that and come back with reasonable reforms that are realistic. This market research that we've talked about, obviously, and some of this economic development work, this is something that is going to take time and research to play out in the coming months for early part of next year. And again, this reorganizing, as we've talked about, this reorganizational effort is not something that just happens all at once, but it's a continual process moving toward this and making the changes that are needed as time goes on. And then finally, basically these budget items, as I said, it seems to me that it might start with some discussion initially of funding resources and allocations, but it's really through the mid-year budget process and then carrying through the budget process in 2016, and then even following beyond that, we're talking about new funding measures. So we really see this implementation as being over this time cycle and addressing immediate needs as best you can, but recognizing some things are going to take time and some decisions are hard to be making. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sure, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, 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 but what's missing on these three slides is outreach, outreach, outreach.
Yes.
Just, I know you know that, but I got to say it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point.
So we will move to public comment and final comments by council members. Chuck Cornell, and Chuck is followed by John Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Chuck Cornell, Executive Director of Burbank Housing. I'd like to thank the council for prioritizing housing. Certainly in the news a lot, but thanks very much for giving it the time. These study sessions are great. I think the presentations by staff are really provide a tremendous foundation for discussion and some great ideas, which I really appreciate. I'd like to offer Burbank's services as a resource to the city and Housing Authority. As an affordable housing developer, we obviously have a perspective on how this sort of thing is done and some experience in it. In particular, we're going to be working on financial feasibility of these new types of housing, tiny homes and partial prefab homes, and to try and get a real grip on the total cost of these types of housing, these new types, so that you guys can assess the trade-offs of the different types of housing that have been offered. The second thing we're going to be working on is a cost-benefit matrix. Kind of look at all the development cost line items and say, what could we change on each of those line items that might save some costs to try and get the cost down on the development of affordable housing. Hopefully that'll provide a good basis for discussion. Some things may be accepted, some not. And certainly we'll work with the Housing Authority and share the results with the council as well. There's one thing that I'd like to mention. This also trends on the concept of certainty, and that is I'd like to suggest that the city consider a queue system for funding deeply affordable housing projects. This is done in San Francisco. In this era of really short and scarce funding, it really can help lend some certainty if you know where in the process you are, where in line you are. It might be 2 years out, it might be longer, but at least you have a sense of that. It prevents 6 people from jumping into an application process to get funding. So I think that might be worth looking at. Again, it lowers the risk for us as a developer and gives greater certainty. The last thing I'd like to mention is, and it's been mentioned earlier in the discussion, but I'd like to really stress the leveraging power of the local dollars to get tax credits. I mean, it's truly an incredibly powerful source. It's certainly has been and continues to be one of the most important sources for deeply affordable housing. It pays for up to 50%, around 50% of the total development cost, which is a huge percentage, of course. And it's been, in virtually all the 700 units that we've developed in Santa Rosa. So it's an extremely powerful source, and I just think, keeping that in mind for a target is really, really helpful. So I'd like to thank you guys for tackling this difficult issue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
John Kennedy, and John is followed by David Grable. John.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm John Kennedy. I'm the board president for Habitat for Humanity of Sonoma County. It's great to be here, and it's wonderful to hear the council talking about the ongoing crisis of affordable housing in Sonoma County. Some of you may not know this, but Habitat for Humanity of Sonoma County's been in the county for over 30 years. and we're one of the oldest affiliates in California. And in particular today, I wanted to speak about a couple items. Slide number 39, bullet 4 from the session on the 20th, as well as slide 17 from today's session, speaks to the challenges of qualifying low-income families for mortgages. Habitat for Humanity not only builds affordable homeownership units, we also assist in obtaining financing, selecting the homeowners, and nurture the families into the future. This relationship assures success of our partner families. In our 30-year history, we've never had a family default. So we're proud of that record. Slide number 40 shows the funding gap for both for sale and for rent units. Habitat is able to provide units for far less than the gap is showing. The for sale example at 50% AMI shows a gap of $175,075 per unit. Assuming the example is a 4-person household, 3-bedroom home, Habitat is able to provide the same for sale unit with a funding gap of $116,250, the savings of nearly $60,000 or over 34%. With our volunteer labor force and businesses' in-kind contributions of materials, equipment, and labor, as well as community support with monetary donations, our model is extremely cost-effective and efficient. Habitat provides affordable housing that costs less than for-profit developers due to this extraordinary generosity of our volunteers and our businesses and contributions, monetary contributions. Providing ownership opportunities for low to moderate income families opens up a much needed rentals for our community. In addition, ownership creates a tax base and continues to reap many rewards for the family and in the community. Habitat for Humanity of Sonoma County is lucky to have affiliates who've addressed this issue in our neighborhood. And we've spoken to the East Bay affiliate who embarked upon an economic study showing that for every donor dollar going to a Habitat housing, there's over 20 times that amount contributing to the local economy. Our neighbor in San Francisco also did an economic analysis of the families who have benefit over the 10 years of that home of $170,000. So one of the things that we look forward to is working with the City Council and being on your team to find and discuss solutions for affordable housing in Sonoma County. Thank you.
Great, thank you. David Grable, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good afternoon, David Grable with the Housing Advocacy Group. Second, Chuck's thanks to the council for looking into this in my 25 years of pushing for affordable housing. This is the first time I've seen this council take an overall look at how to do it and specific ways to do it, and thank you. We yell at each other a lot, but I gotta say we appreciate it. I don't know, I had just a bunch of comments about the slides there. I don't know how to, the easiest way is just to go through them page by page. Walt says market demand for higher density development in Santa Rosa is currently limited. That's not true. There's probably higher market demand for higher density housing now than ever. That's epitomized by increased rents and the 1.5% vacancy rate. So you got a lot of demand for multifamily housing. Page 11, number 4 says, action item, sell or lease public land for housing development. Add acquire to that. There's 3 big publicly owned sites waiting development now in Santa Rosa. You got the Chenate county-owned site, the Water District site on Stony Point and College, and one other, Railroad Square, that's publicly owned. So make sure you get affordable units in those sites. You got some leverage with them. Tell them you want generous amount. No, San Francisco just insisted that a developer include 40% of units in a new development at Fifth and Market as affordable. 40%. That's a little higher than we're talking about, but that's the new standard in San Francisco. So, lean on them. They can do it. He says market rate housing development remains stalled due to limited job and income growth. I don't think so. They got a lot of apartments going up, a lot of other housing. And developments will build more multifamily affordable units at current rents and prices if the city adopts the programs that are being considered in this in this process. They will get built. Page 15, expand financial incentives. Talk about fee financing, infrastructure funding, matching, et cetera. But make those incentives a lot higher for, a lot higher for market rate developments that include a generous proportion of affordable units. Got some other comments, I'll send them in a letter.
Sure, and believe me, this will not be your last opportunity to address us on this issue.
Thank you. Okay, good.
Plenty
Thanks
of time. Dwayne DeWitt. Did he leave the chamber? I thought he was here. Okay, thanks, Jane. Linda Picton. Did Linda leave too? Moving on, Georgia Berland, followed by John Lowry.
Thank you. Georgia Berland, Sonoma County Task Force for the Homeless. Again, I'll echo our thanks for you to take on this issue in such depth, and we really appreciate the time and effort that you're devoting to making sure that our population is housed. In developing our common vision, which seems to be a next task and a big one, we want to assure that we don't lose sight of the people who are already here who need homes, who are lower income people. And it appears if we're going to be stimulating the current market, and we're talking about rising prices being a good thing, we're not going to be able to house as many of our local people as we hope. So will bringing in this influx of new people who can afford these higher prices, how's that going to affect our local folks who are already struggling to be able to afford what's out there? I'm concerned about that, about filling this with people from elsewhere, when our own population is what we all are here to address. I'm concerned about getting us to a place where we really have target numbers, where we know how many homes we need to develop at what levels of affordability. I really think we need to get to that level of specificity to be able to target what we want to do on each piece of land as you look at it. Also, most jobs here, and we need to recognize, are low or moderate income jobs. Even though we have a lot of wealthy people, we have a lot of working people who are not making much money, and those are the folks that we really need to address. I appreciate the flexibility suggested in parking standards for affordability. I think that's absolutely necessary, and the new state law facilitates that process. We're really happy about that they are reducing parking requirements for affordable homes for people who are elderly, disabled, and near transit, or near transit. I would be concerned about reducing terms of affordability. Having been here a long time, I've seen many waves of situations where affordability that's been held for 20 or 30 years, that time expires, and the struggle it takes to relocate those folks, elderly folks, disabled folks, retired people, it's very, very difficult. And if we reduce our terms too much, we're going to have more of that problem coming up, and we need to have the units, if we're going to do that, to place them in. So again, thank you for your efforts and your time.
Thank you. John Lowry, and John will be followed by Jonathan Coe.
Good afternoon, members of the council.
John, right into the mic.
No, you always have to tell me to do that.
Thank
Sorry
you. It's
about
okay.
that. Though I understand, listening to the conversation, I certainly understand what Mr. Keyser means about with regard to the ratio of costs and prices, and I think it's an important thing to keep in mind. Though I'm concerned, it may appear a bit dismissive of lower-income people to say prices aren't there yet. Though again, I understand the context of the comment. He points to income growth as perhaps a solution, and it seems to me that income growth is one that the city probably has less control over than other options. I think that if we look at the ratio of costs of average homes, average home price, median home price to median income over time and over different areas, if we had a ratio of 1 to 3.5, that is a median income to median home price, we'd be in the range that's generally considered affordable for people to own a home or to rent. And it's true in various parts of the country and has even been true here in the past. Currently, we're more in the range of 1 to 6 or 6.5%, 1 to 6 or 6.5, suggesting that maybe the costs are more the problem than the incomes. Although I realize we look at it from both ways. So I think we need to focus on how we can reduce costs. Certainly, the city has limited ability to do that because it only controls part of the costs. One area we can look at is fees. Another cost is the certainty of the approval process and the things that we've talked about here today. Another area, of course, is subsidies and where the resources can come from to make up that gap in between costs and incomes for low-income people. Again, the city has limited resources there, but I think it's a conversation that we need to have. Bottom line, we got into this situation through public policy direction, and it's changes in public policy that will get us out of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Jonathan Coe. Jonathan will be followed by Roxanne Greshner.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'd like to add my thanks to that of other speakers to you for addressing this difficult but critically important challenge. It's, I think, the most important issue facing our community, and kudos to your staff for the job they did in presenting this information to us. There's way more than I can comment on in 3 minutes, but I want to try to hit a couple highlights. First, I think we need to realize that our housing production system, for whatever reason, is broken. It's kind of shocking to think that rents and the price of housing are too low to stimulate the creation of more, but somehow that's going on, and we need to act to change that. I think there are a lot of pieces in what was presented today that can help us move that forward. Amongst them, the whole idea of creating a vision of what we want as a community for our housing options, the whole gamut from market rate to workforce to affordable housing needs to be part of that vision. But if we can create that vision, I think we can go a long way towards then providing certitude to developers to give them a chance to then follow through on restarting that housing process. Secondly, I like the idea of proactivity. I think the city needs to be proactive in this process. There's been talk about aggregating lands for the development of housing. There's talk about investing in infrastructure or planning infrastructure so that it's easier for a developer to get started. I think that level of activity by the city needs to be undertaken. Partnerships were mentioned, and again, I think that's key. We just heard from Burbank Housing about their willingness to participate. We need to engage the private sector as well in this process as we go forward. Incentives are critical. We have to figure out ways of getting those builders, those developers back in the market. And the reality is incentives are going to be a piece of that. I also agree that economic development plays a major role. We, the Chamber of Commerce, through Sonoma County Best, have done a lot of work helping to create jobs over the last 3 or 4 years. That's worked terrifically well, but we now need to step back and say, okay, how do we help create jobs that are paying a family wage so that they can enable families to support the housing costs that they need to undertake? And I think that's a big piece of all this. the other issue is the question of funding for this. It's a big challenge. I don't know quite how we solve all this, but there needs to be more resources. The one thing I would say is that the commercial linkage fee is questionable, obviously, to the business community. I'm not sure how well we can really document that linkage, but even more importantly, at a time when we need to be stimulating more jobs and better paying jobs, I don't think we want to do anything to deter that process. In any case, I want to thank you again for undertaking this process, and we look forward to being engaged with you in the future. Thank you.
Roxanne Greshner.
Thank you for providing us with the information that we heard today. And I would like to make some suggestions. Straw bale houses only cost $5,000 to create. You have to think outside the box sometimes instead of utilizing, you know, the normal let us hire these construction workers or these people who build housing units that may or may not serve the population in which you're trying to serve. Also, yurts are very inexpensive to build, and spaceships. People think, or earthships, people think that they're, I mean, even though they're outside of the box, they think they're really bizarre in the way they look, but they're really inexpensive to build. I would like to see if I could speak to the director of Burbank Housing after this, if I may. And I would also like to talk about homeless shelters. The homeless shelters in Sonoma County are abusive. They are run by people who seem to think they're FEMA camps. I know because I'm in one right now, and I wanted to address that issue because it's an alternative to housing here, and that's what I've been told. I have tried for several months to find housing to fit my needs, and it hasn't worked yet, including Burbank Housing, which I was on a list for a whole entire year. That's why I would like to speak to the director. I've got an interesting voicemail for him to listen to. Also, back to the homeless shelter. The homeless shelters, like Sam Jones, do not provide adequate care for the people that are being housed there. The food that is being eaten is not fit most of the time for human consumption. I have been in the hospital 6 times since I've been there, and I've only been there less than 3 months. I've never been in the hospital that many times in my life. So I think you need to address these issues about homeless shelters because there are alternatives to housing here. I lived in my apartment for 9 years, and while I did, I asked everyone to help me to remove the carpets, and no one would do it. I thought it was very interesting. And then finally, I got an eviction notice and went to court, and I won. I didn't want to live in that apartment. The eviction was moot. I'm an international human rights attorney and a credentialed Jungian psychologist, and I won. So, having said that, I wanted to thank you all for being here and dealing with this situation of housing, and consider the alternatives that are much more inexpensive than hiring a construction company.
Thanks, Ms. Greshner. Sally Steinhardt, followed by Sheila Baker.
Poverty is not a crime. Living on poverty-level limited income does not make you subhuman. Safe, affordable housing is a basic human right. We have a large population of homeless people in this city and county. They are citizens too. The law should serve their interests. Public servants also are answerable to them as citizens and to their needs as well. This community will not have sufficient affordable housing for low-income and minimum wage households unless we think outside the box. We don't need more cotting boxes. They are not the answer. Unregulated landlords are making windfall profits in this city and this county. Those profits should be disgorged, should be, the profits that these landlords, that these greedy landlords are making should be studied, and they should be required to disgorge those profits, and that money could be used for affordable housing. We need to consider and make modification of existing structures and new kinds of construction lawful in order to provide affordable housing. Building codes should be changed to accommodate new ways of not only building new housing, but repurposing existing structures like empty commercial buildings. Many people are living in cars and other vehicles because they cannot afford skyrocketing rents. They are subject to $40 and $50 parking tickets that can and should be forgiven in the exercise of discretion under the vehicle code. You should renegotiate with your parking ticket handlers, managers, to make it clear that they should consider setting aside parking tickets given to people who can't afford to spend 10 or 20% of their monthly income on parking tickets. You can reach out to the wealthy members of this community, of this county, like Sanford Weil, former CEO of Citibank, who has amends to make for the harm that he did.
You needed to wrap up, Ms. Steinhardt?
Yes, sir. Business as usual is not a good answer. Sonoma County is ground zero for all kinds of entrepreneurial, agricultural, and food innovation. Let the change begin here in affordable housing. Thank you.
Sheila Baker, followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Hello, I am Sheila, and I am a formerly homeless person, was in 2 homeless shelters in this county. I came to this county for an amazing program through the junior college, Schoen Farm, and to work on their certificate program in sustainable agriculture. Just a wonderful program. Unfortunately, I became homeless really soon after enrolling in this program. I was at Sam Jones riding my bicycle up to Schoen Farm. That was fun. I got great shape. And also worked a little bit. The farm was nice enough to employ me as an apprentice. It was an exhilarating experience, but one that I wouldn't want anyone else to have. There is a meeting this Friday at 1:30 at the Santa Rosa Junior College. Enrique Yarce, the Vice President of the Student Government Assembly, is calling this meeting to address a problem of homeless students. There's a crisis in this county of homeless students. Students are living in cars, students are living on the street, students are living in shelters. This is our future. Students are our future. And I don't know what to do about it, work with the district or something, but we really have to address this problem. And I think that this Friday's meeting will be a great one at the junior college. I intend to attend it, and I'm very interested in this area, and hopefully we can really look at the problem and start to address how we can keep our students here so that they can complete that second year in some sort of housing other than their cars and on other students' couches or something. So hopefully we can really look at this problem of homeless students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daniel Sanchez, and Daniel will be followed by Linda Picton.
I'm Daniel Sanchez, North Bay Association of Realtors. I wanted to give a little bit more context in addition to what the economist said about a portion of Santa Rosa that's kind of undevelopable. Southwest Santa Rosa, unfortunately, has a large swath of that, has a tiger salamander, and makes it prohibitively expensive to build housing there. That was kind of one of the last places where there could be housing built in Santa Rosa, but the mitigation is extraordinarily expensive, and a lot of other places in the city are expensive to mitigate, and that's a possible thing that the City Council can look into, supporting developers, providing mitigation or subsidizing some of the mitigation, because from what I hear from builders is that is an extraordinary cost, and there's often not enough land or enough mitigation banks to buy. Another thing that might have been mentioned before is modifying development fees to encourage higher density. From what I've heard, a lot of the development fees disproportionately impact higher density over less dense units. Similarly, height limits can be explored. I know the density bonus was mentioned briefly before, but there's no reason why we should have height limits in some places like downtown. And granted, the market might not be there, but height limitations should still be explored, should be significantly modified to allow much higher density. One of the previous speakers, I believe from Burbank, talked about increased local match funding to encourage leveraging. That's very important. Increasing the proportion of the real property transfer tax that goes to affordable housing would allow those nonprofit affordable housing developers to better leverage state and federal sources. The city of Santa Rosa only provides, I think, 20 to 25% of the real property transfer tax to affordable housing programs, when the number should be significantly higher than that. The best way of encouraging more affordable housing projects is to provide a local matching fund to allow those developers to leverage those funding sources. Another thing that was mentioned before was over the inclusionary housing versus the fee. Flexibility is a very important thing to provide for developers. If you have an inclusionary requirement of 40%, the developers are more often than not probably not going to build at that level. Santa Rosa already has, I speak to a lot of developers, and I hear time and again that Santa Rosa has a reputation among the development community. Having those kinds of requirements of 40% or whatever percentage without allowing flexibility to provide the inclusionary housing fee is only going to further into that reputation that Santa Rosa unfortunately has. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Picton. Did Linda come back? There she is. Hi, Linda.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer. I just, this is, as usual, these meetings are very overwhelming, and people have said some really great things. So I just guess I want to focus on the fact that a few years ago, some of us came here and stressing the fact that it is a crisis of housing for the people who are on the street, who are unhoused. And it's both a public health crisis and a civil rights disgrace for our community. One of the things that occurred to me as I listened to the staff does a great job with the reports. I mean, it's really great. But I have to say, for me, it sounded like a recipe for gentrification. And all it was, much of it was talking about the property owners. And in my opinion, that paying that much attention to the property owners is like subsidizing them. And privatization, we know, has been a really big problem over the last number of years. One of the comments I heard was to attract households to Santa Rosa. And that to me is, until the people who are living in their cars, living in the street and living under bushes or whatever, I mean, many of us come in contact with them frequently. Until that is addressed, I don't think we should be inviting more people with, high income jobs to come here. One of the things that concerns me is it seems like there's a nexus between the language of the job creators and the property owners. I just was so frustrated during the aughts, when George Bush would always be talking about creating wealth, and that we wanted an ownership society. So people were encouraged to get into property that they couldn't afford, and then boom, the Great Recession came. And I think that's called, the housing bubble burst. And so many people ended up underwater. And many of those homeless people now, those unhoused people, are residents of Sonoma County. They've lived here before, and they had homes. Some people had jobs. I know people who have had, trust funds or income. And because of that, what they call the Great Recession, they have not recovered. And I do believe there's a criminal element to that process that hasn't been addressed. So I guess that's all I'm going to say. And thanks for calling me, even though I left the room.
No problem. Thanks, Linda. Warren Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer. Warren Hedgepeth, 2383 Manzanita. I actually have a rental unit on my property, and for 8 years I rented it both to the underserved and to those that pay rent. I wanted to mention a key issue. I know there's a lot of young people in the room, and there is a disturbing trend all across America, and that is that skill is a virtue, and when you're unskilled, it's very difficult. And the unskilled world is collapsing at alarming trends. And when I think about a vital city, I want to think for a minute about Seattle. Seattle actually has a four-year college percentage of 50% in the greater Seattle area. And in the entire Sonoma County, we have 24% graduating from a four-year school. And to lift everyone, and I'm here to talk about the unserved and the served, we have to have vital areas of our town. One of the suggestions I might make, because you want buy-in, for city parcels and high-density parcels, I'd like you to consider the use of those parcels as collective for the residents, whether they be market rate, but also be community centers where you can have a portion of the project there for education. It's revelatory for me to hear about homeless students. It's wonderful that we have these kind of forums because it's really enlightening, and I wanted to thank the person who talked about that. In some ways, I want to incentivize the city by having our housing be for students. If you have the will to skill yourself and have income, Santa Rosa has a future. If we continue to marginalize education or not necessarily subsidize it, we're going to collapse financially. We really need to have people that were born here, hopefully stay here, but it centers on skill. And we have to have people say, yes, I actually volunteer in my off time with youth, and I ask them, please make a choice. Make a choice to stay educated. So in closing, the choices ahead, we have all this corridor land, and unless we have high density, I don't think we're going to win. We're not going to prevail. As lovely as small homes are, the actual land use, the sewer, the infrastructure, we can't support the police fire on low density. We have to go high density. So the model is that the homeless can really prosper from having income and revenue. And if we can incentivize these high density sites, you can pay for the environmental fees. It's a big no for most developers when they think they have to shoulder those environmental costs, but hopefully that can all be handled with generating revenue.
Thank you very much. Those are all the cards that I have. I can bring it back to the council for final recommendations. Who'd like to start? Or I'll just pick someone. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I really appreciate Mr. Keyser and the rest of staff's presentation. It's very, very informative, and I like the direction we're going. I'd really encourage, so the overall feedback, I'd say yes to all that we're doing. I know we are going to have some additional challenging discussions when we have to make some decisions. Some of the speakers mentioned some things that I'm not fully sold on, but you're talking, Mr. Keyser, about the further analysis and recommendations going to need to be made before this group can actually make some decisions on the pros and cons, because there's nothing that has no unintended consequences. I would encourage staff to come up with that common agenda, because I really appreciated hearing from the Habitat and from Burbank, so that we all know this is what our common agenda is, not isolated agendas. It's using more of a model of that collective impact. We're all in this together, and it's a very complicated process. As you just heard, the 3 different categories, there's not one silver bullet that's going to solve all these issues. But from the city perspective, I like the direction, Mr. McGlynn, that we're going with the reorganization, the process improvements. I've already heard some fabulous feedback about how that is going from those that have been engaged with city staff, so kudos to you and staff. Even though we've got many options here, I hope this doesn't just limit those, because some other people may have some great ideas. And again, using the community, I really encourage, the city's been modeling some of that, continuing that area to continue to engage the community in this conversation. It's not done today, but I really look forward to the direction that we're going and can't wait to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwedhelm. Ms. Combs?
Again, I want to thank you very much for bringing forward the package of possible actions that we can take, for having presented it so clearly. I'm interested in the specific action steps that we're going to take in the future and in seeing how those roll out. So I'm looking at my old list of what we requested to cover, and in lieu fees versus or with inclusionary commercial linkage fees, boomerang funding, revision and enhancement of inclusionary zoning. I think we touched on most of those points, but I don't see the actual step we're taking to do it. And so I'm guessing that another work plan is coming back to outline the 3-month, 6-month, and longer, and which elements are in which one will come back to us.
Well, again, that's going to be an iterative process to go through.
Right.
This is about what I'm emphasizing: establishing a vision, a toolkit for city and the staff to work upon, and an implementation strategy out of that.
Yeah, I support and want to do the toolkit, and I support and want to have a vision that we all agree on, that the community has had a lot of input on. I think the 375, use of SB 375, to ensure that we've done the EIR materials so that developers don't have to pay again to do that. I think all of those things are fabulous, and I'm looking forward to bringing them back. It's very hard in the middle of a crisis to not be talking about what we're going to build on this date. And we aren't having that conversation yet. So it's really hard to feel the pressure of the crisis and not be talking about how we're stimulating affordable construction tomorrow. That's a hard thing. Bringing back a plan that makes it clear and concrete when we're going to start building something would be really helpful to me. We mentioned that we needed, over the next 8 years, $20 million a year for 8 years to subsidize just the affordable housing gap. And, that's a barrier we're going to have to talk about and deal with. And so I'm looking forward to having that conversation. I appreciate the comments from the person about the SRJC. Saw a recent study that 2,500 students self-reported living in cars or on couches or on the street. So I agree, we have a real issue there, and a partnership not only with developers but with the SRJC seems to me to be appropriate. We need to ask them to help with their students as well, if we can do that. And finally, just thank you, staff, for stepping up to what is a lot of work. It's a heavy workload, and I appreciate the enthusiasm that I've heard from staff members coming forward to work together with us to solve some problems. So thank you very much for taking a real problem-solving approach to this.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Good job, let's go.
Good comments. Mr. Wysocki.
I don't know how I follow that. I do want to thank staff and for the wealth of information and for the participation from the community. A couple points really stuck out, and I want to recognize my former colleague, former Mayor Jane Bender, because what you said many years ago was low-density subdivisions don't pay for the city services. I remember that quite clearly, and it's very, very true. And that's what we're grappling with right now with the infill. And so those were very prophetic words, and I hope that will help us get more high-density infill. Mr. Cornell, you had a very appropriate comment about federal tax credits being a huge source for financing. I encourage all of you on the national level, when you're casting your votes next year, when candidates talk about a simpler tax code, that's a code for doing away with programs like this. That's a code for that. And when I look at all the youth here and how we're going to try and get you into housing, those are federal programs that are designed to help you get into housing. Because right now it's a lot tougher than when I was your age many, many years ago. So please stay in tune on that. I really like the comments regarding the junior college, and we should invite them into this discussion. They did have dorms at one time. Yes, it was a small number, but there are other things they can do with our transportation infrastructure to help with transit-oriented development. It is their obligation. They are part of our community. So I would like to see that. And then finally, Mr. Hedgepath, you had some very appropriate comments, and he might have already left the building, regarding, there you are, skilled versus unskilled in the city of Seattle and their college graduates. And could it be any coincidence that they just passed a $15 minimum wage ordinance up there that might help with the purchasing power? I can see you're smiling in support of that as well, I hope. So we can allow our young people to have the purchasing power to help stimulate this economy. But back to the point of housing, I don't think there are any silver bullets. I think there are a lot of things that we can do to help these coming generations, because one thing we can all agree upon is Sonoma County being a very desirable place to live, which generally means the price of land will continue to rise. But who does that really benefit? Only if you own multiple units or you're leaving. If you're staying here, that's a barrier. And so that is a hurdle, and I'm not suggesting that a value crash would help us. I don't know what we can do as a city to solve that, if there is solvable. But again, back to the comments of government policy, to me, we do need funding, and the federal government, we need their help. And to those of you that know our representatives, you can help influence that. I certainly have. And again, pay attention, because national priorities do count, and they do affect us here as to where we spend our money. And we have a lot of people that are homeless. We have a lot of people that are priced out, and that's what we need to take care of. But I look forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things, and it's great that we're having this conversation. It's so important and very timely, and I'm sure it's being had all over the country, perhaps not in the depth that we're taking it on today. So I think we should be patting ourselves on the back. I would like to I think, highlight everything on the list. I'd love to see brought forward. I mean, there's just nothing. I love the fact that we can look at all these possibilities and these alternatives. I look forward to the timeline. I think reaching out to the development community and the those that and the investment community and the banks. So many times we come up with great ideas and they say, great idea, we're not going to fund it. We can't afford to do this. We can't afford to do that. We can't afford to build this or that. Let's find out what the opportunities are, where they are, and move forward with those and prioritize those areas. I'm a big fan of building in our downtown. I think that we probably, not only do we have a great deal of of land in our downtown that is underutilized, but I think we probably would get less resistance at times, especially as we go, because going up in the air will create some resistance, but I'd like to deal with that height limitation as well and make sure that we create opportunities for those that want to bring their investments to Santa Rosa. I want to thank Mr. Regalia for all the work. So many staff members. It took so much staff to come up with this presentation with this 2-hour presentation. Mr. Gwine, Mr. Regalia, thanks for bringing it back to us so quickly. I mean, this was not a small effort. Ms. Fowler, thank you for your land use knowledge and laws of our knowledge of our ordinances. And there are so many departments that it took to bring this together. Mr. Keyser, thank you for your knowledge and your recommendations, your ability to answer our questions. Thanks to the council for your great questions and for pushing to bring this forward in pretty short order. It's really quite a body of work. And thanks to the community for keeping it in front of our faces and keeping it in our minds and on the tips of our tongues. Because without you and putting pressure, that pressure helps. It makes us hear you, and it makes us respond. And this kind of response is the first that I've seen in my 60-year life in Santa Rosa. This is, as Mr. Grable mentioned, a unique environment, and I look forward to creating, to moving Santa Rosa forward and creating the housing for everyone that needs it. So I appreciate all of your effort. We will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the November 10th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Could you announce the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Let the record reflect that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. And the report on our closed session, Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session with its labor negotiators, and there is no action to report.
Thank you very much. And Mr. McGlynn, could you report on our study session, please?
We just finished our second study session on affordable housing and potential approaches, and we have a clear understanding the council is interested in us pursuing that endeavor, and we'll be coming back with more specificity around the options and implementation very soon.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We don't have any proclamations this afternoon, but we do have a presentation for the Neighborhood Revitalization Program Computer Literacy Project. Carmelita, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and members of the City Council.
We're doing our presentation this afternoon in English and Spanish.
Muy buenas noches, muy buenas tardes, alcalde de la ciudad y miembros del concilio de la ciudad. Esta presentación va a ser en español y en inglés.
My name is Carmelita Howard, and I am here with Rafael Rivero, our community outreach specialist from the Neighborhood Revitalization Program.
Mi nombre es Carmelita Howard y también está con ella el señor Rafael Rivero. Y nosotros estamos representando el programa de rehabilitación de vecindad, el programa, y el señor Rafael Rivera es un representante comunitario.
We are proud to present to you today the 11th graduates from our Computer Literacy Project. The Computer Literacy Project was made possible through the partnership that we have with the Community Action Partnership of Sonoma County, our IT department, where we use our surplus computers, and also the Neighborhood Revitalization Program.
Y esta noche estamos orgullosos de presentar a los 11 participantes que participaron en la clase de computación básica. Y esto ha sido logrado por una colaboración entre 3 agencias que son nuestro programa, el programa del Departamento de Tecnología de la Ciudad de Santa Rosa y al igual la organización sin fines de lucros Community Action Partnership del Condado de Sonoma.
One of our participants, Leticia Neri, has requested to speak to you today about her experience.
Y esta noche también vamos a presentar a la señorita Leticia Neri, que va a explicar su experiencia por parte de este programa.
Welcome. Buenas tardes, gracias. Mi nombre es Leticia Neri, soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Rosa y quiero agradecerles enormemente a usted, alcalde, a los concejales, a la gente que hizo posible o hace posible este tipo de cursos, en este caso computación básica, que recientemente concluyó.
Okay. Muy buenas noches al concilio de la ciudad y al alcalde Sawyer.
That's all right.
Good evening, Mayor Sawyer and members of the City Council. My name is Leticia Neri, and I'm here to tell you about my experience about participating in the Computer Basic Program through the City of Santa Rosa and the Community Action Partnership.
Al igualmente, quiero agradecerles de manera personal y en nombre de mis compañeros, ¿verdad? Pero de manera personal he tomado otros cursos que ha impartido la ciudad de Santa Rosa.
I have taken some other courses, as a matter of fact, through the sponsored by the City of Santa Rosa in the past.
Como el de la policía y la comunidad.
The Citizen Police Academy back in January.
Y pues estoy muy feliz porque nos den esta oportunidad de seguirnos educando y de aprender más acerca de nuestra ciudad.
And it's very satisfying because we continue to learn and have this wonderful experience.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlene Garcia, and I work for Community Action Partnership. We have been teaching this class. This is the second class that we taught in partnership with the city, and we have been able to help a lot of people that don't have access to a computer. So it's not just giving people the skills, learning how to use the computer, but also thanks to the city of Santa Rosa that is providing computers for the people who graduate from the class. Now these students have access to a computer. So now they can take a computer home and they can pay their bills online, they can use their email and search for jobs and do so many things that they couldn't do in the past because they didn't have a computer. So I just want to say that this is a great program, this is a partnership that is working, and I hope that we keep doing this in the future. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Un segundito. Entonces, mi nombre es Marlene García y soy una representante de la organización Community Action Partnership. Y estoy muy orgullosa de decir de que este programa en realidad ha estado ayudando a muchas personas a participar en este tipo de clases. Esta es la segunda clase que hemos llevado a cabo y lo digo con alegría de que mucha gente ahora puede crear una cuenta electrónica para mandar correos electrónicos y también para pagar pagar sus cuentas en línea, y es una gran colaboración entre la ciudad y nuestra organización que se ha logrado este programa.
And now our Mayor John Sawyer and Council Member Ernesto Olivares will present the certificates to our graduates.
Y ahora el alcalde de la ciudad y nuestro concejal Olivares van a presentar los certificados de los participantes que estuvieron por medio de la clase.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin with Beatriz Nepomuceno. Ana Lopez.
And some of them are not able to be here tonight because of work reasons, but we would like to acknowledge them.
Thank you. Emma Cortez. Emma Cortez. Emma's not here. Auxilio Perez.
Tampoco está aquí.
Jose Jarquin. Luis Rivera. Silvia Rivera. Yasmin Sanchez. Yesenia Torres. Saily Garcia. María Morales. And Leticia Nelly. I'm sorry, the first one was Beatriz?
We didn't get a photo.
Okay. Un foto, Beatriz.
Thank you very much.
So just a curiosity about the computers. Are they still taking computers? Do we need computers to be donated, Carmelita, to the program for reuse? And what's the status of that? Or do you have all that you need?
We have about 60 more computers, so we'll be planning more computer classes, and we're also doing a program for our family self-sufficiency clients for the Section 8 program so that they could be, in the future, be independent from the program.
Do you need more computers to be donating to the participants? Or are you okay?
We're okay right now.
Okay.
So we're trying to use all the computers that are still usable, and right now there's about 60 to 80.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all. Thank you. We have no staff briefings this evening. City Manager's report. Mr. McGlynn. I apologize, Mr. DeWitt. You did indeed.
Hello, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Rosa, and I wanted to thank you for the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. I especially wanted to thank the staff for all the good things they've done. If you'll remember, recently I spoke about how former city attorney Mike Casey did such a good job in Roseland with the neighborhood revitalization program. What he was able to do was begin to make the slumlords over there pay attention, because code enforcement had an attorney behind it and actually had some grip, if you will. So I'm speaking today because I'd like to see you replicate the positive things that have been happening with what you just heard over in Roseland again. This could be happening with that new Roseland Branch Library / Boys and Girls Club / Neighborhood Revitalization Program site. A perfect spot to put in computers and get them in there as soon as possible and do the same things that are happening elsewhere over in the Roseland situation in a good, positive way. Now, I know you may have talked about all these things in a way, but I'm here to give you even more of an incentive, because I know, having talked with county staff, that they're very eager to collaborate with city staff in a more robust manner. That's the word you guys like to use, robust. So let's be robust in Roseland with neighborhood revitalization program. All these good things that just happened, all the great stuff you just talked about, it can be a greater part of Roseland again. And I know with lots of those computers, they've got enough, she says, so let's just spread them around right over there. Not more, it's not even a half a mile over there from here to there. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. McGlynn.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Statements of abstention, council members, anything this evening? Seeing none. Moving on to mayor's and council members' reports. Who'd like to report on your activities of the last week or so? Any reports this evening? Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You caught me off guard. Just 1 second.
Sorry, it's okay.
That's all right. If someone else would like to go while I'm pulling it up.
Sure. Mr. Wysocki?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Mr. Schwedhelm. Thank you for that report. Mr. Schwedhelm.
I'll buy you some time. So I had a lot of opportunities this last week dealing with a lot of our youth in the community. So, but first of all, on November 5th, I was fortunate enough to be invited by Jim Weichendorf, who's on our measure of oversight, to attend the Veterans Tribute as presented by the local Rotary and Kiwanis Club. It was the first opportunity for me to go there. It was a wonderful presentation recognizing all of the veterans in Sonoma County. Then on Saturday, went to the Tomorrow's Leaders Today, Matt Martin for SAY, and we have some SAY folks here, presented that with the Rotary Credit Union, a bite out of reality for financial literacy. So about the 100+ kids that were there realized how challenging it can be in this community to be married, have a child, get housing, child care, groceries, entertainment, all within a budget. So it was a wonderful opportunity. I really appreciate Matt, you partnering with the Rotary Credit Union, because those kids learned a lot. It was a really reality check. And then Monday of this week, we had our first rent control ad hoc committee meeting that kind of just outlined some of the guidelines that we'll be following, talking with the consultants and the staff there. And then last night, we were at CHOPS Teen Club for the Youth Empowerment Council, which was a wonderful panel. I think there's about 10 of us there, where it gave the Youth Empowerment Council an opportunity to ask questions directly from some of the elected representatives, in addition to some key executive directors from some nonprofits. So it was really a great way to spend a Monday evening. And then this morning, another TLT opportunity for Criminal Justice Day, and I had the privilege of representing some of our preventative efforts with the Santa Rosa Partnership to about 180 youth of Sonoma County. So they had a day full of learning about what the criminal justice system is all about. So pretty full.
Great, thank you.
Is that enough, Aaron, or should I go on? Okay.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, as the city's delegate, I attended the monthly meeting of the Sonoma County Transportation Authority / Regional Climate Protection Authority. Of principal importance is to alert the council, if you're not already aware, that we as Sonoma County, along with 3 of our equally impacted neighborhood counties have signed on to an MOU to begin an environmental review process for changes, upgrades, and improvements to Highway 37. It's something that I have brought to the council's attention many times before. It is rising to state level notice that sea level rise will undoubtedly impact that major arterial, so that process is slowly, laboriously moving forward. 116 widening is almost complete. We received some information, some pictures, rather impressive, about the giant cranes that were bringing the support beams and structures in place. For our purposes, the College Avenue widening project is scheduled to meet its conclusion at the end of this month. The striping is scheduled to be completed by the end of the month. As always, the website is dot.ca.gov/dist4/101 College Ave. About time, as far as I'm concerned. The RCPA had a number of very interesting conversations. There was no action taken on several of these items, but it's worth noting that just as we are reimagining City Bus, it appears we are also reimagining RCPA. There were two items brought to us basically asking us whether we would expand our role. One of them, the mayor is aware of. There's conversations concurrently with the Waste Management Agency, whether, depending on what happens with that JPA, whether the RCPA may take on certain aspects of education and outreach. There is some concern within the board agency members as to our legal authority to do so, and how that will interact with the Waste Management Agency. So no action was taken. But it is an interesting conversation that we have had a couple of times. We were also asked whether we would take over from the water agency the operations of Applied Solutions, which is a countywide repository of best practices for land use, water, other environmental strategies. That met with some rigid opposition from the county board members. Because it apparently has not yet been discussed at the water agency. So no action was taken on that item, but Tom, it's probably coming your way. Let's see, what else? Just briefly, tonight, actually from 5:30 to 7, there is going to be a workshop taking place hosted by, in conjunction with the Bay Area Regional Energy Network at 2300 County Center Drive. It's a homeowner workshop on some of the homeowner rebates that are available for upgrades, energy efficiency upgrades to your home. So if you can leave this chamber, head on over to 2300 County Center Drive, get some updates there, and then come back. We'll still be here. I think that is it, except to note that we continue our state, national, and international leadership as a county. We've been invited to participate in the Conference of the Parties, which is a United Nations environmental stewardship collaboration, and we are pursuing how the RCPA can continue to play a leadership role internationally. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. A couple of good meetings yesterday, or a good meeting and a good event that Councilman Schwedhelm already mentioned. The event last night with the Youth Empowerment Council is always great energy and good questions from the young people of our community. It's really a breath of fresh air to go and do that. And also, we did have the first meeting of our subcommittee on rent stabilization options. And I just wanted to add to Councilman Schwedhelm's report that we discussed an outreach process as we go through the next couple of months, and we'll be including a wide variety of stakeholders in the discussion. This morning I had an opportunity to speak to Congressman Mike Thompson and members of his staff from Santa Rosa, Napa, Vallejo, and about a half a dozen staffers from Washington, D.C., who are all together this week on a retreat to get to know the district. Most of the staff members from Washington, D.C. had never been here before. I think it's really important for them to come out and meet the people and see the district that they represent. I was able to talk to them about several items of importance to us around homelessness and housing, and we met at the visitor center, the welcome center at the Railroad Depot and Railroad Square. So we also talked about SMART.
Thank you. Ms. Combs, anything to report today?
I assure you I've been busy, but nothing to report.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to last week, last Thursday, I did attend a breakfast fundraiser for Verity and raising awareness for that organization. And then I also joined Councilmember Schwedhelm at the Veterans Luncheon at the Vets Building. I mentioned last month that I had been appointed to an executive steering committee of the Board of State and Community Corrections to help craft an RFP for about $5.7 million that have been allocated for grants for local jurisdictions to help in strengthening police-community relations. We had our first series of meetings yesterday and today. That's why I was late. But this will create a great opportunity for California cities to apply for grant funds. It will require a partnership with a local community-based organization. But I think it's a good opportunity. We will be finalizing that process hopefully before February to get approval from the state board to release that RFP. And that should come out hopefully by April with funding starting July 1st of next summer.
Excellent, and congratulations on that appointment. I did attend a couple of the events that were mentioned earlier, and it's always great. You know, Santa Rosa has this plethora of events, and council members have to choose and pick and choose sometimes. But a real pleasure, especially on the Vets event last week, really well attended. It's always great to hear the stories, both of wars long ago and challenges facing our vets today. And it's always touching. There's good news and sad news, but it's great to be there and supporting them. And at CHOPS last night, great. You know, we that are approaching or in retirement age are in good hands with the type of youth that we have coming, growing up in Santa Rosa and filling the shoes of our workers and even the people that sit behind this council. So we are behind this dais. We're in good hands. One of the things that we did yesterday, we had an economic development subcommittee meeting. A couple of the highlights: the counter hours at the new planning and Economic Development Department. They increased the hours increased by 1 hour. That increase in 1 hour of counter time decreased the wait time by 50%. So it was really an amazing effort. You start an hour earlier, and everyone who comes in after that point, it averages out to a 50% reduction in wait time. So congratulations in moving forward with, even in small ways, it makes a big difference. Another thing, Urban 3, its land use and urban design team, Urban 3, will be coming to Santa Rosa in the middle of January to provide council with a boot camp presentation demonstrating how the city's land use decisions and ongoing infrastructure costs are connected. This is going to be a pretty exciting event for the council to be a part of. They will conduct an analysis on property tax and sales tax revenues for Santa Rosa and will present 3D modeling to illustrate how downtown development provides a greater return on investment to the community. So you'll be able to look at this 3D model and see that depending on where you place development, the kind of financial impact it'll have on the city. So it'll be a great tool. They're a very well-respected group, our design team, and look forward to that coming in January. The engine tour is coming to Santa Rosa in May. On the same day, there will be a women's race. The women's race will begin and end. Then the men will take off on their race in between, while they're out and racing their bicycles. The Rose Parade will happen, and then after the Rose Parade is finished, the men will come back from their race how this is going to come down. It's actually, the Amgen Tour is very excited about this kind of activity happening. The theme of the parade is, I think it's pedaling, something about pedals, but with pedaling into the future. That's right. Thank you very much. So we're tying it all in. It's going to be a scheduling challenge, but they're very excited that we are embracing the tour and using it as in conjunction as a theme of our parade. So they're very happy with that.
If I may, I'm looking forward to that too, and I'm grateful for all the volunteers. I just have this vision of the Cal football team running through the Stanford band on the kickoff return, and I just hope that doesn't happen. So.
Yeah, timing is everything. So it should be very interesting. It's an interesting challenge. Another interesting challenge that we have on that day or during the Amgen tours is hotel rooms. You know, be careful what you wish for, but we have lots of people staying in Santa Rosa, and it's a busy time of the year for a number of reasons. And so we have, since we could use a few extra hotels here in Santa Rosa for at least on that month, if we, which is not going to happen, but it's interesting to see what can impact the city. So we need more rooms, at least in May. So that's all I have to report. Moving on, at this point I'm going to go to our first public comment period. I have 5 cards. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'd like to thank you for hosting tomorrow's Veterans Day commemoration here at the Veterans Memorial at City Hall at 10:30 in the morning. There'll be people from World War II veterans through Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, and now Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom. It's amazing how many things go on through time that involve veterans coming forward to help to keep America safe. It's really good that you folks have taken the time and the effort to allow us to do this event here on an annual basis. And we know that Mayor Sawyer will be speaking there tomorrow. Thank you very much, sir. Also, County Supervisor Shirley Zane and State Senator Mike McGuire. So we're so glad that you folks have been supportive of this effort. Today at the Board of Supervisors meeting, there was discussion about how they're working to make sure and be ready for the cold weather that's arriving and has been affecting some veterans, one of whom was living down here in the creek near Memorial Hospital. He chose that site because when the weather's bad and his health is affected, he wants to be as close to the hospital as possible. Ms. Combs, Ms. Carlstrom have been in contact with him. I want to thank you for that. It's a very wonderful thing that people are trying to help these veterans who have fallen on harder times. With that in mind, the county is making an effort to do what they call Code Blue, emergency care during this foul weather season that's about to arrive. We've already had rain a few times. There's belief that it'll be an even worse winter than we've had in a number of years, and there'll be a need for veterans and others to have a place in shelter out of the storm, if you will. So that brings me to another discussion. In the past, some veterans had come forward and asked if you might be able to help them with a spot for an office for what's called Vet Connect, and your city staff has been working to get that done. It may occur at a city office, former fire station up on Parker Hill Road, so that's a positive. One other positive that could occur, there's 2 homes that the city owns that are 3-bedroom houses. You could open them up to veterans that have vouchers and be collecting rent on those rooms. 3 veterans could live together in a 3-bedroom house right now, and that would get them out of the storm. That would help a half dozen veterans right there and would allow you to get income for those units that now sit vacant and just boarded up. So please give that a thought before the next rain. It's something that's totally possible. Your housing authority could host those veterans, use the vouchers, and then it'd just be temporary and you get income back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roxanne Greschner? Roxanne left the chamber. Elaine Holtz?
Hello, everybody. My name is Elaine B. Holt. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, California, and I'm here with some good news, and that is to remind you that there's more media in this community than the Press Democrat, and that's our bilingual station, KBBF 89.1 FM, which I have a radio show called Women's Spaces. But what I'm here for today is to invite you. We have a brand new general manager. And you know that saying, well, you've come a long way, baby? Well, KBBF has really come a long way. So on Thursday, November 12th, from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Senior Wing in our beautiful Finley Community Center at 2060 West College Avenue in Santa Rosa, we're going to have a special meet and greet. And a meeting, and our new general manager, her name is Vilma Ortiz, and she's just a marvelous, marvelous woman. And I have 5 invitations here, which I'll give the clerk and she can give you. And then as one last thing, on Women's Spaces, I always say at the end of my show to remind everybody that the children are our future. And that whenever a decision is made, especially by government, that the first question they should ask, is it good for the children? If it's good for the children, then it's good for the future. And I just thought I would remind you. And thank you for your good service.
Thank you. Kristen Savara. Christian?
Good evening. I'm here to speak on my son's experiences at SAY as a youth participant. Prior to learning about the SAY program, Manny spent most of his time hanging out with friends, staying awake late, and not keeping up on cleaning his room. This type of behavior caused us to argue often. Manny would sometimes be late to leave for school since he was awake late and get mad at me when I would be attempting to hurry him up to be on time since I didn't want him to be late for school and me to be late for work. I felt he was being disrespectful to me and I would end up getting angry with him. One day, Manny's friend gave him a card about a summer work program through SAY. Later that day, Manny told me he was interested in attending the workshops to be able to work through the summer. I had heard great things about SAY from friends, so I agreed to help Manny contact SAY. Manny attended workshops that focused on teamwork, communication, attitude, mock interviews, professionalism, responsibilities, and most importantly, how to make a resume. He learned how to behave in a work setting, dress, and respect himself and other people. SAY took Manny on field trips to a local water agency and to a fish hatchery. All these skills he learned and experiences helped build Manny's confidence and self-esteem to motivate him in the right direction. Manny did have some challenges working in the heat during the summer and attitude at work, but we met as a team with Manny's case manager, Dario, the program manager, Tony, and his group leader, Tomas. This meeting improved Manny's behavior at work and at home. Currently, Manny is employed at Burger King up the street from our home and on track to graduate with his class of 2016. Recently, we attended an SRJC orientation for transitioning high school students to college. Manny is now enrolled at SRJC and saving for his first car, and we are getting along better than ever. I'm sorry. I thank God for leading us to SAY and highly recommend the program to other families. I am proud of my son for making positive changes to help himself and become a successful young man. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Let him know that everyone here wishes him well. Jim Bray. Jim is followed by Gail Simmons, or Simons, one of the two. I think it's Simmons.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. My name is Jim Bray. I've been a citizen of and community participant here in Santa Rosa for 40 years. And currently I live in the Roseland District, and I want to commend our staff, your staff, on the work that they're doing over there towards bringing Roseland into Santa Rosa, and also some of the work they're doing on the parks. The process that they're using has been really good, so I want to commend them for that. But that's not what I'm here for tonight. I'm here to talk about the reunification of the downtown square. I'm very concerned about the speed at which this is happening. Back in 2007, I was a participant in a number of the workshops that came up with the plan that was finalized in 2009. For some reason, this has all been set aside. We all know that we didn't have the money at that time to do it, but all of that has now been pushed aside for a new plan that has not been vetted by the public. And I'm very concerned that we're not using the same process that we use in Roseland and other different types of civic engagement where it's important for there to be community input. This appears to be the blueprint of just a few business owners in the downtown area, and I'm very concerned about that. One of the key things that I remember coming out of the meetings back in 2007 was, we're not Sonoma or Hillsburg. Our square does not even begin to resemble what their squares look like. And that was addressed in some of the zoning and some of the plans that came out in 2007 and 2008. And I just quote from a report that was provided by your staff last week. It says that zoning was adopted in 2008 specifying the certain uses. Whether ground floor banks and financial services were appropriate downtown was one of the major issues addressed in this effort. The zoning adopted included criteria for location of banks and financial services to ensure these uses will not be the dominant ground floor use on Courthouse Square. If you walk around Courthouse Square today, 65% of the offices are occupied by banks and financial institutions. I have nothing against, I do business with them, but it is not the type of environment that we're looking for if we want to replicate a square that's going to look like Sonoma or Hillsburg. Just recently, in the Press Democrat, there was an article. Okay.
If you could wrap up, Mr. Bray.
Okay. Recently, there was an article about the change in the size of the streets, the two new streets, Exchange and the other one. And it said they were going to be 91 feet wide. I went down to Courthouse Square to look and see what this was going to mean. It means we will be cutting down 10 redwood trees, the iconic tree of this area, 10 redwood trees that range in diameter or circumference from 9 to 13 feet. I feel that this is not something that we citizens of Santa Rosa want. We don't want to exchange parking lots for redwood trees.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Gail?
Hello, thank you for giving me time. My name is Gail Simons, and I am pleased that my city has been working on affordable housing and concerned about rent increases. But I am very concerned that I live in a county and a city that does not allow a person who cannot pay to lie down and rest. I don't believe, I think we have an ordinance in our city that does not allow a person to sleep in his or her car on the public ways, the streets, much less lie down in a sleeping bag or a tent on a sidewalk. And I think we need to pay serious attention to that. It's wonderful that we're talking about what we're going to do in 2020, but we have a need now. We have a need in fair weather, not even when it's raining outside, not when we're filled with the holiday spirit. We have a need all the time to be a better community and to take care of those that are so vulnerable in our society. So I think we need to have public space, not church parking lots only, but public space where people can park without getting a citation in their cars and can put their tents if they need to. We need to get organized around that in a public way, not just pushing people off the sidewalk and pushing the problem to community agencies. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, Ms. Simon. Adam Peacock.
I think I misfilled out my sheet. I'm hoping to speak to the Measure O review section.
To the Measure O?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Adam. I'll reorder this. Those are all the cards I have for our first public appearance section of the council meeting this evening. We have minutes from the October 27th meeting. Any changes, recommendations, corrections, council? Hearing and seeing none, we will accept them as presented. We have no consent items. And moving on to report items, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 14.1, report water conservation outreach update and request to increase appropriations for additional conservation efforts. Jennifer Burke, Deputy Director, Water and Engineering Resources, presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and members of the council. A little closer, is that better? I'm here with Colin Close, our Water Use Efficiency Coordinator, to give an update on our water conservation outreach for this past year, as well as a recommendation for an appropriations request. So we'll give a little bit of background information on how we got here and the state emergency drought regulations, as well as an overview of the current restrictions that are in place in Santa Rosa, which is stage 1 mandatory of our shortage plan. And then Colin will be doing a review of the outreach and resources that we have available here in the city of Santa Rosa, as well as give some information on the drought funding requests that we've had in the past and the recommendation from the Board of Public Utilities. So just as a reminder, a little bit of background, after a number of historic low rainfall years, in January of 2014, the governor declared a statewide drought emergency and asked for a 20% voluntary reduction in statewide water use. Our council responded, and in February of 2014, we asked for a voluntary 20% reduction in community-wide water use. And also at the time, the council approved $75,000 in drought outreach funding. In July of 2014, the State Water Board asked all entities throughout the state to redouble efforts and adopted the first emergency drought regulation. And that came with some mandatory requirements. So in response, in order for Santa Rosa to comply with those emergency drought regulations, the council adopted stage 1 mandatory of our shortage plan. And that is still what we are under today. Earlier this year, in March, the State Water Board was working on extending those emergency regulations and actually adopted an extension. And then on April 1st, the governor signed a new executive order directing the State Water Board to develop additional regulations to achieve a 25% required reduction in water use statewide. So just a little bit of overview of how that works, because sometimes that can be confusing to the public. When the governor issues an executive order, he's giving direction to his state staff. So he gave specific direction to his state staff, which is the State Water Board, to develop emergency drought regulations to achieve a 25% reduction statewide. He also gave direction that per capita water use is taken into account as part of the development of that emergency regulation. The State Water Board developed an emergency regulation, and then that regulation applies to water providers, such as the City of Santa Rosa, as well as any end users, so citizens throughout the state of California. And it's our job to implement and comply with those regulations. So as I mentioned, the governor's order was developed into emergency regulation, and the State Water Board did take into account per capita water use. Because of the strong commitment to water conservation in the city of Santa Rosa, our citizens and our customers have done an amazing job, and that was recognized. And so our requirement was to reduce water use by 16% compared to the same baseline in 2013. So the state is going to be looking at our water use from June of this year through February of 2016 and comparing that through June through February of 2013. And we have to achieve a 16% reduction in total water use. In order to do that, we are maintaining Stage 1 mandatory. Stage 1 mandatory is a 20% reduction in community-wide water use. We have some restrictions in place. In particular, irrigation is limited to the hours of 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless you're using a hose with a shut-off hose nozzle. We also have some requirements that irrigation runoff is prohibited. We are not allowing anyone to irrigate within 48 hours of measurable rainfall. No washing down of sidewalks or other hardscapes unless it's for public health reasons. Also requiring restaurants to only serve water on request. And we have been doing a lot of outreach, which we'll talk about in just a minute, and we know it's working. Here is our water use in 2015 compared to 2013, and our cumulative savings from June through September of this year, we've seen a 27% reduction in water use compared to 2013, so far exceeding our requirement for the state and also exceeding our Stage 1 mandatory request. So we're really appreciative of our citizens. They are doing a great job, and we have a number of conservation programs we've always offered, but we do believe that this additional outreach and marketing that we've been doing in relation to the drought has really shown these results. And in addition, you can see our annual water use. This is gallons per capita per day. Prior to the drought, we were starting to see some economic recovery, and we were starting to see some increase in water use. And so in 2013, we had 115 gallons per capita per day, which is still very, very efficient, and that's total water use. And then drought, outreach, marketing, additional programs, we saw that drop to 95 gallons per capita per day in 2014, and we're probably going to see even lower in 2015. In order to get the word out, we have been participating in regional drought campaigns with the Sonoma-Marin Saving Water Partnership, which we're a member of. The partnership is the 8 water contractors that purchase water from the Sonoma County Water Agency, as well as the Sonoma County Water Agency and the Marin Municipal Water District. We've been working together to do radio ads, to do print media, to take advantage of movie ads. We also did a big display this year in the fair with the Sonoma County Fair, which was our Water Smart Home display, and that is now currently in the downtown mall. So if you missed it at the fair, come see it there. And has a lot of great information on all the programs we offer and how we can help customers reduce water use. And we changed the focus of the campaign this year, and that's been up in the council chambers, but we had, there's a drought on, turn the water off, and now this year's focus has been there's never enough to waste, turn the water off. And so we have been following all of the activities at the state. We do know that the State Water Board has every intention at this point in time to extend the emergency regulations in February of 2016. We do anticipate that we'll see additional requirements extended, and so we're going to continue our outreach efforts at least through February and continue through next year per any requirements that come from the state. And now I'm going to turn it over to Colin, and he's going to talk about the specific programs in Santa Rosa.
Thank you very much. So locally, what we have done in addition to these partnerships and this other outreach that you've heard about is we have developed and distributed lots of materials, done direct mail to our ratepayers, done a tremendous number of workshops and events, over 50 dates. We've had staff out there in the community talking about water use efficiency and how we can help. We've also educated our own employees. Some very specific things we've done is bill inserts directly to every one of our ratepayers, every one of our customers, regular water supply updates that we share widely. We have a water shortage page on our website that folks can visit and learn more. And we do quite a bit of social media outreach as well. Specifically on CII, or Commercial, Industrial, Institutional, we are working with the North Bay Water Sustainability Coalition to make sure to highlight success stories, to show when folks have participated in our programs from our businesses and to show what the advantages are. So we're working with Chamber of Commerce, North Bay Leadership Council, Sonoma County Wine Grape Commission, and the Sonoma County Alliance to make sure those stories get out there. We're here to help. We have staff who are highly trained, have exceptional community and customer service skills out providing help to all of our residents and businesses. We have free water saving devices, faucet aerators, shower heads. We'll soon be having free toilets. That program will probably be rolling out in December. Folks can visit www.srcity.org/free toilets to learn more about that program. It's not yet open, but we're getting ready to open that. We have rebates and incentives, and we've had Water Watch patrols. Looking more specifically at our residential programs, we have a number of them. I just wanted to point out that the gray water reuse rebate has been very popular. Also, the rainwater harvesting rebate. We have over 107,000 gallons of rainwater storage capacity that's been developed through this program in our community. We have programs where we actually go to businesses or to homes, so specifically for single-family residential homes or multifamily residential homes. We've visited over 700 sites since August of last year to help them understand how they can save water. On the business side, we have quite a few programs as well. Over 60 businesses have been assisted since August of last year. So we offer expertise in best available technology and how they can split out a service that serves both domestic and irrigation, split that into 2 different meters so they can better control their water use, et cetera. One of our most popular and successful programs is our our turf removal, our green exchange program, Cash for Grass. So this shows you how popular this program has been over time. What I'll mention is that you can see already, as of September, 2015 had exceeded the square footage compared to 2014. It's actually closer to 500,000 square feet now, considering up through today. So this has been very, very popular. Over 700 businesses and homes have participated in this program, and we're just on the edge of 3 million square feet total that have been replaced, where drought-tolerant plants have been replaced or low water use landscapes have replaced high water use turf and landscapes. So again, with the outdoor programs, this is to show that we have been visiting these sites. So this just gives you a sense of how many customer contacts we've had, how many folks we've gone out and visited and helped to participate in these outdoor programs over time. So in February of 2014, we came to you and you authorized $75,000 for drought response to respond to the governor's declaration and to help get the word out. We spent most of that on direct mail pieces. That was the initial response. In July of 2014, we came back and asked for additional $75,000. We have been using that money to advertise our events, to provide additional assistance at some of our events, in addition to our own staff, to do radio ads, and to do banners, signage, and other printed material, and to have our Water Watch Patrol, our own staff, go out between 4:30 and 6:30 in the morning to look for irrigation problems that homeowners and businesses wouldn't necessarily even have noticed had we not been out there to note and let them know about that so that they have time to fix those. So we're coming to you tonight with a unanimous recommendation from the Board of Public Utilities unanimous report from the unanimous recommendation from the Board of Public Utilities that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to increase appropriations for drought response by $75,000. And the source of funds would be the balance that has been unappropriated in the Water Utility Operations Fund in order to continue this drought-related outreach effort. Thank you. We'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you both. Council, questions before I move to public comment? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you both for the report. Are you trying to say that yesterday's rain wasn't enough? I do have a question. Who produces your your advertising, both broadcast and print, is that, do you do that with a consultant?
Some of that work is done with a consultant, Ranch 7, and some of it is done in-house. So we often develop our own radio scripts and record those, but a lot of the other materials we're developing in conjunction with Ranch 7, so there's a similar look, feel, a consistency about it.
And where are they based?
Santa Rosa downtown. Actually, West 8th Street?
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlstrom. Actually, Mr. Schwedhelm was first, and then, I'm sorry. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Wow.
Not you.
Refocusing. Thank you for that presentation. As usual, you guys are all over this. I had a couple questions about the funding. So what is the balance of the unappropriated fund of the Water Utilities Operations Fund?
Through a lot of really conscious effort at budgeting and making sure that we have enough reserves to get through this drought, there's roughly $8 million.
Okay, and so I've also noted there's a pattern here of $75,000. How did you come up with that figure? It seems like, what was it, 5-6 months ago, you asked the same amount.
So we looked at the various mailings and things that we were hoping to do. We asked for initial $75,000 because we knew it would cover the mailings we wanted to do and the advertising. And then we didn't know if the drought would continue, how things would happen, and then when the emergency regulations were being talked about, we knew, okay, we needed an additional budget to get us through this first round of the emergency regs. We know about, it takes us roughly somewhere between, on the average, $5,000 to $10,000 for us to do an event, a large outreach event in our community, such as our Drought Drive-Up or our DIY events. We know how much it costs for us to do our water watch patrols and how long we're doing them. It's roughly, I think, $1,500 a week for us to do those. We know what it's been costing us to do our advertising budget. So we know $75,000 would get us through. We thought the initial, or the 2014 emergency regs, the first one, and then it's actually lasted us a little bit longer. And so now that we're under the second emergency regulation, we were hoping that regulation would end, but it's still continuing, and we believe that that's going to continue at the state. So we think $75,000 will get us through, we believe, through the summer of next year.
Okay, thank you, because that was my next question. How long do you think this would last? Because I would be open. I know all the efforts that you're doing just to save the staff time. I would be open to even more than that, using it as needed, because as you're anticipating this stage to continue, I'm open to that. But thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Are you ready for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jennifer Collin, nice to see you guys again. It's nice to be back in the water world. I had a question about the consultant or the firm that you use. Are they here?
In the audience today? No.
It would be great if we could see them, talk to them, meet them. I imagine much of what we're appropriating will go to a contract with them.
So we have existing contracts, so this is actually funding that will allow us to focus on water-specific information.
So we're in an appropriation conversation, not a contractor conversation. So staff has been, we've had a conversation with staff about when we get into contractor conversations, having the contractor here and present. So
Perfect.
that's the reason why there is not a contractor here and present.
Thank you. I appreciate what you guys do. I had the chance to get to know it pretty well, and I respect and appreciate what you're doing. I am also glad to know that there is a consultant, a communications team in place on this. One of the areas that I struggle with in articulating our outreach efforts is the regulation relating to measurable or demonstrable rainfall. How do we articulate that in a way that the average person can understand? I mean, obviously, yesterday, sure, that's, measurable, but is it the morning mist? So, I mean, what is it? And how do we get people to be more in tune with that? Because I can't tell you how many sprinkler systems I see going, the morning following a rain.
That is a great question, and it's something that the State Water Board struggled with and would not provide definitive information, and they left it up to all of the water agencies to make that determination. We've really looked at measurable rainfall. So we have a CIMA station which has rain gauges and information. We use that to determine how much water is needed in the landscapes to replace what's being lost through evapotranspiration, so evaporation from the soil and transpiration of the plant material. And so when we actually have measured rainfall in there, if we see that there's measured rainfall, we put information out through our social media, we put it on our website, we let folks know, you know, it's raining, suspend your irrigation. And then in the winter time, we typically don't have a lot of those isolated rainstorms throughout the summer, spring necessarily. But we do encourage everyone to turn their irrigation system off from November through April. So right now, we've put the word out, and all of our messaging is all about turn your irrigation system off right now. Really isn't needed because of the type of climate we have. We typically do receive more than enough rainfall. There's a number of factors that go into effect in terms of determining what the need is for the landscape for water. So the temperature is just one. Really, the shorter length of days and smaller amount of sunlight are a huge factor in how much water is needed. And most landscapes become pretty dormant in the wintertime.
So turn your clocks back, turn your irrigation systems off.
Yes.
Cool. There you go. You can use that as your marketing.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this. You all always do amazing work. I'm delighted to receive the little notices that I get in my mail. I appreciate that most of the water conservation we plan and fund is water that is provided by the city. I'm wondering if there are future plans, maybe not in the immediate future, but at least in the near future, to target folks who are using well water as well. Well water for landscaping in particular. I'm concerned that I see folks who have access to wells and they don't seem to be following the same rules. And my concern is that in the long run, it's all the same water supply under the ground. So if you could let me know some information about our plans for regulating and assisting in water conservation for landscapers who are using well water. Thank you.
Sure, so that's a great question. In terms of our water revenues, we are restricted in that we can only use those conservation funds for our water customers because they come from our water revenues. However, we have a lot of education and material, and we are more than happy to share that and encourage anyone who's interested to look at that material, use those recommendations. We just can't do specific incentive programs or rebates. In addition, we are a partner in the groundwater management plan, and that initial implementation plan is focusing on conservation recommendations and education and assistance for groundwater users in the Santa Rosa Plain. So that's another avenue that's getting the word out. And I think we were at council a couple weeks ago on October 20th, and we were talking about the need for us to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And as part of that, we will be getting a groundwater sustainability agency, and that will be another avenue where we can assist groundwater users.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, thank you for the report. You might want to pass along to folks the financial incentive to turn their irrigation off during the months of, was it January, February, and March, or?
Actually, it does start now. So during the winter months, it's highly encouraged for you to turn your irrigation system off first because it's not needed, but this is also the time when we start doing our sewer cap setting time.
And would you give the precise, is it November, December, and January?
So it's any 3-month billing period, and it can start through November and end through March. So it's those 3 months within that time period.
Which will save you money for the rest of the year.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
So we'll move to public comment. I have one card, Mr. DeWitt.
Was how we could perhaps spread some of this money to nonprofits and help them at the same time as we help the community. So far, it'll be $250,000 almost has gone to this contracting firm to do things that some of our nonprofits could help with. Specifically, public service announcements are supposed to be free on the radio, and if done correctly, you don't have to pay for that. And there's a number of radio stations, so we could get that going. You've got youth organizations and you've got different groups within the community that could make use of some of this money. And I just am concerned that it's become the same old, same old. You'll just keep giving money over to this firm and they'll say they're helping. Whereas when you get your youth pictures down here for the water conservation and you do things like that, it may have a greater effect. So perhaps if these folks from the department would work with some of our local nonprofits and find a way to perhaps involve our youth in a situation that's going to affect them much more than us older folks in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm sure the staff will take note of that recommendation. I know they take advantage of all sorts of opportunities. Sure.
Yes, so that is a great point, and we do take advantage where it makes sense, and we've actually worked with nonprofits such as Daily Acts and hired them to actually help us do programs and or really events. So we've worked with them on our DIY, do-it-yourself event, and really the majority of this funding is really about the media buys and the Water Watch Patrol and the events. There's very minimal amounts that's really going to the consultant for the design work.
Thank you very much. Well, I know you have a very creative department. Thank you to all of your work. Thank you to the City of Santa Rosa for outstanding conservation. Keep it up. We can't look at our successes and rest on our laurels. We have to keep up the good work, continue to make it part of our culture in conservation. So thank you very, very much. If there aren't any further questions or comments, Ms. Carlstrom, you have this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to apologize. I did not mean to suggest that this entire appropriation was going to a contract. I appreciate you sharing the information that we work with a consultant here in town. In the future, I'd just like to say hi, thanks for your work, that kind of thing. And I did have one quick question, though. We know it on the council, but when our community conserves and reduces their consumption, when the state boards come back in the future and say, oh, we need more reductions, is that in any way going to be held against us as a community for having already done such a great job of conserving?
So it's hard to speak to what exactly the State Water Board will do in February, but what we do know is that the governor did take into account and direct the State Water Board to consider gallons per capita per day water use in the most recent emergency regulation. Because we've had such a strong commitment to conservation, the requirements for each individual agency ranged from 12% as the lowest, and it went up in 4% increments to 36% as the highest. So we got 16% requirement because of the strong response and the commitment of our community to reduce their water use. So we do know that that is really important, and the more we can do that helps prolong our water supply, and also will just help us in any potential emergency regulation extension in the future.
Great, thank you. And I was only chuckling because, as you know, I have a friend on the water board, and so who knows what she'll do moving forward, but you probably could reach out. So if there aren't any other comments, questions, I will move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to increase appropriations of $75,000 for drought response from the unappropriated balance in the Water Utility Operations Fund for drought outreach and waive further reading.
Second.
Thank you. And your votes, council? And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Mr. McGlynn, 14.3.
We're going to skip 14.2?
Oh, sorry. I think it's my prerogative, but in this case,
Yeah,
no.
I'm just
go ahead.
asking.
We'll do it in order. It makes sense. Yes, 14.2, thank you.
14.2, report fiscal year 2014-15 Measure O annual report and amendment to the Measure O implementation plan for all programs. Debbie Lochner, Chief Financial Officer, and several others presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would suggest we take this item in two parts and talk about the annual plan first. We do have members of the Oversight Committee in the audience, so I'd like to be able to, both of these items they reviewed and approved, but they do, our chair would like to make comments after the annual report presentation. So with your indulgence, we'll do that first, and then we'll talk about the implementation plan.
Sure.
So this is just the order of what you're going to see. We'll be talking, first of all, high level. Overall, we started the year with a fund balance for, you can see it's broken out by program, but in total, about $4.7 million in fund balance. And most of that is in the fire department, which is saving up for building a future fire station. So it takes several years to get enough funding in order to build those stations. We received about $8.1 million in total tax revenue. Added to that, some investment income, not a lot, $24,000. In prior years, we have had some grant funding as well as in our additional revenues. Our expenditures were close to $8.8 million, so we did spend down some of our fund balance this year, primarily in the violence prevention programs, but a little bit in the fire programs. And overall ended up with about $4 million still remaining. And just to remind the council, each one of these programs has a specific segregated funding that so we manage them separately. Based on the ordinance, police receives 40% of the revenue, fire 40%, and violence prevention and intervention programs receive 20% of that overall revenue. We wanted to give you a picture of kind of historically what has happened as far as revenue and expenditures. During the recession, when the council did allow us to fund below baseline, we did use Measure O funds to fund some general fund programs. So you'll see during those years we overspent our revenue, and that was a deliberate action to make sure we could get through the Great Recession and keeping the programs as whole as we could. And as you can see, we've also now are back up to our kind of normalized, where we're spending about equal to the revenue that's coming in. And with that, I will introduce Hank Schroeder and his team to talk about the police department Measure O programs.
Mayor, council members. Oops.
I'm Megan Bassinger at ASO for the police department. So the police department spent about $3.2 million last year on Measure O. As you can see, the majority of that was for salaries and benefits for 19 positions that Hank will get into in a couple of slides. There's also a small portion that goes to services and supplies, which includes items such as our downtown enforcement office, officer equipment, and vehicle expenses, so fuel and maintenance for the various patrol vehicles we have assigned to those Measure O officers. And then also program administration, which is a citywide charge that will appear in the other departments that are funded by Measure O as well. This slide, you can see our expenditures and revenue over time. As you can see, in the last couple of years, we are pretty much trending by expending our equal amounts of revenue.
The vast majority of Measure O funding goes to personnel within two divisions within the police department: our field service division, which is our patrol or uniform division, and also our technical service division. Within our field service division, Measure O funds 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, 12 police officers, which are spread through our downtown enforcement team and our traffic unit and patrol, 2 field evidence techs, and a community service officer, which is our graffiti abatement. Within our technical service division, which is our dispatch records area, it's 1 communication supervisor and 1 police technician. The results of the Measure O staff across the city for public safety is listed through our felony arrests, misdemeanor arrests, our traffic citations, our officer-initiated events, which could be a lot of different things, including our community policing component, dealing with complaints regarding anywhere from homelessness, traffic issues, a lot of those things are captured within there. And our communication support, having dispatch and the supervisor within there. And the ongoing graffiti abatement component that our community service officer provides. One highlight on that is the 8 felony cases that were initiated for taggers within the city of Santa Rosa based on the work that the community service officer and detectives did. Over the last 10 years, the Measure O has allowed the police department to expand our downtown enforcement team, which is the team that primarily focuses on the Santa Rosa core, Railroad Square, downtown Courthouse Square areas. It also provides overall 19 positions within the police department and the ongoing expenses for our patrol fleets and vehicles. Provided 2 new canines to our program, bringing the total number to 4. Equipment for the officers in the Measure O program, our radar trailer, which assists in the education component. A lot of times when complaints come in to the police department, we can use the radar trailer to educate the community as to what the speed limits are in those areas and try to get some voluntary compliance. And then camera systems down in the downtown core.
So I don't know if you have any questions at this point, but before...
We might as well let's check and see, and then we can, if not, we'll move to fire. Mr. Schwedel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have 2 quick ones. Are all your Measure O positions filled?
Currently, our Measure O positions are filled in the police department.
Okay, and then I saw that you received $53K for the graffiti restitution. Does that go back into the Measure O fund?
No, restitution is deposited into the general fund.
Even though it was based on the actions of a Measure O funded employee?
Correct.
And is that a staff policy, or is that written somewhere in the ordinance? It seems like if it was a Measure O generated.
I don't believe it's 100% generated by the work of the Measure O employee. The Measure O employee primarily keeps the database and assists with the correspondence, but the work is actually done by non-Measure O detectives.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thanks. Chief, I'm just curious about the results of Measure O staff, like 154 arrests. These are specifically arrests made by personnel funded by Measure O?
Yes, they are.
Take the downtown enforcement team. Are all of those officers funded by Measure O?
2 of them are.
Okay, so it would only be arrests attributed to those 2 people?
The Measure O positions, yes.
Okay. It's just an interesting way of, I guess you probably have been doing this before. I haven't seen it, but it's an interesting way of breaking things out. Because I would imagine if Measure O went away, you would still try to have those same people working the downtown enforcement team.
Well, yes, anytime if you were to take and eliminate something like Measure O, or at least the staffing, we'd have to revisit our staffing and what our priorities are.
Sure. Okay. All right. Just curious.
Ms. Combs.
If we could look at the slides on page 7, I'm just wonder if you can clarify for me what happened in, I guess it's 09-10. Maybe you mentioned it and I missed it.
So those were the years when we allowed the general fund to fund below baseline with 6 votes of the council, and Measure O picked up some of those expenses in those few years of the recession.
So the peak of expenditures is the expenditures through Measure O?
Actually, that's not quite correct. It was when the council declared a fiscal crisis, which allows the council to supplant general fund spending with Measure O revenue.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the report, Chief, and this is going to apply to other sections of the report as well. Just to echo the Vice Mayor, I would like to see the statistics presented in context with others, because if we just throw an anecdotal statistic down there, it's hard to really judge or grasp what that means. So and there's other statistics throughout the report, which we'll get to in a private meeting perhaps, but an anecdotal line like that, I think in and by itself, sure, it's a good thing that those two officers made those arrests, but it's hard to contrast it. And I think that's the real worth of those numbers.
Any other questions, council, before we move to fire? Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Megan.
Our next department that will present their programs will be the fire department with Chief Tony Gosner.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Tony Gosner. I'm the fire chief for the city of Santa Rosa, and we're going to have Lef Brown, who is our ASO, start off the presentation with the financials.
So the first slide shows our spending for 2014-15, salaries and benefits for our staff of 10 for Measure O, including in that is partial funding of an EMS manager. The service and supplies, the $58,000 is mainly supporting our apparatus that's been purchased by Measure O's over the years. So it's the equipment, maintenance, fuel, and insurance for that. Administration is support from the city for Measure O, and the capital expenditures, the 579, 648, and the 367 are both fundings for Station 5. Next page. And then this is the funding over the first 10 years of Measure O, revenues and expenditures.
Okay, Measure O positions. We have 10 positions. 3 are captains, 3 are engineers, and 3 are firefighters. So we know that to run one engine in the city takes 9 people, 3 people per day. There's 3 shifts. We can't put all 9 people on the same engine because they're all paramedics. So I'm going to try to explain this without confusing the issue, but those 9 folks are on different engines. The training captain, that's in our administrative office. They work on things like Lexapol, which is a policy that we are switching to, and other fire station type projects, like Station 5 was a big project for us in the fire department. And then we currently fund out of Measure O 24% of an emergency medical services manager. The reason why that's 24% is because when we started Measure O, it was just a fixed cost, and that cost has gone up, but Measure O has not gone up. So it's at 24%. So the impact, so the 9 firefighters and a training captain, again, 3 engines are paramedic units. Measure O pays for 3 paramedic engines in the city. And those 9 firefighters are spread all out. So there's 3 captains. There's 1 captain, 1 engineer, and 1 firefighter on each shift from Measure O. So all 3 shifts have 3 Measure O components into them. That has allowed us to enhance our emergency medical services manager. So while Measure O pays for 24%, we have a public-private, thank you, position with AMR that helps fund our paramedic program. It has improved in response times, and this is, back in 2007, we were we measure our responses 2 different ways.
One is we want to get to that call within 4 minutes with a one-minute turnout time from time of dispatch to the time of arrival is 5 minutes. That's an NFPA standard. And then also when we send a full assignment to like a structure fire, 3 engines, a truck, and a battalion chief, the NFPA standard is 8 minutes. Currently, before Station 11, and I'm going to say Station 11 is our Major O station, that was financed fully by Major O and the equipment bought by Major O. Before that station went in service, we had response times were right around 79% for single unit response times and right around 74% for full assignments. With the addition of Major O, Engine 11 in 2014, we have seen our population grow about 6%. We've seen our call volume grow 40% in the 5-year period. So with Engine 11, our response times, our single engine response times have stayed right around 74%, but our full assignment response times, though, that has increased up to 85%. So what it does is allow us to get all our equipment in a timely fashion to make the most efficient firefighting force out there today. And we couldn't really do that without Major O. Major O really was the impetus to build Station 11. That allows us to move Station 5. It allows us to build Station 10, or helped with Station 10. So I'm trying to, Engine 11 alone last year responded to 3,800 calls, a little over 3,800 calls for service. About half of those are within their district and half of those are responding outside. So to outside meaning within the city, but other districts, so District 3, District 1. So it's a big support system. It was a big hole before we put Station 11 in there, and they've really, really helped a lot. The reason why we haven't seen our response times go down on a single unit response times is because our call volume has increased by 40%. So without Engine 11, it would be much, much worse. And then again, we allow, the improved EMS patient outcomes. We have 9 paramedics that Major O funds. Those are on 9 separate pieces of equipment. So every time we go on a medical aid, somebody on those engines that's Major O is being affected through the Major O. Increased community outreach. Again, with these Major O people that are out there, Save Lives Sonoma with AMR and the county EMS agency, we have touched over 7,000 7th graders to teach hands-only CPR. That's county-wide. I'm not sure how many it is in the city, but we taught all the 7th graders. We assisted with AMR, all the 7th graders in Santa Rosa, the hands-only CPR model, and we do that every year. It's a train-the-trainer program, so we help the school. We train the physical education teachers, and we go back if they need us. If they don't need us, then that's great, but we try to reach as many people as we can. And of course, it was a huge, huge factor in financing Fire Station 5. So Fire Station 10, that was Southwest Santa Rosa. We're looking at 2008. Fire Station 11, College or Mendocino and Steele, that was open in 2009. And then Station 5, which was just completed partially with a temporary occupancy. We are up there now. We've been up there for about 2.5 months, and that's going well at this point. And there's some pictures of equipment. So we purchased Engine 10, Engine 26. The engine on the bottom is a Type 3 fire engine. I just like to point out that that was bought by Major O. It was probably out on the fire line 40 days this summer, 4 significant fires in our area. So, and it also played a huge role in the rim fire. It goes out quite a bit, and that's funded by Major O. And our 10-year accomplishments, this is just kind of, we've seen all this in the last couple of slides. So we are able to hire 9 firefighters and a training captain. 3 engines are paramedic or ALS units. We enhanced medical services manager, so 24% of that position is paid through Major O. Increased community outreach, constructions of stations and equipment, and improved EMS, I should say, EMS patient outcomes. And that's it for fire.
Thank you, Chief. Council questions? Mr. Wysocki?
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Appreciate the work that you and the department do. Could you just give the public an idea, a breakdown, rough breakdown of the calls? Otherwise, the increased volume, people might think that Santa Rosa is burning as to what your responsibilities are.
So last year, we responded just over 24,000 calls for service. 67% of those calls are EMS related. 2.5% are.
Can you define that so the people that don't know what EMS?
So, yeah, that's, so we go to medical aid. So somebody calls for chest pain, broken arm, anything medical related. 67% of our calls, so about 16,000 calls were EMS. We responded a little over 700 calls for fires, and the rest are a little bit of everything.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Question for CFO Lochner. You had mentioned that fire was saving for another fire station on top of that, and yet I see the fund balance decreasing in Measure O. That seems to be an inconsistency in statements.
So that would be because they finished up Station 5 this last year. They do still have a healthy fund balance, and that is for the next station, which you will see in the implementation plan. It outlines the stations they plan to build and about when they plan to build those.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. A couple of questions. You mentioned that call volume was up 40%. And over what period of time?
From 2007 to, 2004 to 2014. So it was a 10-year
10
period.
years.
It went up 40%.
Okay. Also on the EMS manager, that's 24% funded by Measure O. Did that start out as 100% funded by Measure O?
No, it was 25%, and then the contract that we have with the public-private partnership with AMR, that's funded through, that position is funded through those monies.
Okay, so in 10 years, that's gone from 25% to 24%?
Yes.
Okay. And, I was just curious about the Type 3 engine. Is that specifically designed for wildfire?
Absolutely, yeah, it's a wildland fire engine.
Wildland,
yeah.
And I assume it can also be used on city streets?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Ms. Combs?
Thank you for the report. I'm interested in the response times. That's something that I think I ask about frequently, and have asked in the past for a map showing where the response times are 5 minutes within our community and where they're greater than 5 minutes. I don't think I've gotten that yet. And I'm hoping that if we're going to talk about improved response times, that at some point we get the map.
Absolutely.
I think this is my third or fourth time asking for it. So I do appreciate you, but I do want to see the response times if we're going to talk about how improved they are. Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Mr. Brown.
And the next programs that will be presented will be from the violence prevention partnership programs, along with the recreation and park programs that support the violence prevention and intervention. We have Serena Lino and Kelly Magnuson.
Good evening, Council. I'm Serena Lino. I am the interim program manager for the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership out of the City Manager's Office. And
Kelly Magnuson, Deputy Director for the Recreation and Parks Department.
We're pleased to be able to present to you the annual report for 14-15, as well as some of our 10-year accomplishments that we've been able to achieve since 2004. So this first slide here shows you the salaries and benefits similar to the other two departments. However, we separated it out by the two different departments so that you can see what the spending is for both the City Manager's Office as well as Recreation and Parks. I wanted to point out for services and supplies under the City Manager's Office, that large dollar amount is largely attributed to the Choice Grant Program. This slide here shows you the trends of revenues to expenditures for the Violence Prevention Fund over the years. In the early years, you see the revenues are higher than the expenditures, and that's really ramping up the program, hiring the staff, developing the programs, and expanding them. And then this last year, the higher expenditures than revenue is attributed to the one-time funding that we presented to council that was approved for the school responsive grant program, as well as the rebranding process that we just recently went through. We are able to do the work that we do because of several different positions that are within City Manager's Office in Recreation and Parks. So we have a full-time program manager, a program analyst. We have a community outreach specialist that's full-time in the City Manager's Office, as well as a .5 position in it's with the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. Forgive me, I don't know which new department that is in.
That would be in the new Housing and Community Services. We'll get that.
Yes. We also have a full-time senior administrative assistant in the City Manager's Office and a half-time position in Recreation and Parks. There's also a half-time recreation supervisor, 2 full-time recreation coordinators, and a recreation specialist. So this totals 8.5 employees. But also, Recreation and Parks couldn't do the work that they do without a large number of seasonal temporary employees. And so this amounts to about 11,669 temporary staff hours, and which is the equivalent of about 6.5 FTEs. And this is to provide direct service to the youth in our community. So to begin, we wanted to remind Council of the large project that we worked on, the Community Safety Scorecard, which we presented in a study session this past June. And it is to allow for us to look at more of a public health model, to expand the view of what we are measuring, of how the efforts in our community and the impact that we are having. So we're looking at 17 different indicators across 4 different domains. So we're looking at economic conditions, school conditions, family connectedness, and then also too crime and safety. We need to look at the bigger view of what is impacting our community that can lead towards violence. So, and what the results will show us, which we're in the final stages right now, and should hopefully be producing it early next month, is we're looking at those key social determinants of health and what are really impacting the youth and families in our community. And then we will be identifying some strategies to specifically address these needs. And then we will be engaging our partners as well as community members to identify what ways we can strategically address these needs, as I mentioned. So for the past 10 years, we've been able to capture some data related to crime and safety and school conditions. I had mentioned with the scorecard, it helps us to broaden the scope by establishing a new baseline to look at a broader set of indicators. But for the last 10 years, we've been able to monitor how we've been doing related to graduation rates and dropout rates with the schools. So we've been able to collectively, through this collaborative effort, there's a wide variety of different reasons that contribute towards these various indicators, but collectively, the community has helped to increase graduation rates by 10%, and we've decreased dropout rates by 23% from 2010 to 2014. So we have to thank all of our partners for their collective effort in helping to support our youth in schools. Additionally, we look at crime and arrest rates for Santa Rosa between 2005 and 2014. For violent crime, initially when we were looking at the data, we were looking at about a 68% decrease, but when we were looking at the numbers to ensure that we were reflecting them accurately, we realized that there's actually been a 44% reduction in violent crime, which is still very good work on the part of our community. Additionally, we've looked at a reduction in juvenile felony violence offense arrests by 13%, reduced violent felony arrests by 40%, and reduce juvenile misdemeanor arrests by 40%. So before I continue, I just wanted to pause for a moment and thank the many people we have here in our audience that really do the good work for our community. So if I can just have our community-based organizations and the various partners that we have from our policy team and operational team just stand for a moment so that we can acknowledge the good work that they're doing in our community. It really does take this partnership to do this good work. And through the Measure O funds, we've been able to invest over $4.4 million in grant funding for 21 community-based organizations and school districts. Many of them you see here this evening. And this allowed us to provide services for over 27,000 youth and parents over the last 10 years. And those are actual individual people that have been served by these programs, 27,000 people. It's pretty remarkable that Measure O has been able to serve the community in this way. And this equates to, we have been able to deliver over 4.2 million hours of service over these last few years. Measure O has also allowed us to, we've been able to leverage Measure O funds to bring in additional dollars, and so over the last few years we've received 3 California Gang Reduction, Intervention, and Prevention, or otherwise known as CalGRIP grants from the Board of State and Community Corrections, totaling over $2.2 million in additional revenue in addition to Measure O. And then in fiscal year 14-15, aside from CalGRIP funds, with the grant program, we require agencies to provide 35% of a cash match. So that's additional funding coming in for every Measure O dollar received. And so for the last year, we were able to leverage an additional 68% in matching funds, or 68 cents for every Measure O dollar. So that's pretty remarkable that agencies are able to, again, use Measure O funding to leverage additional resources coming into our community. The partnership, just as a reminder, the partnership includes representatives from over 50 different community organizations. So over the past 10 years, from when the partnership, or formerly known as the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, was established, we had just shy of 30 different organizations that were members, and now we have expanded to over 50 different organizations. So this includes community members, public, private organizations, we have school districts, we have the faith community, the business community, and so it really does take all of us to do this good work. Turn it over to Kelly.
Thank you. So the Neighborhood Services section of the Recreation and Parks Department is the group of staff that plan all the great programs in the community for youth, school-age teens, and then we also employ a lot of youth from the neighborhood in our programs. I just wanted to acknowledge some of our staff that plan the programs before I share some of the exciting details with you, if they could just wave. They spend a lot of time out in the field coordinating and planning programs, and I'm very proud to share with you some of the highlights of what they have done for the last year. Measure O is a very valuable resource for our youth and our families in the community. We've been able to add lots of valuable programs to the Recreation and Parks Department because of that funding. We are working in the high needs areas of the city, the areas where youth are susceptible to gang activity. We're working closely with the police department. Majority of our programs are in parks and neighborhoods in the higher risk areas in Roseland in the Southwest Community Park, for example. And most of our programs are providing underserved youth with opportunities they might not have already received. So the first bullet up there is highlighting some of our sports programs. And what I wanted to share tonight is that all of our leagues emphasize the fundamentals of the game to prepare youth for higher level of play in high school. The practices take place after school and on the weekends, and the focus is on fun and learning the sport. There's no tryouts. Everybody plays, everybody gets equal playing time. There's no rotations, and it's very popular. Our programs are very full. And some of our programs are the year-round basketball, NFL flag football, futsal, middle school soccer. And then what I wanted to highlight, one of the highlights of the year was the Junior Warrior program. We actually had some kids selected to go play before a Warriors game down in Oakland, which was very exciting for some of our kids. And then the other really popular highlight we added this year was the Junior Giants program, and we served about 240 kids this past summer down at Elsie Allen and Southwest Community Park. And that program was also funded by the Change for Kids program, and that was a very popular program. We also had about 30 community volunteers that assisted, and then the program has an educational component, and it also focuses on character development, confidence, leadership, integrity, and teamwork. The second bullet up there, I wanted to talk a little bit about our community programs. During the school year, we have 3 sites: Valley Oak Apartments, Apple Valley Apartments, and the Family Support Center. And this past year, HUD Housing worked with us to give the Valley Oak program a complete facelift. It looks like a brand new rec room, so we're really excited about that, and the youth also feel really great about coming there for the program. And then we partnership with the food bank to provide snacks at the programs. We provide field trips, we provide guest speakers, and we're currently working with the Volunteer Center to bring some more programming to the sites. And then the other component we added to this program was our monthly family fun nights this year. The other very popular program is our Recreation Sensation program, which serves over 300 youth each summer, and our 3 sites were Lincoln, Monroe, and Steel Lane Elementary School, and we worked with Santa Rosa City Schools to provide all those children with a free breakfast and lunch every day for 7 weeks out of the summer. There were lots of activities planned for those summer's programs. One other brand new program we have is our cheer program, and as you might know, cheerleading is very expensive, and so we're trying to provide another alternative for young people who want to participate in an activity but aren't really that interested in sports. So lastly, I just wanted to point out that over the past 10 years, we've expanded our sites to 22 sites. 30% of our employees are hired directly from the neighborhoods that we serve. And I've put in front of you our latest outreach piece. That is a newsletter that's mailed out twice a year. The front is in English and the back is in Spanish, and we send those to the neighborhoods that we're trying to target for our programs. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Just a couple more things briefly here. So we also wanted to highlight our annual Gang Prevention Awareness Week that we began in 2009, and we just recently concluded our 7th annual week of events, and this year was by far the largest year yet. We wanted to take a moment to highlight, even though it is technically in this fiscal year, it's relevant and very timely, and it's an excellent opportunity to not only highlight the different programs that we have, but also to celebrate them. This year, just to talk about a couple of them, we had a new event, an art show and lowrider car exhibition, which was very exciting, and many of you were able to come out and see it. We had around 50 different vehicles. Both the police department and the creator of the Lowrider magazine were the judges for the evening. There were several hundred people that came out. It was in Depot Park downtown. downtown in Old Railroad Square. So it was a partnership with the police department, California Youth Outreach, the business owners downtown there. It was a very good success story. And so we look forward to doing that one again next year. And then also too, we had a variety of different programs and events going on, and we served over 2,000 people, and we estimate at least over 2,000 people for the whole week itself. So I encourage you all to join us next year when we do celebrate again all of the different programs. And one of the things we've talked about this evening is a lot of statistics, a lot of information, a lot of outcomes and details of what we've been able to serve. But what's missing are the voices of the people that have actually been served by the program. So this year, in light of our 10-year accomplishments, we've invited a parent and a young woman who each of them have both benefited from a couple of the different programs. So we'd like to invite them up right now to say a few words on what their experiences were in participating with the program. So the first is a mother, Iris Mellardo, and she is going to be accompanied by Beatriz Flores Huertas, who's our community outreach specialist, who will be doing some translation or interpretation for her this evening.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, concilio de la ciudad. Mi nombre es Iris Mellado.
Good evening, council members. My name is Iris Mellado.
Estoy aquí para agradecer el apoyo que han dado al programa Padres Unidos. La verdad es un programa muy excelente
I'm here to thank you for the program of Padres Unidos, Parents Together, that it's provided by CAP. It's a great opportunity for parents.
Para ayudarnos a nosotros los padres a poder guiar a nuestros hijos, en ver la importancia que nuestros hijos tienen, tanto en la familia como para la sociedad.
It's a great opportunity for us parents to guide our children, for us to know what's important and how to lead them in the right path.
El programa de Padres Unidos, en lo personal, a mí me ha ayudado mucho en estrategias para padres.
The Padres Unidos program has personally helped me to learn the strategies for parents.
Dar elogios y amor a nuestros hijos, cómo tener consecuencias para ellos si están haciendo lo incorrecto.
Not only to give them compliments when they're doing something good and praise them for that, but also to know how to call them on the things that they're not doing correctly.
Tener supervisión activa para ellos, estar pendiente de lo que ellos hacen, como también grupos de apoyo.
To be able to supervise them constantly, to know what they're doing, and to also have access to support groups.
Liderazgo, conocimiento de pandillas, de drogas y de malas amistades. En lo personal, a mí eso me ayudó mucho.
Leadership classes, programs about gang and drugs intervention and prevention services, those topics that I learned have really personally helped me a lot.
Como les digo, en lo personal me ayudó mucho porque me ayudó a poder guiar más a mis hijos de lo que yo podía hacer. Ellos tienen un programa excelente y yo creo que si hubieran más programas como Padres Unidos, nuestros hijos estarían fuera de pandillas.
As I mentioned, this program really helped me to know how to work with my children. And I believe that if there were more programs like this that teach you about gang awareness, that we could do a better job as parents and we could really learn something else.
Nos enseñaría también cómo guiar más a nuestros hijos y poner más atención a ellos. Y habría menos violencia en la ciudad de Santa Rosa. Bueno, no solo en Santa Rosa, sino en todo el país.
It would really help us to teach our children or learn us how to guide our children in the right path. And I think it would contribute to less violence in Santa Rosa, well, not only in Santa Rosa, but in the whole county or the country.
Solamente, y que Dios les bendiga.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to invite up Amy Gagarin from Social Advocates for Youth.
Hello, my name is Amy Gagarin, and I've been a part of the Clean Slate program at SAY for about 3 years. And I'm very grateful for this program, as without programs like these, I probably wouldn't be able to get a tattoo removed. That was quite a barrier, and I got it many years ago when I was too young to be making decisions like that. Now I'm on a better path, and without removing my tattoos, I feel like I got a lot better confidence. And I'm almost done. My tattoo's pretty much gone. So yeah, I'm very excited about everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Liddell and Ms. Magnuson. Great presentation. Council, any questions? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you both for the report and also for your comments. Those are very nice to hear. And also thank you, everyone who came tonight from the partnership and the service providers. Appreciate your patience. Hope you got a little better idea of what goes on down here at City Hall. And just thank you for being here. Ms. Lino, I have no doubt in my mind at all that the Violence Prevention Partnership affects lives positively, that it really has an impact on families in our community. But a couple of the statistics here, for instance, graduation rates and juvenile arrests, we're not suggesting that all of this is attributed to the partnership.
No, that is correct. It's, there's a wide variety of different factors and variables that contribute towards graduation rates, dropout rates, crime rates, and such. But when we look at collectively, since Measure O was implemented in the community, to be able to see such a significant impact around these rates is something that we want to call attention to. It's what we refer to as population level results of what's going on a community-wide level that we can be monitoring and seeing how we can be addressing those collectively as the partnership.
That's good. I appreciate that. It's good information to know that the community is going in the right direction. I just want to make sure I understood the context in which you're presenting it.
Yes.
And once again, thank you all for coming tonight.
Other questions or comments, Council, before I move to public comment? I'm sorry, Ms. Combs.
Thank you very much for the report. I also want to appreciate the community that has formed here and that has come out tonight to express their support for all our children. So I thank you each very much for your strong interest in helping all of our kids. It's a difficult time, I think, to be making these life passages. And I really appreciate that we have so many people in our community volunteering and working together to help kids find the right paths for themselves. I do have some data-related questions. So I agree with the possibly more tactfully stated concerns of my fellow council member, Vice Mayor Coursey. I believe that there's been national changes in crime rates, and when we're given data without the comparison of another, national or regional or comparable cities' data, it's very hard to look at it. Even though we celebrate a decrease, it's hard to know how much we should celebrate it. It may be that we've decreased a lot more than the national trends or than the regional trends, but we can't tell. So it would be really helpful when you throw data out that we have a context for it. I looked back at a number of of our earlier task force, when it had the other name, reports. And for at least a couple of years, we were reporting on how youth self-identified, whether people under 13 and under self-identified as having joined a gang or not. And in 09-010, that number was 80% of the youth surveyed self-identified as a gang affiliate. And for me, not having that data anymore, having it disappear, seems to me to sort of undermine many of the other positive accomplishments, because we have this horrific old number with no new numbers to say, look what we've done. And I think this was, for me, the target. For me, the target was for children 13 and under to stop identifying in gangs. So I'd really love to see us have that data to compare. Shouldn't be that difficult for that particular piece of data. I know some of our metrics change, but that seems also, in past reports, we've received truancy rates. And I don't know if truancy has changed significantly or not, if there's a reason we've left it out. But I appreciate that we've changed to violence prevention, but I think truancy and indications of gang affiliation are key to that. And I would love to see some consistency in the data that we collect and that we receive. I don't know when it's appropriate to ask in general about the oversight board. Will that come now or will that come later? Is there?
The next section.
The next section has a presentation from the oversight board. Okay, I'll hold questions about oversight. But again, I want to thank you. I know that this is a deep concern for our community, and I think that having so many people move us forward with our children is a great thing. So thank you, just asking for data.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer. Do want to thank staff for the reports. I think that this program is wonderful, how it impacts a lot of our youth in the community. I just see it in the self-confidence and the self-discipline from the participants here, that you're able to sit through this long meeting and not squirm. And I think that's fantastic. I mean, that's one of the things athletics teaches you. And I want to hear about a lot more success stories like Manny, because that's truly what we're leaving behind. So to the youth that are here and to the mentors, I really do thank you for your work, because it doesn't just pay off immediately. As you know, it will pay off down the line, and I think that's fantastic. I do have some questions, as you might expect, from reading the report. I do want to echo my colleagues' concerns, though, about the statistics not placed in context. It's been a concern of mine, and I would like to be able to judge from a national level. I'd also am still frustrated by the lack of gang crime data to compare from the beginning of the measure, because that's what it was sold on to the voters, or promoted to as the voters. I don't see that. A couple of specifics. I will save most of those. I have my 2-page memo to staff that I would like to go over in detail. I won't do all of that here tonight, because I know self-discipline can only go so far. But I am concerned with some of the numbers on the annual report. Attachment 1, where we have Measure O revenue and expenditures, page 6. These are exclusively sales tax and not grant funding. And specifically in this fiscal year, we're looking at just under 8.8 million of expenditures. Would that be sales tax?
That is primarily the revenue coming into Measure O is sales tax. There's just a very small other
Okay.
revenue piece.
Okay, that's fine. So if we go to the choice grants, which is the heart of this program, I'm concerned because in attachment 1, fiscal year 14-15, we're spending $757,000. Next year, we're projecting $563,000 in attachment 2. That's quite a drop. And maybe that's a question for the implementation board or oversight committee, but I just, that you'll have to agree, that's a $200,000 drop.
So for 14-15, that was largely for the one-time funds that council approved for the responsive grant program. So it was a one-time significant increase and then now for 15-16, it goes back down to the standard 35% that we allocate from the revenue we receive for violence prevention.
I'm sorry, I just want to get there. I appreciate the information. It did jump up. Okay, very well. Also concerned, the last, on page 34 of 36, for the last 4 items, which are basically administrative, IT, miscellaneous services and councils and conferences and trainings, we're looking at $300,000. That's a lot of money. And I don't, I want that money going to the programs, and I think everyone up here does as well. Perhaps we can get that later, but it's, if you look at those numbers, it's quite a jump from the previous fiscal years.
Thank you.
Well, let me chase you.
Sorry about that, I had to get to that page. Yes, some of it is for the realignment conference that we had back in April of 2015, then where we invited, we had over 250 different participants from 33 different cities that came to visit us here in Santa Rosa. And then also part of it was from one-time cost council approved for the rebranding process that we went through from changing from the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force to the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership.
Okay. I appreciate the response. And then the community scorecard that I see, is that in future budgets for every third year, we're paying $50,000 for that bit of information? Is that what I see out there? And that's attachment 2.
So that's in the implementation plan, which we were going to talk about after the annual report, but, you know, we can certainly talk about it now.
Well, since we were referencing it here,
Right.
I just didn't want to come back to it.
So, and then which item was that again?
Oh, community scorecard. Every third year, we have an expenditure plan for $50,000.
Right, so that is to do the assessment and redo the scorecard every 3 years so that we make sure we are monitoring and managing that. And Serena can talk more about that particular program.
Okay. Is that the one, is that part of the survey that we're taking of program participants and their parents and staff? Is that?
No, that's actually a separate one. So that at the beginning of our presentation, I talked about the 17 different indicators where we're measuring across school conditions, economic conditions, family and community connectedness, and then crime and safety. So that $50,000 will be used towards updating those particular indicators every 3 years.
Okay, that's fine. In this report, though, I have an issue with responsiveness of participants and the numbers. Again, they're a little bit out of context. I'm glad we're getting such a positive response, but I wonder of the worth outside of the context of other statistics. We don't have staff response. I don't know if a participant is going to tell an adult that's providing the service, I didn't like your program. So that makes me question the number. I'm glad that they're all participating. I'm glad we're seeing positive results. But again, as was echoed much more eloquently by some of my colleagues, I don't know just that number by itself, if that really gives us an accurate metric. So I would just caution against self-reporting, if you will. Thank you.
Mr. Sorry, Mr. Sorry, Ms. Locker. Mr. Schweidel.
Thank you. Just to clarify on slide 25 about the community safety scorecard, Is it the intent, once this gets finalized, that the data that you will be reporting to this body will be these metrics, these 17 or 18, once they're finalized?
Yes, so the community safety scorecard was designed to be a new baseline that we would then measure against the effectiveness of the partnership moving forward. So yes, it will be a new set of measures that we will be using moving forward.
So I know, having received previous information requests about different data points, but are we moving in the direction of this will be how we will be reporting out, so future councils receive it in this format with these data points? Is that what the intent is?
I would say yes and no. Yes, because we want to be able to use timely data to the extent that we're able to, not only because we intend to do the scorecard every 3 years. So we will be presenting to council the 3-year scorecard with those particular measures, and then we will be looking at those at which we can measure, and we have access to that data on an annual basis.
Okay. And when would we anticipate finalizing the scorecard?
We are set to finalize it at the end of this month.
So again, the potential with every 3 years, and again, I'll save my questions for the implementation plan, but part of the funding and part of the intent of the partnership is to provide services in those high-need areas that I think we heard of earlier. That's part of the intent by evaluating this every 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Sure, Ms. Gomes.
So this is a 10-year, we have 10 more years on this. So every 3 years is 3 more reports, is that correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't fall off the end? We get 3 reports in that time?
Yes.
Okay. If there's any way we can include some of the data from the past so that we can make comparisons over the full course, that would be really useful. I appreciate that every question in a poll costs, but if we can have some of the data carried forward. Thank you.
Council, any further questions before we move to the next and the final item on this piece of the puzzle?
So our final piece of our annual report is some comments from our Citizen Oversight Committee Chairwoman, Jane Bender.
Welcome, former Mayor Bender.
You know what, folks, it's just as cold out here as it was when I was sitting up there.
I just plugged in my heater.
You're a lot warmer up there, believe me. Thank you, welcome. I'm very glad to be here tonight. And we have a few of the members of the Oversight Committee in the audience. If you'd wave your hands, the ones who are here, Karen and Evelyn and Jim. We take the job very, very seriously, and staff has taken the job very seriously to report out to us. So we did meet, we actually met twice. There was a glitch in the notification on the agenda. So we had to go back on one part of it, but it was fine. And so we did approve the draft report, and we also approved the implementation plan. And we did that unanimously. And I would remind you this, and I know you know it, but we remind ourselves of it. It is not our job to go in and determine whether we like the programs or whether we think the programs are doing what they're effectively. That's your job. Our job is to determine that the money was spent as it says in the Measure O. And so we are very careful about that. Now, we all have our things that we love, and so we all praise and those, and we asked a lot of questions. But in the bottom of it is, yes, we approved that the money that was designated how it was to be spent in the Measure O is the way it was spent, in the ordinance is the way it was spent. So that was a unanimous vote from all of us on the draft report. And then on the implementation plan, when we came back the second time, we had 5, which was the quorum that we needed. And I asked, since we were going to be coming back, if Debbie would be willing to talk a little bit about your financial let's see, I want to make sure I have your terms right. The long-term financial policy subcommittee that you're going to be talking about, I thought it would be important that the members of the Measure O Oversight Committee heard what the proposals were for the Measure O. And because I know there have been some issues around it that people have been talking about. So Debbie did, and what I want to do is just give you quickly a little bit of the feedback that the Measure O committee members had, because I think it's important for you to hear it, and it's going to be coming up next, but I'll just give it out now. So I'm screwing up the agenda just like I used to do when I was on the council. But they really took it very seriously, hearing it, and Debbie did a very good job of explaining what the Financial Policy Subcommittee was proposing. There were some concerns about not about the baseline and all that. We didn't get into any of that. But there were some concerns voiced by members of the committee about the political atmosphere today. First of all, this is a time where there's national and local distrust of government, really big time. So everybody just thought, do you really want to start stirring up? That was just a question. Do we want to start stirring up things in a time when government is just really getting a bad rap? Or maybe it's a rap the government deserves, but nevertheless it's getting a rap. So that was one of it. Then one of the members reminded what happened with the road tax in the county. As the county dithered about how they were going to do it, by the time they got it to the voters said, you know, we don't trust them that they're going to spend the money the way they said they're going to spend it. So that was just another piece, too, that they threw in. And finally, and I think you've all probably talked about this one, but they kept saying, how are you going to explain that baseline to the average voter? I mean, it took me sitting up there probably 3 times around before I really understood it. It's a very complicated. And so the concern was, are you going to be able to get the public to really understand it? So with that, I feel like I represented the members of the committee. So now, you had some questions for me.
Ms. Collins, did you have a question for the committee?
I appreciate your long service with the committee. I think you've been with the committee nearly from the get-go, if not
When
from
I
the
had red
beginning.
hair, now look at it.
That's what the committee will do.
That's it, turn it white.
And I want to appreciate your forthrightness about what our roles are as a council and as an oversight committee. My understanding is that you're very clear at the first meeting, each time the committee is convened, at making it clear what your job is versus what our job is. And I guess it seems to me that your job is to designate or specify the 40-40-20 is met.
Yes, and it is. We do designate that, and we designate that within the 40-40-20 that it is spent for, as spelled out in the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to have to deal with all of us coming around and trying to tell you how you want to change it. That you've got enough on your plate without that.
So it seems to me that you are an underutilized resource.
A what?
An underutilized, wonderful resource, that the Oversight Committee has many people on it who have a deep caring for the program. And we would be well advised to take more advice from you rather than to limit the amount of advice you give us. And I think we don't have to go to the voters to ask you to look perhaps more closely at program issues. So I'm interested in whether the committee would be willing to come back with recommendations for some changes to expand the scope of the committee or not. I don't know if you have an interest or if other members of the committee have that interest.
I
just have a word of caution right now that I don't think there's any reason we couldn't agendize this particular conversation for a future council meeting, but right now I'm feeling like we're straying off the topic.
Okay, I just am so impressed with the work that former council member Bender does.
I'm going to just say, I think, and this is where I would certainly turn it over to the city attorney, you start messing with the wording of the ordinance and how we're going to do it. Maybe you want a committee of citizens to look at it. I'm not sure that you want to call it the oversight committee, but I will leave that up to Ms. Fowler.
I think, as Mr. McGlynn said, we're kind of getting a field from the agenda item. So,
Okay. But again, thank you for your time and your service. I really appreciate that.
Good. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions for Ms. Bender?
This is just for agenda item 14.2, not 14.3, correct? Just to be clear. Okay.
Yes.
I would like to also extend my appreciation to Jane for her many years of public service.
Thank you. Ditto. All right.
So that's the first half of item 14.2. The second half is talking about the overall implementation plan. And what we attempted to do was put forth for you a 10-year plan, knowing that as an implementation plan, it can be changed in the future and likely will still be changed. But overall, having each department look at their programs and assess where they're going with those programs over the next 10-year period. So we've worked on this for many months, in collaboration with all the departments. We've come up with an overall 10-year plan, which has increased costs based on our overall assumptions within our citywide 10-year financial forecast, so that we will not end up in a situation where we continually erode the number of staff that are in the funded through Measure O's, and I bring up the example of the fire department where they originally had a quarter of a person and now it's somewhat less than that based on old implementation plans that had a specific dollar amount and that did not increase over time because it was set in stone at the time it was passed at a specific dollar amount. So over time it erodes what you're funding as far as staff. So in order to avoid that kind of unintended consequence of the current way we were handling our implementation plans, we took a longer view and hopefully have captured those increased staff costs as well as services and supplies based on our experience and based on what we have in our overall 10-year financial forecast for the general fund. So what you have in front of you in your packets are 3 different pages, one for each program, that shows you where their fund balance is, what the revenues are expected to come in, and how they expect to spend their money each and every fiscal year through the end of the measure. And that's what we're asking you to consider today as far as an implementation plan change.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. Council, questions for our CFO? Sure, Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering, can you go through what the specific change is? What's different? I'm seeing the new implementation plans. How does this look different from their previous implementation plan?
So the 15-16 implementation plan is essentially the one that's in place today. There is one addition because that is our current year budget. The one addition would be in the fire department where we added $150,000 to complete the construction of Station 5 and get through the punch list. We're not expecting to necessarily need all of those funds, but better to have them in the plan so we don't have to come back again. We have not appropriated those funds, so we will need to come back to you and appropriate them so that they can use them, and we're trying to figure out timing for that. So that's the only change. If you look at 15-16, that is the current implementation plan. You'll see a little bit more detail here than what you've seen in prior implementation plans, as we tried to make it a little bit more clear for you as well as the public as to what we are actually spending the money on, rather than having some high-level category. We tried to break it out just a little bit to give a little bit more detail.
Other questions, Council? Yeah, sure, Ms. Collins.
I guess I'm a little confused about if we say either yes or no to this, what exactly that means. Are we committing these funds today? Are we tying future council's hands in any way? Can you just clarify, this is?
Yes, so each and every time we approve an implementation plan, it stays in place until we make an adjustment to that going forward. We're not changing that process, so this is just more detail and a longer look at the current implementation plan, which also allows for those known increases in costs. So this doesn't tie anybody's hands. There is the ability to come back and do amendments to the implementation plan as allowed under the current ordinance. This just gives us a longer view and hopefully some better planning, so we're not coming back quite as often for implementation plan changes.
Does this only use Measure O money, or at any point does the plan cause us to have an increase in general fund expenditures?
These are specific to Measure O. Measure O is, again, a fund that is held separately and managed separately from the general fund. The only connection really is the obligation to fund those programs within the general fund at a certain level as defined by the baseline.
Which is not this conversation. And if the fund, if Measure O includes salaries, benefits, does it also include the retirement?
Correct, yeah, that's part of the benefits.
For the individuals, okay. But after the expiration date of Measure O, those retirement payments are no longer Measure O payments?
Well, it depends on how we're going to unwind Measure O at the end of Measure O, whether we're going to keep that staff or not. I mean, we really have to have a plan on how we're going to unwind this if that is the intention. We should have a strategic plan to get out of it at the end, and we are not there yet.
And this 10 years doesn't go there?
Not yet. This is just says how we're going to spend the funding in Measure O.
Thank you.
Not how we're going to pull them back into the general fund.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to just echo the kudos and thanks to the committee members that serve on the Oversight Committee. I was in your shoes once upon a time, and really appreciate your service to our community. I did have at least a couple of questions, specifically on the implementation plan, the numbers. I'm looking in the fire and in the violence prevention partnership. There are 2 years, two in the fire department and one in the violence prevention partnership, where the fund balance is zero out, only to return forcibly the following year. And I'm wondering what that's predicated on.
In the fire department, they are, one of their programs is to build fire stations. So if you look in the year where it zeroes out in 17-18, they are building a fire station across that year and the following fiscal year. So they are using up their fund balance to build that fire station. Then they're building it up again and building another fire station, which it comes in the end of the measure.
Okay, thank you. I was sure it had to be something like that. I appreciate the explanation. Can you, at the outset of Measure O, I imagine there was an initial version of this, a 10-year implementation plan. So no?
No.
Okay.
There was a single one-year implementation.
Okay, because I can recall that we would come back to council frequently for updates.
So part of the issue here is that is exactly the challenge that we face, is that we have a long-term planning document that is actually not a long-term planning document, and it doesn't have detail associated with it. So there were uber categories instead of very specific categories. And what we need to get is actually shaping the program so that there can be a long-term vision so people understand where the plans are. So actually you can continue to provide us some oversight and management of the plan. Ultimately, one of the challenges is that it was a year-to-year document. It really wasn't giving you all an opportunity to look, or anybody to look at a 10-year plan about what the measure was supporting. So in fact, what staff is trying to do is give you the tool, I believe, to actually provide you with that forecasting so that we can get into future conversations. You know, if we elect to go through some strategic planning exercises in one of the areas such as police or fire, that might impact this particular plan, so that we need a reference document to begin some of those conversations. So this is actually providing detail and forecasting for you all to be able to look at the future, where it was a single year glimpse and then speculation about where we would go. And again, then we'd end up in those crazy conversations about, well, what's the percentage change here? It's gone from 24 to 25, when really nothing has significantly changed because we weren't calculating what typical cost impacts would be over the long run along those lines. I'm hoping that provides some clarity to what you're visioning and looking at right now. It doesn't tie your hands. What it does is it sets forth a way that we can actually engage in some planning conversations with you in a very, I think, much more complete way than had been before.
I certainly appreciate that, and thank you for the explanation. Who was involved in crafting the 10-year outlook?
I led that project, and every single department had, so each department had their pieces. So police department, Hank and Megan took the lead on that. Actually, Megan gave me all the numbers. They gave me all the explanations. Within the fire department, it was Tony and Lef Brown. And within the violence prevention partnership programs, it was Serena, along with Kelly and Nanette as their department director, and Khalid when he was here. So all of us collaborated together to come up with a comprehensive plan looking forward. I just led the project and put the numbers in place and made sure it all balanced with, of course, support from my staff.
So the department heads that have spoken to us tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schwedel. Thank you, Mayor. Since this is the first time I've seen a 10-year forecast like this, how do you factor in any potential salary increases?
Same as with our general fund, we don't. We put it in place as we know where those salaries are right now. So if there is a future salary increase, we would have to come back with an implementation plan change for that.
I was aware that it's just helpful, I think, to put it in context for everyone, because again, some of these numbers are zero, so other adjustments would have to be made if there are salary increases during this time frame.
That's correct.
And then I had two questions on the Violence Prevention Partnership. One, and this may have been answered a little bit earlier, in fiscal year 16-17, I see Jacobs Elementary play structure. And I understand also that with the partnership, there's been a series of personnel comings and goings, some positions vacant, so we may not have all the information. I'm interested in the process that came up with that figure, and what I heard earlier is that may not be a done deal.
That may not be a done deal, and so we did provide a response to a question earlier that was posed on that. That one is under review again to see if that's really a need for that area. I think it was intended originally to be put on the school grounds, and again, they're reassessing the need based on the scorecard. So they've gotten some new data and they're reassessing it. So it may change in the future, but again, I'm going to let them work through the process and figure out what really that means.
So obviously additional conversations will come to this body before any significant purchase like that would be made.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then I also see there's a line item for the strategic plan, fiscal year 18-19. It's also my understanding that our current strategic plan is about to expire, so where would the funding go for the gap between the current strategic plan that I believe expires next year and what's funded here for fiscal year 18-19?
So my understanding is with the Violence Prevention Partnership in the City Manager's Office under new leadership, they are reassessing some of their programs going forward. So I don't really have a good answer for that. I think we can continue on with the strategic plan that's in place because we haven't accomplished all the items yet. So we do have still some work to do on the original plan, which will continue. And in the meantime, the new director is looking over the whole program and maybe making a comprehensive change. I just don't know at this point. I mean, it could have, I mean, they're looking at what is it they're doing going forward and with these various different.
So I think, again, Councilmember, you're laying out some of the exact questions when you haven't laid out a 10-year plan that we need to wrestle with. I mean, I think that this is exactly where you get when you have a document that only reflects a current year visioning. We have to, this is actually new to us. We're going to have to do a lot of work on this particular document. We've had some leadership transition within that unit. Serena stepped in to help guide us during this interim period. But right now, we need some of these tools to actually begin a process to get into some of these conversations, and the things you're pointing out are exactly some of the things that we need to address moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
To the city attorney, did the ballot measure require an implementation plan?
Yes, the ballot measure provides that there has to be an implementation plan approved by 6 votes of the council as to how the funds are being spent. It doesn't specify whether it's a 10-year plan or an annual plan. It just says that there must be an implementation plan, and the funds have to be spent in accordance with the implementation plan.
I was just wondering if it had a number of years on it. This is very helpful, and I'm glad to see it. Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
I will echo that last statement. It is very helpful to see a 10-year plan. I appreciate all the staff's efforts on this. I know it's not easy. Do have a couple questions, though, based upon responses. No salary increases were included in here, yet I see the numbers going up every year. Does that mean that there's more staff?
No, it's just typical of COLA increases and uses the same methodology for increasing costs that we use in our citywide general fund 10-year financial forecast. So it may be overstated, but I don't think so. Typically, you get merit increases and there's staff changes that happen throughout time. So you will see salary increases even if we're not increasing salaries through MOUs because they're authorized. You have merit increases.
I understand the COLA part, but then you will see salary increases, yet there are no increases. That's
It's just the function of the way the organization is set up that we do give our staff merit increases throughout the tenure while they're here. So they get those anyway, and we try to forecast that.
It's just quite a jump. You look 10 years out. I appreciate that. I guess that's just what's wrong with the geometric progression. Quick question on fire stations, if you will. I assume all the land's purchased for the various stations that are planned, or not? Because there's a variance in cost. I'm looking at some of these.
I don't believe all the land has been purchased, and I can certainly ask Tony to come down and respond to that.
While he comes down, perhaps you might know, when does the capital lease for Fire Station 5 expire? When are we?
2025. We did it through the end of the term of the...
24, 25, so that is the last payment that we see here? Excellent.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, so you see the debt service payment, and it goes out through the end of the
Got it.
plan. And
So basically-
that's the final payment.
Appreciate that. So basically, my question would be then, 9, 8, and 5 have different costs. And I would think that a fire station would have similar construction details other than the land cost.
Yeah, Station 9, we've had property for the last 20 years for Station 9, so that property is purchased. That's at Franz Kafka in Kiwana Terrace. Station 8 that's one of those stations that if it remains in the current location, it would have to be demolished and rebuilt, and maybe looking at purchasing some property behind it to make it a little bit bigger, the lot a little bit bigger. So there's, it's a question whether we need more property or not. If we move any other stations, we're going to have to purchase property. But at this point, we have what we need.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions, council, before I move to public comment? Okay. And if, just for the speakers, because we have 2 items on Measure O on the agenda, if this piece was not your intended item, just let me know that, because if it's, we can all just put the card into the other stack. Ann Seeley. I intended the next item. Okay. anticipated this because they are very close on the agenda. Dwayne DeWitt? Here, sir. I'll speak from up here if I may. Followed by Hugo Moreno.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I've been fortunate in my healthcare employment where I've interacted with fire personnel and police officers often over the decades, and I'm very supportive of what this measure is about. But by the same token, I'd like to ask you to amend it. I believe that you could amend the implementation plan to be a split of 30, 30, 40. That may sound odd, but I believe that the police and the fire department can do well enough on the 30%. It's the youth in our community who actually need more. And giving them 40% of the revenue would help. We shouldn't necessarily need to be as concerned, if you will, about the salary situation for officers and staff. I like them all, but in this situation right now, the youth in our community need more, especially at Recreation and Parks Department, where we should increase the funding. We could use the money to help Recreation and Parks Department hire more youth workers, train the youth with on-the-job training in parks maintenance, also train the youth in parks management and planning. Our parks are understaffed. Parks maintenance would be a perfect way for people to learn about jobs and how to do things well. We can encourage local hiring in the communities with the parks and have these youth that are there near those parks work in their local park. They'd get a sense of involvement in the community. 100% local youth, local work. It could really be a good thing. According to tonight, it's been said that over $6.6 million has been spent in 10 years in the parks and recreation gang prevention type approach. 21 community-based organizations have been involved, along with school districts. So the thing is, 30% of the temporary seasonal park staff are from these high-need areas. We could increase it to 100% of the temporary staff, and they could be from these high-need areas. It was mentioned Roseland and Southwest Community Park. That's a perfect example of a park that's falling apart from overuse, from neglect. Just, it needs more, and youth could be the ones that could help take care of it. So in the next matter, you'll be doing about the polling for the renewal of the measure, and I want to make sure you don't spend $130,000 on consultants. Please spend that money on the youth. You could have these 21 different organizations get involved in finding out what it's going to take for the community to be supportive of this. You could be hiring youth once again. If there's been a focus tonight of my comments, I hope you've noticed it's been youth, especially in the communities of concern, places where there's need. That's where I grew up. The youth that I grew up didn't have these opportunities, and some of them went the wrong way and aren't with us. But if you can give people a chance, they can turn their lives around, and they can be the ones that have the full-time jobs working in their communities. Thank you for your time, folks. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Hugo Moreno, followed by Kate Steen.
Hey, I just want to start my speech by thanking everybody for being here, and thank you guys for giving your time and the money for the programs that I'm here, by the way, with the Conservation Corp. And I am very thankful for that program because they've provided me with a job that I didn't have. And since I've been here, like, that was my only intention, you know, to talk about the program that I'm in and the help that they provided. But I'm also here to, for more of a deep thing, you know, to thank you guys for everything, you know, because I feel like I represent the youth and the needy and the troubled because I've been in jail, hospitals, and I've been in rough situations. And I've actually used a lot of these programs, the SAY, CYO, the Corps, you know, all of these programs I've actually used, and they've actually helped me become who I am, you know, because I think different. I've been in jail, and I used to think just about being in the streets, and now I don't think about that. I just think about getting money and living peacefully, and that's my main goal, you know, to live in a house and not worry about anything, you know. And that's all I have to say, you know. Basically, I just keep it simple. So thank you guys very much because it helps, you know. Really.
Thank you. Kate will be followed by Wayman Redford.
Good evening. I'm Kate Steen. I'm the Chief Program Officer of Conservation Corps North Bay and a Santa Rosa resident. I just wanted, and CCNB is glad to be a first-time recipient of Measure O Santa Rosa Choice funds. And you've talked a lot tonight about struggling with the statistics, and I think to understand the value of a public investment like this, it's important to hear both statistics and stories. And I wanted to provide you with just a little bit of context for the two stories you're hearing tonight from our Corps members. They're still in their work uniforms because they clocked in at 7 a.m. this morning, worked a full day, and came here straight from work to tell you their stories. Hugo was involved with our turf conversion crew on a pilot project funded by the Sonoma County Water Agency, where they converted 30 lawns in 30 days from grass to water-saving, more drought-friendly landscaping. Wayman is, you'll hear more about his story, but he can be quite modest, so he might skip over some things like the fact that he has come to us, and in his time with us, we have promoted him twice. He's from assistant Corps member, assistant crew leader, and he's also a driver for us. And he is also in the part of our program where Corps members are in an accredited high school program to get their high school diplomas. And how far they get in that program depends a lot on their own effort. Last trimester, Wayman put in so much work and did so much extra work in his high school program, in addition to his work days for us, his family, his outside job, and his martial arts training, that he completed a year's worth of schoolwork in one trimester. So I just wanted to give you a little context from the stories you're hearing from our Corps members tonight.
Thanks, Kate. Wayman, I didn't recognize you with your hat on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Welcome.
How you guys doing today? First off, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come here to speak on behalf of CCNB as well as Measure O. My name is Wayman, and so when I first started at CCNB, I wasn't too sure what it is I wanted to do or who I wanted to be. I came from a broken background. They left. I actually recognize a couple of the officers here because I was there while they arrested a couple of my brothers, as well as I have also been incarcerated myself. But the first time I came to CCNB, I wasn't ready. I didn't know who I was. I wanted to rip and run the streets. I wanted to become the person that my brothers were. I wanted to become that gangbanger, that awesome person, you know, that everybody likes that I see on TV. But what CCNB helped me realize is that's not what's needed today. What's needed today is a role model, a mentor, not only for people like myself, but the youth. Also, when I started CCNB, I was just in a bad situation. I had just had my first son. I had nowhere to go. I had no family. My family is out here, but we don't really connect like that. But the main reason I'm talking is because what CCNB is doing for us is helping us not only recognize what it is we're capable of, but helping us decide that path, which path we need to take, whether it's the path we see as the good path or the path that we see as not so good. It's up to us, but CCNB is there to point the direction. Also, what they've done for me, a lot. Like Kate said, I've had a couple promotions. I've just come a long way, and it's because of CCNB. They not only helped me better myself, but my outside self. So I'd have a few other jobs. I'd go to work. As soon as I leave work, I'd go rip and run the streets. Here at CCNB, the staff members are more mentors than just staff members. They're the type of people that are going to tell you, you know, some of these things you're doing may not be what you should be doing. You know, you should try this. If that doesn't work, try this. And if that doesn't work, there is always another decision. Before you make that decision to go do the wrong thing, sit down, think about it, you know, just make the right decision, basically. But also, I'm kind of nervous. But yeah, there's just so much this program has done. It's hard to just put in words what you can get out of this program. I don't know.
You've done a good job.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, time's up. Thanks for all the help. We really appreciate it. And if you guys see us, honk. We'll be in the creeks or with Caltrans on the highway, always working.
Thanks,
Thank you.
man. Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Adam Peacock, and Adam will be followed by Susan Lamont.
I want to echo the comments of thanks from those who've gone before me. Thank you for your time and energy. On behalf of our community, my name is Adam Peacock. I'm a resident here in Santa Rosa. I pastor City Life Fellowship and have served as part of the policy team since I think 2006, maybe as early as 2005. Before I speak to that role, I just want to say I'm a father of 4 children in this community. When Measure O passed, my oldest was 3 years old. 2 of my 4 kids weren't even born yet. And it's amazing for me to consider the fact that my kids will grow up in a city where for their entire childhood, Measure O was in effect. The resources, the energy, the programs that are part of Measure O is going to shape their lives in an incredible way, and I'm very grateful for that. So it's impacting my life and home in a powerful way. But I'm also a member representing the faith community and the partnership that's here. I'd like to just take a couple moments and talk about what that means in my opinion. Anecdotally, we've been talking about stories. I was reminded of a study where people were asked who do not participate in the faith community or go to services, why they don't go. And the number one reason why they said they don't go is because no one's invited them. And I want to use that as a springboard to say that Measure O was an incredible invitation to the community to get involved on behalf of our youth. As you've heard many times before, we said this is a community-wide problem that's going to require a community-wide response. And Measure O provided a table for the city to invite the community to come around. And the faith community has been part of that community. I'm just one of a few people from the faith community involved with this. But I'd like to give you a few examples of what that invitation has allowed me to be a part of. Specifically, these are things that I'm not responsible for, but I've been involved with, if that is clear. We've seen thousands of hours through the faith community of volunteering into Measure O related activities, graffiti abatement, volunteers coming alongside and helping those trying to get out of a gang lifestyle with their resumes, business owners in the faith community who have come alongside us to work to hire those who want to get jobs, who are trying to get out of the gang lifestyle. We were able to present information around the Change for Kids program and see hundreds of households connected with the faith community help launch the Change for Kids program in that regard, as well as being inspired with things like helping reach out to at-risk youth through back-to-school events that we do, like the City Kids Festival every August. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity as a member of the faith community to be invited around this table and to encourage you to continue to look for ways to include the broader community and specifically the faith community. I know my time's up, but this is an important partnership, and we've been very inspired to get involved through the invitation that's come as a result of Measure O.
Thanks, Adam. Susan Lamont. Susan is followed by Barbara Pierce. Susan, there you are.
Thank you. I like to look at things in
in the broader picture. And as I'm listening to all these programs and listening to people being helped, I can't help but feel that you're really between a rock and a hard place, which you probably know. And that is that in this economy run by criminals, this is going to overwhelm you. There is nothing you're going to be able to do to help the number of people who are going to need your help. And therefore, I always ask my government officials to think of every problem that comes to them from that perspective, so that you aren't looking at the homeless person who's inebriated and the police need to come and arrest them, or you're not looking at the young person who is attracted by gangs and looking at them as though they are the problem, because they are symptoms of the problem, they are not the problem. And it's very difficult for you to deal with what the actual problem is, but you can speak to it. You can take every opportunity you have to point out, this is the problem we have, we don't have enough money to address it, and here is why. And we always avoid the here is why. So earlier, Elaine Holtz said, whenever you make a decision, think about how is it going to affect the children. I would say that every time you make a decision, for instance, are we going to give some advantage to a chain store that's going to pay our citizens garbage, and that you say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to demand that they pay our people so that they don't have to have services, they don't have to avail themselves of our government money, that our taxes are not going to fund them and they're not going to fund you. We're going to ask for something better than that. And so, I don't know how else you're going to handle this, because you're talking about a 10-year plan, and yet I think in 10 years, this is going to be so horrifying that you will not know what to do, and there will be nothing you can do if you haven't been working to make sure that this doesn't happen within your community. And you have to use your voice, and that's all I'm always asking my elected officials to do, is use their voice on behalf of the citizens and not on behalf of corporations, winery owners, anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamont. Barbara Pierce. Barbara is followed by Jasmine Rodriguez.
Good evening. Thank you for this time to address you.
And make sure you speak into the
sorry.
mic. Thank you.
I have 4 children. 3 of them participate in all the Park and Recs programs and camps. As you can see, they have a few of their jerseys on of the programs that are provided by Measure O, that otherwise I wouldn't be able to provide for them as a parent. This is my son, and he was having some behavioral issues with school. He had ran away from the principal, and working with his doctor, he was recently diagnosed with ADHD. So in turn, I choose not to medicate my son, because I don't want him to handle his further situations in life with, oh, okay, I have an issue, I'll take a pill, it'll work out. That's not my choice. And by not choosing for him to not to take medication, he has to stay active. And that is what Park and Recs has provided for my son. Because the programs that they provide, it's not like the school where he goes and tries out and it affects his self-esteem because he's not chosen to be on that team. This is where I go and I wait in line, because there's many parents waiting for the chance to sign their child up for these programs. The sign-ups start at 4:30. I arrive there at 3 p.m. and wait my hour and a half for sign-ups to begin, so my child can have the chance to be in this program and to continue to be active because of my choice for him not to be medicated, for him to continue to be an active, productive citizen here in Santa Rosa. This is my daughter Jasmine, who has played in basketball and part of their program, teaching the basics and being supportive and positive. There's no negativity in their programs. They're all accepted, whether they make the shot or not. They're applauded. You know, to get that reinforcement from their coaches makes them better persons, people here in Santa Rosa, and to have more self-esteem. I'm just so grateful for these programs that you guys offer through Measure O. I don't know how much more I could express my gratefulness for these programs and my children. And the opportunity, my daughter, this last year, they brought Junior Giants here to Santa Rosa City, and my daughter got to play on the team. I got the chance to be assistant coach for one of the teams, which children with limitations were also on our team. And if they could not play, they got that opportunity to sit it out. There was no negativity at all, which all children need to grow and be productive. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Jasmine Rodriguez.
Well, am I good? Okay. So, as my mom was saying, yes, these programs are amazing. You sign up. Of course, it takes an hour because there's so many parents that can't afford to send their kids to these big programs that cost like $50 for a season. So I go and I play, and it's so much fun. I like it. Each team I go and attend to, we become a family. So I just finished my season this year for the Huskies, and we all were in tears because we didn't win the last game. So we were in tears because we couldn't play a last game together. So that's just saying that through these programs that my mom signs us up for, we become just this big community, which I'm so thankful for and I love. So through this program, I found out that I love basketball. So I play both for my school and out of the school. So it does keep me busy away from violence and everything like that. So I just can't say enough that I love it, that I wake up every morning and I'm like, oh, I have a game today, or I have practice. I don't care if I have to finish my homework at 9 o'clock at night. I'm doing that practice. I'm having fun. I'm laughing because just my team is amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasmine. Michelle Edwards, and Michelle is followed by Fred Stroud.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear the stories of these programs. My name is Michelle Edwards. I know many of you through our efforts in partnership with the Violence Prevention Partnership. I work with Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Sonoma County. We have been funded through the Choice Grant Program since 2011. That funding allowed us to open our first program in Juvenile Hall. We're operating a club there, have since opened a juvenile reentry program. You'll hear from a few of our participants tonight. There were many more. They had to move along to jobs and other things. And new funded this year through the Choice Program, a prevention program through our club at Roseland Creek Elementary School. And all three of these programs are really driving to the same priority outcomes. We want our young people to be academically successful, to make healthy life choices, and to develop good character. Through our juvenile probation programs, we serve about 350 young people a year through the club at Juvenile Hall, and about 80 young people in our targeted reentry program. That reentry program has, in the first 30 days, we want those young people to be securely housed, pursuing education, and employed. And that's a significant amount of work that you'll hear about these young people are doing in our community. Also through the Violence Prevention Partnership, funded agencies participate in the operations team. And this is a robust collaborative of the funded agency as well as other youth serving organizations in the community. We gather monthly and really work to collaborate our services, avoid duplication, and best serve our young people. In addition, I have the opportunity to represent that operations team on the Violence Prevention Partnership policy team, where I see some of you every other month. And this representative role allows me to bring information back and forth between the two groups and really helps us across the entire community better serve the youth, better collaborate our services, and keep all parties in the community informed. So it really allows for tight cross-sector communication, allows us to identify trends in services in our community and help our young people access those services. A couple of the things that we've been able to work together on is a robust referral network, and we've brought together service providers and identified streamlined ways for young people to access services. So one of our goals at Boys and Girls Club is that when young people exit juvenile hall, they don't reach a closed door, and through these policy teams and operations team, we've been able to carve out with strong partners in the community places for them to access the services that they need. In addition, we've been able to identify ways to close the loop on those referrals to make sure that the young people are actually getting the services referred, that it doesn't just go to a stack of paperwork in someone's office, but that they are getting the counseling, the job coaching, the educational skills that they need to be successful. I look forward to, Fred is going to speak next. He's a participant in our program. I look forward to meeting him. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Fred? And Fred will be followed by Ruby Luna.
Good evening. My name is Frederick Straub. I'm 19 years old. Oh,
Yep.
sorry about that, sir. My experience with the Boys and Girls Club in Juvenile Hall has been pretty good. I'm stuck, sorry. Okay. I'm just going to go over what they teach. Job readiness, healthy habits, relationships, driving. They prepare you. They give you an idea of what you're going to expect once you get out. With the REACH program, they actually implement. They help you implement everything you learn while you're incarcerated, so no time is wasted. And I have a car, I have a job, I'm going to school, I'm sober. I'm just amazed. I never thought things would go this well. I've been surrounded by negativity all my life, gangs, drugs, violence, all of it, and I don't know what I would do without the staff, the mentors, the staff. You know, all of them have been very supportive, very dedicated in their work, and you know, it's nice to have this program. I don't know what I'd do without it, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ruby, does she have to go? All right. Jackie Leon Ortiz. Followed by Brad Michnovich.
Hi.
Hi there.
Sorry, I'm short.
You can bend it down. There you go. You got it.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm going to start off introducing myself. My name is Jacqueline Leon Ortiz. I'm 17 years old. I participate with the REACH program. I was first introduced by it in juvenile hall when I was 15 years old. I was arrested for assault and battery for fighting. I met my REACH mentor the second time I was arrested, and at first, honestly, I didn't think it would help me because I was in gangs, I was in drugs, I was in bad habits. Then I didn't open my eyes and see what opportunities I had ahead of me. I wouldn't go to school, and I was just in the wrong path and wrong association with people. As time passed by, I grew closer to Esmeralda, and she was a really big support in my life. I would be in a program called Vista Academy. I would get home at 8 o'clock at night, and she would be there waiting for me at home. and she would just talk about my future. And nobody's ever, like, other than my parents, nobody's ever showed me, like, how much they cared about me, somebody that I barely knew. So, like, it really, like, opened my heart and started opening my eyes. Like, now, I'm really proud to say that I'm a manager at Pizza Guys. I'm a night manager. I'm passing all my grades. Last week, I got 2 awards for academics in school. I have passing grades of A's and B's. I got also an award for assisting class, something that I've never gotten. Like, so it really was like, you know, I'm proud of myself. I'm trying to graduate by 2016, so hopefully that will go my way. And it's just incredible because, like, not to think about, like, a year ago, I was in drugs, I was in, like, associating with gang members, I was fighting, like, everything that, like, kids nowadays, they don't see how bad it is and how it could affect your future. I have a YouTube video on Facebook of me fighting, and my job record, how is that gonna look on me? Horrible. And I can't take that off. I didn't post it. But now I look back and it just realizes my eyes, like, I should have just not done that. Like, what does that do anything? I don't talk to that person. She's nothing in my life now, so just something to think about. And I also wanted to say that I'm grateful to have my Reach mentors. They push me to be more successful in life, and I'm really proud of who I am. I may not be perfect, but no one is. We all make mistakes, and we could all fix them because everyone can be successful if we just put our mind to it. Unfortunately, Esmeralda left because she had to go to school, but she left me with one of the best. Her name is Cherise. She picks me up from school. I go to the gym, I go to work, and I go home. That's my daily schedule. I don't go out because I hardly want to. And just the REACH program has changed the way I see in life and has taught me responsibility. But most of all, they've showed me what I am capable of achieving, something that I never thought I would see. And I'm just really grateful, and I wanted to say thank you to you guys, and thank you to Michelle, and thank you to Anna and Cherise. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Brad?
Good evening, council members. My name is Brad Miknovich, and I am the director of the Sonoma County Juvenile Probation Department. First of all, before I get into my statements, I just want to recognize the youth for getting up here and telling their stories. It's very courageous of them, and they did a great job doing so. I've been in my assignment as division director for approximately 3 years now, and over that time I've developed a relationship with the Violence Prevention Partnership and in efforts to reduce youth crime and violence in our community. I wanted to take this opportunity to share my thoughts about the partnership and express my appreciation for the funding of various programs that provide support and services to at-risk youth and families. The Probation Department and the partnership have similar goals. We want to identify youth and families that need assistance and provide them with targeted interventions to address their specific needs. We want to build safer and stronger communities and in turn reduce recidivism. We do this through prevention, intervention, and reentry efforts. When a youth is referred to the juvenile justice system, the Probation Department uses a validated risk assessment to determine their risk to reoffend. Youth identified as low risk typically are diverted from the system through prevention efforts. We utilize community-based organizations funded through Measure O to assist these youth and build stronger and more resilient families. We also refer youth to pro-social activities such as sporting teams or recreational activities to help them connect to positive peers and gain self-confidence. For youth that enter the juvenile justice system, they are generally our moderate or higher risk youth. We provide targeted interventions to address their identified need areas. These too are referrals to community-based organizations funded through Measure O. The goal is to make meaningful interventions so that we affect positive change in offender behavior and values. For youth in detention, we need to establish a reentry plan to assist in their transition home and back into the community. funding programs such as the Boys and Girls Club to provide these transition services increases success rates of a population that typically has a pattern of entering the adult justice system shortly after exiting juvenile facilities. In closing, our relationship with the partnership has definitely assisted us in aligning our community resources to address the needs of at-risk youth and families. I truly appreciate the collaborative efforts toward building safer communities, stronger families, and reducing recidivism. And I look forward to it continuing over the years. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brad. Francisco? You're up next, followed by Elaine Holtz.
Good evening. Francisco Size. What I hear from people who've been in front of you and addressing you, I hear people crying for help. Not because, Major O has affected their life and done great deeds. I hear people wanting more involvement from this organization, from the City Council, to respond to their needs. Measure O, for me, is a system that the community is saying, hey, I want the police to protect my property. I want the fire department to protect my property. And then get rid of gangs, get rid of people. The essence here is not what I see a benefit that's coming out of this. I see simple greed. I see greed from the police department, the fire department. Let's enhance our departments. Let's see new individuals that we can bring on. Already you're talking about your 10-year plan, your retirement benefits. How are you going to address this? You're putting yourself, or this community is putting themselves in a corner. But one of the things that you're also neglecting the people who were here earlier. That you do have a problem. You have a poverty issue in this community. You have a housing situation. Those are the big problems that you should be confronting. I've seen Measure O at work at Rosa Elementary School. I see Measure O targeting 4th and 5th graders, saying, you're our future problem. Our school system should not be bombarded with that kind of rhetoric. If I was the parent, I would not allow an officer in my school that my child is attending. It's sending the wrong message. My child is important to me, and it should be important to every parent who has a child attending an elementary school. 4th and 5th graders should not be at the top of the predator relationship that this Measure O is putting out. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Holtz.
Hi, I'm Elaine Holtz, a 40-year resident of Sonoma County. I wasn't going to speak at this time because I have a card for the next session but after listening to everybody, I felt that I had to say something. First of all, Councilwoman Combs, I agree with you. I'm on Measure O. I vote. I'm restricted. I'm not utilized enough. I have a master's degree in education. I've worked with youth, and yet that never comes up. All I do is vote on budget considerations. And if I ask a question, it's kind of, well, the voter said this, the voter said that, the voter said this. What I'd like you to pay particular attention to today is, number one, the people that you asked the most questions to was number 3, the least funded, and they went under the most scrutiny. And those are the ones who are working with our youth. That broke my heart, because I know what Measure O is doing for the rec department. I know how important it is, but I also know how small their budget is. And yet they had the most questions. I mean, that was stunning to me. It really was. And the second thing is that I'd like to say is I think you should find a way where your committee, all of you, you know, I mean, we are appointed. I was appointed by Gary Wysocki. You need to make sure that the people that you put on that committee have a voice, that they can ask questions, that they can bring reports to you, that they can utilize more of their expertise to help you organize this program. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars. And at the same time, we have youth that have no jobs, that are dropping out of school. I mean, I really appreciated all those young people that showed up today. But I worked in the school system, and for every one of those young people that showed up, there's 500 that need help. And that has to be considered. My heart breaks. You know, I have no agenda. I'm 75 years old. I'm retired. Why am I even here? You know why I'm here? Because I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I'm an aunt. And I want my family to say that my mother, my grandmother, my aunt at least tried to make it a better world for young people. That is my agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. Those are all the cards I have on this item. Bring it back to the council. Any final questions, council? Any discussion? And Mr. Schwedhelm, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first part of it, I'll make a motion to accept the Measure O annual report for fiscal year 2014-2015.
Second.
Thank you. And your votes, council? And it has 7 ayes. Thank you.
And for the second one, make a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the transaction and use tax implementation plan for police, fire, and gang prevention intervention services, and waive for the reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. And 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, 14.3.
Item 14.3, report recommendations of the Long-Term Financial Policy Subcommittee. Deborah Lochner, Chief Financial Officer, presenting.
So for this item, I don't really have a very long presentation, but I will go through it briefly, and then I'm sure you'll have lots of questions, so we'll be able to answer those questions. This is a recommendation coming forward from the Long-Term Financial Policy Subcommittee, which consists of our Mayor, John Sawyer, our Vice Mayor, Chris Corsi, and Council Member Gary Wysocki. So this is a unanimous recommendation coming forward to the Council, and we welcome your discussions. So currently, as we know, Measure O was adopted by the voters in 2004. The ordinance established a general fund baseline at the 2004-05 adopted budget, a level, with annual adjustments based on the year-to-year increase in the CPI index. The measure splits the funding 40% to each police and fire and 20% to the violence prevention intervention programs. Council can fund below the baseline with 6 votes, and the baseline continues to track with the annual CPI growth when the general fund is, revenues are falling, which causes unintended consequences of the large increases to the general fund program budgets for those 3 program areas when you have to restore back to baseline. So if you fund below, as the baseline continues to grow, to get back up to baseline becomes more difficult. So the proposal from the Long-Term Financial Policy Subcommittee, we reviewed several scenarios for options to redefine the baseline requirement within the ordinance. We looked at somewhere between 8 and 10 different scenarios, and from April to October, and finally settled on a preferred option. The preferred option is for the baseline to track with the general fund budget as a percentage of that budget, so it will go up and down as the budget goes up and down, and it will provide a certainty of funding at a level within the general fund for those programs. The option allows the general fund baseline required to go up and down as economic conditions go up and down within the community, so that we don't see, we can be more fair in how we address fiscal impacts for economic conditions across the whole organization. The recommendation is a redefinition of, and it is intended to cap the growth of public safety budgets at a reasonable and sustainable level while maintaining their core services. In our discussions, we determined that the 15-16 fiscal year budget, although not ideal, is adequate to fund core services at a level that we are comfortable in providing to the community, where it seems to have stabilized with this particular budget. It retains the ability to fund below the general fund baseline with 6 votes, so that it doesn't affect those mechanisms we have in place to address fiscal impacts. It is redefining the baseline so it more accurately reflects and trends with economics of the community. And it ensures equal treatment for all of our programs that are funded with the general fund. The recommendation is to accept the recommendation from the subcommittee to pursue the recommended option. The recommended option being redefining the Measure O baseline formula as a set percentage of the general fund based on the percentage that's currently in the 15-16 budget. It is also recommended that the council directs staff to do research and analysis, which is also called polling, of the public to determine what they feel about this recommendation, along with some other possible ballot initiatives that we may need to roll in front of our public over the coming years. It also is recommending that you direct staff to manage a communication and outreach program based on the results of the polling. And those are the things that would be approved by motion. And then by resolution, we would recommend that the council direct us to hire outside elections consultant, a legal professional that deals with election law, to give us some information, a legal opinion regarding the timing of a vote on Measure O, whether it needs to be the same as regular taxes. If you're increasing taxes, there's a requirement you put it on the regular vote where you're voting in council members, and we're just not sure if that's a requirement of a minor change like this or not. And we also don't know what the voter approval requirements are, being as we're not adding a tax, we're just kind of changing the definition of how we manage it going forward. So we do need a legal opinion to help us move forward with a strategy. In addition to that, we do need some funding to hire consultants. We need to hire the legal consultant, along with some outside consultants, one to do the polling and a separate one to help us with the strategic plan and the education and outreach of our public. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thanks, Ms. Lochner. Council questions? Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lochner, for the presentation. And of course, thanks to the subcommittee members for putting in the work for this recommendation. Ms. Lochner, it's late, so my questions are, I'm just going to go pretty quick. There seem to be a couple of assumptions in this recommendation, and I want to just ask with respect to the sort of inherent one, which is that we should indeed redefine baseline. When did the council direct that?
They did not. This is a recommendation from the subcommittee who is charged at looking at our long-term fiscal sustainability. This is one of the issues that they brought up, and we worked on it.
Who determines the agenda of the subcommittee?
The chairman of the subcommittee, which is our mayor.
Thank you. Who was invited to join the meetings?
They are public meetings noticed under the Brown Act.
Any outreach to employee groups, stakeholder groups, community organizations?
We did have separate offline meetings with some of our employee groups, and they were invited to come to the meetings, and in fact did show up at a few of them, but not in overwhelming numbers.
Okay. How was the $130,000 figure arrived upon?
So the city manager, deputy city manager, and myself worked through a RFP process to determine what the cost would be for the polling and the research and analysis, and we do have some proposals for that. And in addition to that, our city attorney suggested $5,000 for the legal opinion.
Okay. And I do know polling is expensive, so I appreciate that. What happens, two questions. What happens if the polling comes back not looking good?
That's all for you to decide how to interpret that data.
That's fair. I've lost my last question, but is this all one recommendation tonight? When we vote or don't vote to, are we just accepting the recommendations from the subcommittee, or are we also adopting them?
So just to be clear, you're not voting to actually put this on the ballot at this time. You're directing staff to follow the recommendation of the Long-Term Finance Committee to explore this as an option. Obviously, once you get the polling information, then you'd have to take a more formal action to actually state that you want to put this on a ballot.
And I assume that not only would we get the polling data, but we would also see an analysis of how this would actually impact our long-term financial outlook.
And that's part of the reason for the scope of the secondary part of this, which is polling, is looking at the entire city's needs, which include other measures such as measures P, to understand what kind of landscape the council is looking at over the next 3 to 5 years.
So I think that there was a yes in there.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we'll see if we redefine the baseline at this year's general fund, we will see that projected out.
Yes, we've already preliminary projected that out based on our 10-year financial forecast.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Corsi. Okay, excellent. Ms. Combs?
Thank you. I want to clarify some things. I'm reading the resolution, and the wording of the resolution is, be it further resolved, and then there's stuff, and then it says to conduct polling and a public information plan in support of pursuing a ballot initiative redefining the general fund baseline obligation from the current CPI-based formula to a percentage of the general fund expenditure, and then gives the percentages. And in no place does it say anything about other ballot initiatives being explored. So I'm concerned that the way the resolution is written seems to me to limit the use of the funds more than you are suggesting the funds will be used. So I would prefer not to be so limited in the statement of the resolution.
Yeah, we can certainly make an amendment to that.
In addition, I think that it's appropriate when conducting a poll to ask for some, regardless of what our council thinks about the CPI versus percentage, it may be appropriate to ask the public if they would prefer to leave it as is, if they would prefer to do a percent of budget or CPI, whichever is less, to ask the public if it's okay if the council can allocate funds as the council considers appropriate instead of doing budgeting by ballot initiative. It seems to me that it might be reasonable to poll some of those things as well. But again, the wording is very limited to exactly what we can do. And for example, if it came back that the public liked some other option, we might go with it or not, you know. But the wording also says specifically in support of that ballot initiative. So I'm concerned about how we move forward, asking for polling to actually inform our decision in some way rather than predetermine the decision. Is that, do you understand where I'm going?
I do.
I'm just concerned that we should maybe have some choices for the public to select among on the polling.
It was my understanding that the polling, once developed, and of course some of the questions would be developed by the polling consultants, would help inform us on how to move forward.
Okay, I'm really good with that, but not with the way the resolution says that. So I'm trying to figure out what we do about that.
So my suggestion would be that you add to conduct polling and public information plan for potential ballot initiatives, including but not limited to.
Would that allow us also then to talk about Measure P, which a previous council iteration wanted to come together with? Oh.
Yes.
Okay, then if I don't know who has this item, I don't have it. If you,
Mr. Wysocki.
if you're comfortable with that amendment, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Mayor, did you have a question? Did you have a, or well, do you want to answer the question about the comfort at this point?
At this point, I'm comfortable with giving the council more flexibility in the future. I think that's the intent of the statement, not to lock us in. I would also, I did expect that, and perhaps it's my fault for not circling back with staff, that we'd have an idea of what the percentages were at the beginning of Measure O, as opposed to the last fiscal year. Do we have an approximation as to the growth of the baseline?
So that was included in the packet.
Is it?
So the original, so we're looking at a percent of the adopted budget.
Oh, yes, it was.
And that's different from the baseline as a percentage of the budget. In the first full year of Measure O, the police had 32.8% of the general fund budget, fire had 21.7%, and violence prevention had 0.4%. It's on the document with the little blue lines.
No, I appreciate that. I didn't see it in this packet, but that's 1% of the general fund. Right.
Yes. Not the stuff I sent out after.
Separate.
And is it fair to say that 1% of the general fund exceeds $1 million?
It's $1.3 million.
So each, okay.
Plus.
Just to give a context, and this is baseline general fund funding, not Measure O supplemental funding.
Correct.
Just to give some more context to this discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Referring back to the, I'm trying to get clarity as to what the group was discussing as for what problem we're trying to fix. So in the staff report, there's a sentence here, the subcommittee's recommendation is intended to cap the growth of public safety budgets within the general fund at a reasonable and sustainable level while also maintaining, it goes on a little bit further. How did it come to the conclusion that it is now a reasonable and sustainable level, the 34.3% of the budget?
With discussions from the departments and looking at overall, as we discuss our budgets, we determined that the 15-16 fiscal year, while not an ideal level of money going to those programs, is adequate to fund core services and at a place where we are comfortable adding enhanced service on top of it.
So what would be an ideal level then?
Well, I mean, ideally, we'd all want more money in every single department, so I don't know that there's a percentage that's ideal necessarily. It's a matter of making sure that we have more revenue to be able to spread out to all the departments.
So did the committee, you handed, or you sent something to us earlier, I think it was today or yesterday, about the percentages, comparing us to other cities around the Bay Area and within Sonoma County. Was that data included in the discussions that led to the reasonable level?
That came out of questions that had been received that we went out and looked at the budgets for the agencies we currently compare to for salaries and benefits, and then also added the local agencies. So it's a combination of both those that we compare for labor negotiations as well as our local agencies within the area.
But my question was this information used to come to the conclusion this is the methodology we want to use to move Measure O in this direction?
No, it was not. It was supplemental information that was requested after this decision had been, or recommendation had been approved by the subcommittee.
Okay. And did we actually do any other charts to see, had we used this methodology when Measure O was first established in 2004? In other words, take whatever the percentage of the general fund was at that time for these three different departments and factored out where we would be today, what that impact would be?
Yes, we did.
And is that...
It's really straight a percentage of the budget, so it's simply taking what our general fund budgets were for those years, applying the percentage, and putting it on a chart. And that was used as part of the decision-making.
Was that in our packet?
No, it was not. That was, it's out on the website under their policy. When we did the long-term financial policy meetings, it's part of their minutes. We can certainly provide those charts.
Okay, so yeah, I don't have that information. I guess a question I would have is the impact that methodology would have had, understanding the budget cuts that each of these three departments did during the Great Recession. Would there have been more significant budget cuts and potentially layoffs had the other methodology been used versus the procedures that were used per the language of Measure O?
I can't speak to potential layoffs, but yes, those budgets would have been cut along with every department budget, because you see a big dip in our revenues in those years, and they would have been cut more than they were.
So it would be safe to say personnel would have been
Possibly.
included in those cuts?
Possibly.
Okay, those are the only questions I have for this now.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to provide a little context from someone who is on the subcommittee of how we got here, and also to answer the last question that you asked, Councilman Schweidhelm, is I believe that the baseline funding was changed during the fiscal emergency. That would still be something the council could do with 6 votes under this plan. The reason that we got here, and we looked at a lot of different scenarios, but the reason that we started looking at these scenarios was the long-term finance subcommittee is looking at long-term finances and looking at multiple sources of revenue, including Measure O and Measure P, things like the utility users tax and other things. And it became very apparent through discussions at the committee and discussions in the community for some of us that Measure O could impact our ability to continue receiving some of those revenues in the future. I'm specifically talking about Measure P, which if you look at our 10-year plan, our revenues fall off the cliff in 3 years with the expiration of Measure P. The desire to make a change in Measure O has been expressed, as I said, by members of the community, and also it's been expressed pretty clearly that Measure P is attached to that. So that's how the discussion started, and we started looking at scenarios. We started trying to figure out what the most fair and reasonable and equitable thing to do was here. The chiefs of the fire department and police department were consulted by other staff, not by the committee, but I understand they were part of this process. And you know, it wasn't easy to get to this particular solution that we're proposing. I think some people would have liked to go further. Some may have not wanted to go as far, but this is what we came to as the best solution for this particular problem. And we did see this as a problem. So I hope that just provides a little context.
Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still trying to grapple with the identifying the problem that problem statement that we're looking for. Do we have any details or more information related to these discussions with the community or concerns, and any specific information from that? I mean, were these brought to the committee?
Not prior to, no, the discussion about where we were going to be gathering our community input was going to be from the pollsters.
No, I understand that, but the Vice Mayor said that there was already discussions with the community where they expressed concerns. So I was trying to find out what that looked like. How did that occur?
You know, when in dealing with the nature of the subcommittee being a long-term financial subcommittee and being able to plan ahead, it was a response to our ability to budget a little more clearly without having waiting for CPI. There would be predictability in the percentage. The enhancements would still be in place. There was no direct communication with the community where there was a dictate to analyze this problem or to analyze this, to have this discussion.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So I'm trying to get more specifics, because if we're going to say that there was a discussion with the community, I want more information about that discussion. When did it occur? How did it occur? What method was used to say that we've had a discussion with the community or that they have expressed concerns? In what forum did that happen is what I'm asking.
And I appreciate that question. And I think part of it actually, part of this discussion was had at our council retreat earlier in the year, and we talked about possibly discussing possible changes to Measure O. So it was, if I'm not mistaken, that was part of our conversation during our goal setting earlier in the year. What this would be a potential conversation that we would have.
And if I could just add to that, if I said that we had a discussion with the community, I apologize. What I meant to say and what I thought I said was that we heard from members of the community. And no, they did not come to the subcommittee meetings. These are conversations that have happened in the community. Since I've been on the council, before I was on the council, I think that you've probably heard, heard the same discussion.
I guess I really haven't. I mean, I'm trying to grapple with that, so I want to see where that came from. Is it one person, 2 people, 3 people, 5 people?
If I can help out, we had an election, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, the UUT tax, and I think a large part of the reason why the UT tax increase or modernization went down to defeat because of the concern about backfilling to baseline. You can shake your head if you want, Madam City Attorney. That's my opinion up here, is because of the backfilling to this baseline amount. The unintended consequence of Measure P is that it is was used to backfill to get the public safety departments to their baseline amount. And as of today, and I've heard this from many constituents, we still do not have all of our departments fully restored from the Great Recession. And this has no way, shape, or form affected funding amounts from Measure O, which is supplemental. That's the discussion I have heard.
And again, I appreciate that you're telling me that you think this is what they thought. Okay, and I appreciate your opinion on that, and you do have an opinion on it. But we keep talking about people in the community talking about it, but where are they? I would expect that we'd be here today. I understand, I see you, Ann, and I've heard you, absolutely, you've said it before. But there's this impression that we have this big swell of community members out there talking about it, and I'm not seeing it. So I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just trying to understand it so that I can be better informed in making a decision. And then again, to the differences in the funding, I would like to see, I think you started to, I think you answered Councilmember Schwedhelm's question about what does that look like? What did it look like? I know what it looked like for us over the course of time using that baseline, but had we used the percentage of the general fund, what would that have looked like? I mean, I don't have that visual. You said it was used during the process of the subcommittee, but I don't have that. So again, that's important information. This is a big decision. And to come in and say that we have a short presentation on this, when this is big stuff, and I guess I was expecting more graphs and charts to show me that. Besides just the numbers, I see the numbers, but it's the public that needs to be making some of these decisions as far if we're going to be doing some polling, and how will we do that without telling the story? And there seems to be a story missing here that I don't know that we've been telling for the last 10 years, and maybe we could have done a better job of telling the story. So for me to make a decision today, it's not having access to that data, and I'm almost seems like we're talking about a perception here. We've done that before with perceptions on the council. So if that's what it is, let's say what it is. If we're going to say that groups or people are bringing this issue up, well, then I would like to hear from them, or I'd like to know where that occurred.
I'm going to respond to that. So you brought up an interesting point, and it is something that we discussed in the subcommittee. And we were all struggling really with identifying our charge and perhaps where we might go and why. And we did have a conversation about perception, and that perception is often reality. And we discussed the newspaper articles at the time, which was, and the Press Democrat was fairly firm in their recommendation that this council have a conversation about the baseline restoration language in the measure. And not to suggest that that was the only place the recommendation was coming from, but we did have a conversation about perceptions and how we would deal with that, and the danger of not having the conversation. I think that was what might be the fallout if we didn't check with our community and find out what their perceptions were about Measure O. We had one of the options we had was doing nothing, and we talked about that actually. And the one thing that moved me in the direction of recommending some polling and getting some information from the community was to ascertain exactly that level of concern in the community or not about the baseline restoration language in the measure, and even how to ask the question so that the community would understand what we're trying to get to. So and we did have other charts, and they were very interesting, and we probably, in hindsight, I think we probably could have supplied the council, had a broader discussion and supplied the council with more information, the same kind of information that we used to finally come to a recommendation. And I believe that we can do that. But we had long conversations about that very question, which was perception, and whether or not we should respond to the concern about perception or leave it alone. So I appreciate the question.
Well, and I think doing nothing is not an option, because if there is a perception out there, we need to clarify that by sharing factual information and data to help either determine that it is a major issue or that it was just a perception. But I think we have the power to tell the story. We don't usually tell the story. We had a great presentation earlier today about all the good things that are happening through Measure O. And that will probably be the end of it with us. We probably won't continue sharing that story, but we have an opportunity to, by putting out our own press release and highlighting all the wonderful stories that were shared with us even here today by some of these young people who are impacted. Not so much the numbers, because it's about people. We're talking about people and the big impact that we can make, but we don't do that. Instead, we hear the perception, but we don't do anything to address it. We've done it before unfortunately, ourselves by having discussions related to things going on in our community. We did it with the perception that restrooms were closed in city parks. That wasn't true, and staff did not intervene by saying that's not true. They are open. They were closed because of these reasons. And even here, when we're having discussions that we're making unintended misstatements perhaps about Measure O, I think there's an obligation even then from staff to step up and say, well, wait a minute, that is not factually correct. Here are the facts. So I think we as a council need to be doing a better job of telling the stories as it occurs, because this is not new, because I've heard this issue of the perception here at the dais and during our deliberations. But if that's the case, what are we doing to address it? And do we address these issues by putting everything out to a poll or hiring another consultant? I think we've hired a consultant just about every meeting that we've had this last couple of months. And where does it end? So again, I just feel that there's a lot of information that is not here available to us as an entire body where it was available, and I understand there were public meetings, but again, I have to trust that a small committee of the council is going to be doing some work and then sharing the data and information and everything that they went through and coming up with a recommendation, and I just don't feel like I have it all.
Thank you. Can I just say that, you know,
Mr. Vice Mayor, do you mind if I differ? Okay. And then Gary and then Julie.
I understand that the recommendation specifically about a percentage of the general fund is something new, but this discussion is not new. This was going on with the previous council, and it was more than a year and a half ago that that council recognized that this was a problem, not just a perception of a problem, but I remember that council and the subcommittee of the council at that time saying, yes, this is a problem. Yes, we need to do something to fix it, but we don't have time. So, you know, to suggest that that this is some kind of, one or two people deciding that it's a problem is rewriting the history here, because it was recognized by the past council as a problem. We got into this trying to fix it, trying to do something that is right to move this city forward and the finances of this city forward. That's the charge that the long-term finance subcommittee has. I think that we did that in good faith. The stories about Measure O are not going to change because of whether we do this or not. As we just saw, the 10-year implementation plan for Measure O shows $100 million coming from Measure O over the next 10 years. And $40 million of that is going to go to the police department. $40 million of that is going to go to the fire department. $20 million of that is going to go to the violence prevention program. That's not going to change. What's going to change if we do this is that the percentage of public safety budgets as a percentage of the general fund are not going to ratchet up each year without any thought going into it. We're going to put a limit on that. We'll be able to increase that if we need to, and we'll be able to decrease it with 6 votes. It's not a radical thing. It's a way of addressing a problem that has been addressed now for the last 2 councils.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, and I thank the Vice Mayor for his comments. The fact is that the increase in the general fund percentage since the start of Measure O results in roughly $4.5 million more going to police and fire's baseline budgets based upon the percentage. That's a fact. That's undisputable. We've just presented that. Measure P, which my colleague will remember, he was on this dais and expressed concern about whether we should vote for it. Now, it was passed by the public to give the city time to reorganize our finances in the Great Recession so that we could stay afloat. There was real concern whether we were going to have the ability to pay our debts. The unintended consequence of Measure P was that most of those monies, or a significant portion of those monies, went to backfill and fund baseline. Did not affect Measure O monies, which were supplemental whatsoever. And lastly, to suggest that only a few people are objecting to this because we have an empty council chamber is quite rich. Because the Howarth Park parking issue, which we as a city council at the time Measure P was being proposed, said we're going to have to charge for Howarth Park parking unless this passes. And what happened mere months later? That was addressed by this body past midnight. Past midnight for an important issue like that. So please, all we're doing here is allowing city staff to go forward and see if we have the ability to alter this ordinance so that we can restore city services that is yet to be restored from the Great Recession. It is not a binding action except let's take a look and see what's out there. Can we pass this? Because if we do not, it is my personal opinion, if we do not alter the ordinance to make it more fair for our city services, we are going to have a tough time getting Measure P passed in 2009, renewed in 2009. Yes, that's my personal opinion. We do need to reorganize city finances, in my personal opinion. If we don't take the steps now, we could have some major difficulties in a few short years. That is our charge as a council, to make sure the city steers a correct financial course for all of its citizens, for all of its departments, not just a favored few. Again, it's not like this was done in void. We asked all representatives. They were public meetings to come in. There weren't any locked doors. I would like to go forward and see if we can find a solution and chart a better course for our city.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank staff. They contacted me repeatedly and made available a special conversation about this topic. And I would recommend to my fellow council members that when staff approaches you offering special meetings where you can have things clarified, that they also avail themselves of that opportunity. During that meeting, I was able to see the charts and graphs that I agree probably should be available to us in our staff report, probably should be shown here. But I think that staff has done a remarkable job reaching out to the non-members of the committee like myself to make a lot of information about what the committee's internal process was, what data they did see. So I want to appreciate our financial officer for making that available. She reached out to me repeatedly. I had to cancel for illness. So I want to make it clear that those opportunities were available to us as a council. I believe Measure O, I think that I campaigned on there being a problem with Measure O 4 years ago. And I know that I brought up at council meetings almost monthly through at least 2 years of my time on council a request that we talk about the unintended consequences of Measure O and the problems there are. So I am also surprised that some of my fellow council members don't recall that the request to have the conversation was made repeatedly. And I'm very grateful to our current mayor and staff for having accepted the charge and request of the whole council to have this conversation, because I know that as a group we nodded and said, yes, let's have a subcommittee on this. I think the fact of Measure O having unintended consequences is not disputable. When we have revenues that lag consumer price index, the public safety departments, the departments affected by Measure O, receive general funds at the CPI rate, which is the consumer price index rate. When it is in excess of the revenues that we receive, then it eats other departments. So we had a kind of cannibalism going on within our city as long as the economy was in recession. And that's made evident by one of the documents that we received, that we haven't completely recovered from that sort of cannibalistic process. I used to say that the Parks Department was anorexic, but I think they were eaten. So if you look at the 08-09 in documents we do have, the Recreation and Parks Department had 132.6 full-time equivalent staff, and even now they only have 93. So this is a department that has not yet recovered from the recession, significantly not yet recovered. And that's why, until we started complaining about the bathrooms being locked and closed, they were locked and closed. And they were opened later, and they're still not open at night. But that we can have that discussion in more detail. But you can believe that they weren't locked and closed, but I was visiting them regularly. The Economic Development and Housing Department, and you would think that economic development in a recession would be important, went from 74 staff to 60 staff. So they still haven't recovered in 2015-16. The fire department, however, went from 143.75 in 08-09 to 147.75 in 15-16. So Measure O sustained and maintained the fire department through those hard times. And I considered that it's time now for our other departments to have funding to be remade whole. And we need to figure out how we do that going forward. To me, that's the concern. We have the public safety departments that have nearly recovered from the recession. And so we need to figure out a fix for Measure O that mitigates the unintended consequences without creating severe unintended consequences in the new form. And that's a concern that I have. I want to mitigate the consequences without making more unintended consequences, which is why I asked that we have a little more expanded ballot measure, and appreciate that I'm hearing that. I guess that's not a question. Maybe that may be a comment instead of a question.
And again, thank you, and I appreciate your opinions and observations on that, and I think we can probably disagree on that as far as where all this stuff generated, because yes, we have an empty council chamber. My email's working. I have no letters. I received no phone calls related to this, and typically we do. So again, go ahead and chuckle, but typically we get the phone calls, we get the emails and said, this is important to me, this is a suggestion to you. It's not here. And again, I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but I'm saying that it goes to the issue of what we're dealing with it, which I believe is a perception, and how do we deal with that perception?
Mr. Mayor, do we have public comment on this item?
Pardon me?
Do we have public comment on this item?
I have 3 cards.
Can we move to that?
Move the public comment. Is Dwayne still in the audience? I believe he has left. Elaine? Followed by Ann.
I have to tell you, I've learned more about Measure O tonight than I did the whole 2 years I've been sitting through these meetings. It's amazing. Like I said, I've been on Measure O for 2 years. Gary appointed me. And at the beginning, when I first got on, I came on with a negative push, like, oh, this isn't working, and all the different things that I heard from the community. And as I moved forward and I began to see some of the things that were happening, particularly around the recreation department where they were able to get matching grants because of Measure O, I saw just recently, I found out that the police department has this wonderful program called Coffee with a Cop, which I think is marvelous. And when I called up the woman, Sergeant Kruger, and found out about it, I said, where are you getting your funding from this? And she told me Measure O, and I felt so happy. I said, oh my God, here's where some of our money is going. So I don't have a problem, but I want to say one thing. If it were on the ballot today, I might vote no because of some of the things I've heard about it. So to me, the idea of even considering, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm a staunch believer in democracy and citizens voting, but we've already got something in place that people voted on and they have an idea of what needs to happen. And I think that's what has to happen, is that we have to look and analyze the program and see where it can be improved. And then this $130,000, you know, I mean, we voted you in. You know, we have staff that we pay over $100,000 a year salaries. I mean, when I was working, I didn't make those kind of salaries. Why can't they evaluate or look at the wording, or the legal staff say, okay, this is what we can do? You know, I go back to, you know, the United States during George Bush's reign, we actually authorized torture. That means we went far above the Geneva Accord that said torture was no more. But yet we authorized it. So you can't tell me that you can't look at Measure O and look at the language and come up with something that says this is how we can do certain things. This is how maybe we can allocate a little bit more to gang. And first of all, nobody asked me my opinion. There was no questionnaire. How do you feel about being on? You know, there was nothing. As I'm the public. Believe it or not, I pay taxes. So nobody asked me any questions, no input from me, what I thought. So I think I agree that there needs to be more input from the public, that's number one. And number two, that there needs to be an analysis. You know, words are funny. We can always take words, we can always take concepts, and we can move it around to make us be able to do what we want to do. And I think that's what needs to happen. I think it's a real danger trying to re-explain this to the public. Because first of all, we just got defeated. I mean, people don't even want to vote to put roads on, let alone look at this and they'll say, oh, wasted money. No. So that's just my little opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. Ann Seeley, followed by Susan Lamont.
It's been a long wait for this. Mayor Sawyer and council members, it is a relief to me that we've finally reached the point where we're going to possibly rectify the problem that the original Measure O language created. And I'm grateful to the Long-Term Financial Policy Committee for coming up with the suggestion that you have. I think the beauty of it is that it will create greater parity among departments in the future, ongoing. Losses will be taken by everyone, benefits will be taken by everyone. Mr. Olivares, I remember a very robust conversation about rectifying this problem with Measure O during the last charter review session, and some people were trying to push forward an initiative regarding this. It also was part of the council discussion, the council election discussion last year, as I recall. We are looking for money for affordable housing. We're looking for money for Parks and Recreation labor funding. We're looking for money for road repair. There's never enough money, and if we don't create greater parity between the different functions of government, then we're going to continue having a terrible time meeting the citizens' needs. So I would very strongly encourage you to put this before the voters to change the baseline determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lamont?
I wasn't going to talk, but so many things have been said tonight, and I can't address them all. But I think Julie is being really kind, because I think this was an intended consequence, that this was intended that law enforcement would always keep up with it. That's what law enforcement does. It self-perpetuates, and everything else be damned. And I'm sure that this was written specifically for this to happen. I want to address the reasons why people don't come before their government boards. Most of the time it's because they're totally ignored. I've come here before where we filled this chamber. It wasn't anybody here who was here. Jane Bender was mayor, and we spoke on an issue. It doesn't even matter what it was. And at the end, she said, well, it's clear that the public really wants this. And guess what? We know better than you, and so we're not going to vote that way. And I thought, I did a double take. I wasn't sure I'd heard what I thought I'd heard. And the Press Democrat quoted it the next day. So it was really true. Most of the time, I don't know what you can do about outreach to get people to know what's happening, but because every organization has this problem, and government does too, but most of the time, most people don't know what's actually happening. Now, in terms of law enforcement, there's been so much negative press about law enforcement nationally and locally that if you were reading the Press Democrat as a citizen, you would think that crime is worse. All the stuff in there is about, oh, all the guns, there's this, there's crime, there's gangs, there's beatings in the schools, blah, 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 on and on and on. And yet we came here today and we heard the crime is down. It's the Press Democrats' job to make sure the citizenry is scared and law enforcement continues to get its money. So these are the things that cause people to distrust what's going on. Then this is a county issue. I mean, this happened in the county, but those of us, there are 3 of us here who went to almost every meeting of the Law Enforcement Task Force and all their subcommittee meetings. And we were told by a task force member that the people who had real lives were not there. So those of us who had devoted our time to showing up and being concerned with our government were told we were losers, we were people without lives. This is a constant. There is really no incentive for people to show up at your meetings or any other government meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all the cards I have on the item. Let's bring it back for a little more discussion. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for the city manager. If we were to go in this direction where the percentage methodology for police, fire, and gang prevention, would you also then be using that same methodology for the other departments?
No, that was not part of the discussion at this point.
I understand that it may not be now, but in other words, you would take these departments and keep those percentage, but either in your recommended budget, you would have the flexibility to fund those as you saw fit?
Yes.
Not using this year as the baseline?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll chime in a little bit with the kind of the struggle that we had in the committee, and where I ultimately came down in agreeing that we needed to do some further investigation, and that's where the polling comes in. And polling is not cheap. I understand that. But I felt, because I was concerned about the perception, that I didn't have a firm sense of what that perception was, whether it was negative or positive, if people actually would be able to understand the concepts that we were struggling with, and actually what we were, the council was lambasted for not placing the discussion or the changes, even though they hadn't really been discussed yet what those changes might be, on the ballot. And so it gave me pause, and I was concerned about where we might end up if we didn't have a conversation about it and we didn't do a little more investigation into where we might take this particular piece of the language of Measure O. So there was when I heard that we could do nothing, I was tending toward that, and the Vice Mayor mentioned that there was at least one of us was a little bit more inclined to do nothing. That was me. But I also was concerned about the perception, and I was concerned enough and worried enough about that perception, which is intangible in many ways, and you only know it when you have a vote and it hits the ballot box, and all of a sudden you don't get what you were hoping for, and that gave me pause, and that's what tipped the scales for me in deciding to move forward and try to take the temperature of the electorate in their attitudes towards Measure O, knowing full well that if we determined that this was more of a perception problem than a reality, that we would work on that perception and we would have to do more of an education program as opposed to actually changing the language. So it was, for me, the tipping point was I needed more information. I need to know where the community really stood when it comes to their perceptions of Measure O, because there are a few in the community that know specifics about it and can really speak to it at a very high level of experience or knowledge, because it's a little mysterious. And I think that obviously the support that comes from Measure O is that police and fire are such incredible core services to our city. I mean, it's public safety, and we have nothing in our community if we don't feel safe. So there is a natural tendency to be, at least for me, to be supportive of the jobs that they do in our community. I just wanted to make sure that we got over this hump, if you will, in the conversations that would creep up on a fairly regular basis in some circles about this restorative language, the baseline of Measure O. And that's what tipped my decision to move toward investigation and polling and try to ascertain whether we actually have a problem. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I feel like I shouldn't need to say this, but after some of the comments tonight, I think we have to make it clear that this is not an attack on Measure O. It's not an attack on public safety. I support Measure O. I think we all do. We just spent several hours talking about the good things that Measure O does in the community and the way that it supports our public safety department. I want to keep those in place. As I said, I want that $100 million over the next 10 years to continue to go to those programs. What it is an attempt to fix a problem that's been acknowledged by at least the last two councils, and not just to fix it for Measure O, but to fix it for our long-term financial picture in the whole. A couple of things were said tonight that I think need to be corrected, and one is that we're doing this without any public input. What we're asking the staff to do if we approve this tonight is to go out and get that public input, to find out what people are thinking. And, if the answer is leave it alone, I don't think that we're going to try and go to the ballot with it. But if we want to find out what the public is really thinking about this, let's do this. Let's approve what's in front of us. The other thing I want to correct, and I do this hesitantly because, I shouldn't be arguing with the city manager, but I don't think your answer to Mr. Schwedhelm was accurate. He asked if the other departments would also have a cap. And in fact, they would, because while this plan would cap public safety and violence prevention at 58% of the budget, the other departments would be capped at 42%.
And the only thing that I would add to that is I wasn't interpreting the question that way as that way. I was questioning, I was as a distribution model across those departments.
Council, for any further questions or comments before we call for the question?
I have a couple of questions, and then maybe I'll make an offhand comment here or there. The first question is, are we talking about creating an RFP if we move forward with this for the consultants?
We've already gone through an RFP process and have tentatively selected a couple vendors.
Okay, so we didn't do this the way that we did, say, Measure P in, I think, '08, where we had consultants from essentially two wings of our city work together to develop a policy. You have someone in mind, but we don't know who that is. Is that?
I guess that I'm not sure. We've gone through a process to sort of get to narrow down to potentially somebody to contract for this. If you wish us to pursue a different methodology, we can do so. We're trying to move this as expeditiously as we could. I'm open to requirement, but it was the way the contracts worked out. They're within my threshold for working, because it would be several consultants that we'd bring on board.
I guess I'm concerned to make sure that we have some excellent consultants in our community who are viewed as having sides.
Well, we would be looking specifically,
so I want to make sure we either use both sides together or have somebody independent.
Well, the criteria we looked at was successful questions around planning for a strategy on 3 to 5 years of how a city approaches an issue, and the corresponding pollster conversation was about expertise in municipal pollstering. So I don't think that issue is going to arise, but I'm open for conversation if you want us to choose a different methodology.
I think
we were trying to avoid a political conversation.
Well, essentially, I want to avoid a political conversation with this. I think it's better the way that Measure P was done, that we went forward as an entire community and as an entire council with it. Going forward divided is a problem.
So they did follow the process in the policy on professional services. They sought proposals from 3 different professionals, and I think the one they landed on is, in fact, the same consultants we used for Measure P.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. The second question I have has to do with council's obligations as fiduciary. We have an obligation to do budgeting, and I thought that we were not able by law to give away our responsibilities regarding our budget. And so I'm probably not wording this correctly because I only just realized what might be happening. So when we have a tax measure like O and there's a CPI thing, that feels different than if there's a percentage and we are no longer, as a council, responding to the needs of the department or the needs of the community as a whole, but we are locked in because of some decision that we're about to make or might be about to make. Do you understand where I'm going with this? We have a responsibility to do budgeting.
Yes, and I think your concern arises from the way that it's done in terms of percentage. When the original Measure O was implemented, they picked a baseline because the concept was that if you voted for this, you were enhancing the service, and what they didn't want is to use the Measure O money and then go spend the general fund money that had previously supported those services.
Backfilling, I understand.
On other things, yes. But that could be something we could also ask the outside consultant about in terms of
I just want to make sure we don't
balloting
end
that
up with a legal issue because of percentage removing our obligation as a community to make those calls. I really want to thank the subcommittee that has worked hard on this and come to a compromise that they could bring to us. I think this cannot have been an easy set of conversations. And I wasn't there, I don't know, but I want to appreciate the work that you each have done. Thank you for, I think one of the things as a council that we have some difficulty doing is trusting our subcommittees. And I want to appreciate your bringing forward this. With regard to making us safe, it might be that funding drug and alcohol rehab and housing and increasing literacy might in fact be the three things that make us safest in a community. So I'm having some concerns that we may want to increase those types of programs, and I'm not seeing a mechanism if we lock ourselves in any way. So again, I'm going to say that my fears and concerns for this, both ways, the existing ballot measure, budgeting by ballot measure is in general a bad idea. It is a problem our state has statewide. We end up with unintended consequences and we have to mitigate them. This may fix something, but I have a lot of concern about what the future unintended consequence will be with either the fix or not fix. So I'm just hoping that that we can listen, that the pollster will have their hands full explaining what we're asking the public. Thank you very much again for bringing it forward to us and being available to have good conversation about it. Thanks.
And if I could, before Mr. Wysocki, that part of the conversation we had also was during the difficult times, how do we deal with these unique circumstances, these negative circumstances that we had to deal with, and that's where the 6 votes still comes in. The one difference which did resonate with me, and that of course was the restorative piece, was if we chose to fund those 2 departments, those 3 departments actually, at the specific percentage. And then we got hit by a bad time. And with 6 votes, we could lower that percentage to X number of dollars. Let's say instead of 35, we decided to take 30%. Well, the one major difference, and it did resonate with me, was that we wouldn't the next year owe that other 5% to the department. That we once again at that next year's budget, we had a 35%. I'm not looking at the numbers, so I don't know, but for argument's sake, we start again with that requirement or that agreed upon percentage, 35%. And that's where we would start. If we were in a crisis, we could agree to a lower percentage, but that didn't add to the next year again, where you ultimately have to owe the department, could be a large number of percentage points. You started fresh at each year with again back with with the agreed upon percentage, the one that would be voted on by the people. But you had the escape clause. You still had the 6 vote escape clause, which is really important.
If you don't mind, may I ask another question then?
Well, let me go to Mr. Are you go with it? Okay, sure.
Thank you. So my understanding is that we can always, without 6 votes, with just the majority, vote to increase the budgets of these departments. That whether or not we do this, we could vote to increase the budgets of these departments.
Well, this particular item, or if I'm not mistaken, the Measure O language would be dictating a percentage each year unless we had 6 votes to decrease it. Of course, it goes up.
Could we vote to increase their budget without 6 votes?
You can always vote above the baseline. You can always fund above the baseline. It's funding below the baseline that requires the 6 votes.
So one of the things I wondered about is whether you considered setting the percentage slightly lower you had room to move up because you voluntarily can move up, but it's actually very hard to move down. So in a difficult situation, you really, I'm just wondering about, for example, using CPI or the baseline, whichever is less, I mean, the percentage, whichever is less, because you can always move up, but you can't always move down. And I wondered how you talked about that.
We had those, because of the 20-some-odd scenarios that we discussed, I think it was probably that many. Yes, we did. And we actually, and because, and it's very important, the using the word ideal, we were struggling with, okay, what's the ideal number? And you even got asked tonight, what was the ideal number? And that was part of what we had to, we looked at the numbers, and we came up with what we felt was going to be reasonable and workable and usable into the future. So it's just, we landed on these figures based on the information that we had from the past, and the fact that we felt that we were funding these departments at a very acceptable level at these percentage points, and that's how we landed on that.
Okay, because it felt like you were choosing a high number, and I was trying to figure out, instead of, say, the average, there was like a 3-year average.
I think we
number.
No, if I can add to that, we did have extended discussions, and I would like to thank the subcommittee staff that's sitting up here and during all of this extended discussion yet again.
But
they
thank
gave
you
us
for
those
telling
numbers.
me, though. I appreciate it.
And we landed where we did because we felt it would be simpler to explain that this is where we're, and at least that's what I brought to it, that it would be a simple explanation, and it's not taking anything away from public safety as it currently stands right now.
Okay, so, okay.
And you're absolutely right, it is easier to go up than it is to go down. But and the way I view it is that it stops the unintended consequence from continuing.
Was there any discussion, since we're talking about amending a ballot measure, was there any discussion about changing it from the 6 votes to, say, 5 or?
Not that I remember.
No, we didn't talk about that.
You didn't have a conversation about that?
We felt that it would be, that because of the, if one is going to go in and change or compromise the language of a ballot measure voted on by an entire city, that is, if we're going to use an escape clause, you better want to have 6 council members that are willing to access that escape clause, as opposed to the will of the vote.
To add my take on that wasn't really addressing the problem, which is the funding problem for the other departments. The 6 votes had worked in the past.
Mm-hmm. That part wasn't really broken.
Okay.
Whether you agree or disagree, that's,
I just
sort of
wondered
your
if,
prerogative. But
because you, by lowering that number, you give back to the council more flexibility to make a decision in an emergency situation, or even in a situation that's a little less than an emergency. So I was trying to figure out if, because to me, one of the problems with this is the council can't use judgment.
Mm-hmm. And I think that probably the reason, and 10 years ago when they wrote it, there was a concern that the council, that the council not have an easy ability to compromise the language in the measure.
Okay.
Mr. Did you finish?
Thank you for clarifying how you made your decisions.
Sure. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just to add to that, I think that, the original ballot language was put together in good faith, I believe. The idea was to make it hard for the council to override the wish of the voters to have this not be backfilling. And, that's, to me, that is not the problem. I think it should be hard to override what the voters decided to do with this money. What we were trying to fix was the unintended consequence of the ratchet up without thinking, basically. And arriving at the percentage, making it this percentage instead of that percentage, we went back and forth quite a bit. And as I said earlier, this is, it was a compromise that we arrived at, and just with a feeling that, this was the fair way to do it, that 3 people could agree on. Now, we'll see if we can get a few more.
Mr. Schwetter.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I also want to thank staff, and I do appreciate, Debbie, the invitation you sent and actually talking about it, because I am aware, came up during the campaign, this was a topic, and so I'm trying to understand, as my earlier comments were, understand what problem are we trying to fix. So I really appreciate the time you spent with me, explain the processes, same thing with the city manager, those conversations I had. And I also do want to recognize the subcommittee, because this is not an easy topic. It's a controversial topic. And where I keep going back to is understanding what the intent was of Measure O 10 years ago, and the percentage of the voters that voted for it, and to try to change that. Where I'm kind of landing right now, after hearing all this information and gathering the only information that I have too, I'm landing kind of where the chair of the oversight committee was. There is that public trust, and it's questioned here now to go out again when all of a sudden we receive feedback from the community. Back in 2004, I think it was 70.3%. This is what we wanted. Now, for us to go back and to try to change it, that may make it easier to manage the city or whatever. They spoke pretty clearly, in my opinion. It was all about enhancing public safety. I am a little concerned that Measure O is being lumped in with the resolution says potential ballot initiatives, because I think we do need to get additional information about the UUT and Measure P. Those have not been, we're not looking to change anything. Those are going forward. Measure O, I think, is a different animal, and that's why I don't think the 130K is in the best use to include Measure O in this discussion. And my last point is, with the data that was requested that has been floating out there, this percentage, if you look at these comparable cities, whether it be in Sonoma County or in the Bay Area, we're at the very bottom of this. We're at the very bottom of this. So it seems rather subjective. I get in this day and time, this is where we came up with the 34.3%. But I would like to have a little bit more data or information about how we arrived there, because there would be some consequences. And if we look at that, this for the police and for the police is 34.3 and fire department 23.7. If you look at other cities, okay, what are they doing with those funds? Because it is out of context just saying this is what we do here in Santa Rosa. Because when we look at the greater communities from the Bay Area and even Sonoma County, we're on the very low end. So that's where it's a little bit uncomfortable for me.
And I think to respond to that in a basic way, if I'm not mistaken, there were none of those cities had a measure that was specifically dedicated enhancements to their public safety.
Not as far as we know. These were just general fund comparisons, which contain your core service for those functions.
Right, thank you. So, Mr. Wysocki, you have the item.
I do have the item. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, especially that last clarifying remarks.
Mr. Wysocki, I'm so sorry. I assume you're intending to put the item before us
Well,
right
that
now.
is my charge, but if you want to make some comments, sure.
Is that all right with you?
Sure,
I didn't
of
realize
course.
we were at that point.
sorry, Of course. yes.
I apologize for the interruption.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be extremely brief. I do want to thank the staff and the subcommittee members that served and presented this to us. I have been in your shoes. It is uncomfortable to defend one's work product in front of your colleagues here at the council. I have been subjected to the level of questioning that you all have experienced tonight. And I thank you for that additional service to our community, especially to our staff as well. The level and the length of our discussion tonight is indicative of the passions that are engendered on this subject throughout the community. And the fact that I don't hear from our employee groups, from stakeholder groups, from members of the community that were invited to these early conversations, that we have our city manager, whether intentionally or no, telling us that not only has the decision tonight been predetermined, but work and money has been extended to select a consultant for this project. That disappoints me. We have a model for effective community engagement. I'm not even talking about whether I agree with a redefinition of the baseline, and this is not an attack on the committee members. This is a suggestion and a reminder that we have a model in place. The Open Government Task Force did this very successfully. The Violence Prevention Partnership is a great model of this, and we now have a community engagement director. And this item needs to be a place where that model is implemented, and it has not been to date. I can read the tea leaves on where we're going. It needs to be engaged because we can't effectively do all the education ourselves. There are community groups, there are leaders that can be out there having the conversations on our behalf. So I would just implore our staff to incorporate that into any consultant's contract. They're not necessarily equipped to handle that just because they can conduct polling. So thank you, that's all I needed to say.
Thank you.
Did staff wish to respond to that, or?
And I did provide you with some alternate language to encompass what Councilmember Combs requested.
I would like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing staff to hire outside consulting services and outside election counsel to provide a legal opinion regarding Measure O timing and voter approval requirements and appropriating funds, with revised language in paragraph 10. Be it further resolved that the council appropriates $130,000 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to hire outside counsel and consultants to conduct polling and a public information plan for potential ballot initiatives, including but not limited to support for pursuing a ballot initiative redefining the general fund baseline obligation from the current CPI-based formula to a percentage of general fund, and waive further reading of text.
Second.
Thank you, Council. We have a motion, a second, and just as a final comment before I call for your votes, I want to thank the Council for a very robust conversation tonight. It's important that we have these kinds of conversations. It was a difficult, this is a complex issue and carries a great deal of emotion and history, and so I thank you for this, for a well-done debate on whether to go forward, so I appreciate that. And your votes, please. And I have 5 ayes and 2 noes. Council members Oliveris and Schwedam voting no. Thank you, Council.
And there's also another motion to accept the recommendations of the subcommittee to pursue the recommended option for adjusting the Measure O baseline formula as a percentage of the general fund, to direct staff to do research and analysis, referred to as polling, of the public sentiment regarding this recommendation, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Can you read that again slowly, because I didn't read it.
I will slow it down and read it in full if you would like it.
Yes, please, because I just want to make sure we don't have the same.
And you know, this is, you have,
I don't seem to have that. Thank you.
It is on the agenda, too, if you have that in front of you.
Do you want me just to wait while you read it, or?
This again directs us, if I'm understanding correctly, this directs us to the specific general fund recommendation of the subcommittee without taking into account possible polling results. And it seems to me odd to do a poll and ask the public what they want without having, and then not pay any attention. So I think, is there a way we can reword this one in the same way we reworded the last one, so that, or is this trying to get specifically to that point? I think.
To me, it seems general, but I'll leave that to.
Yeah, because it specifies the baseline formula as percentage of general fund, as opposed to directing staff to do what, you know, to bring us back the information about the polling results.
Yeah, it does say that the education campaign would be based on the research and the analysis results, and it is suggesting that you accept the recommendation, so you would poll on that specific recommendation about the percentage of the general fund, but any good pollster would also include other types of questions, such as has been talked about. Do you think you should just leave Measure O alone, or is there something else you should do? So they usually ask the question in many different ways when they poll. That's just the way that pollsters generally do it.
I guess we could add the language not to it, or what, up to and include, or What was the one you said
For
before?
potential ballot initiatives included but not limited to? Would that, would you want to make it consistent? Is that what you're?
Yes, that's my concern.
Okay.
Is
I
that
don't think that's
this
an
appears to
issue.
me to specify exactly the Measure O baseline formula as a percentage of general fund, as opposed to pursue options not limited to.
How about if I add this and just motion to accept the recommendations of the subcommittee to pursue the recommended option for adjusting the Measure O baseline formula as a percentage of general fund,
How about
but
under
not
after?
limiting, oof.
How about after the word option?
That's why I'm not a lawyer.
How about pursue the option not limited to adjusting Measure O
Ms.
baseline?
Lochner?
Pursue options.
If I may help, in the staff report, it clearly outlines the three items in the motion, and the second one does say this recommendation along with other possible ballot initiatives.
Right, but I think Councilmember Combs' concern is only looking at a percentage as opposed to whether there's something else.
Right. Thank you. You have expressed that well.
So I would suggest you say, accept the recommendation of the subcommittee to conduct polling on Measure O, including adjusting the measure, including but not limited to adjusting the Measure O baseline formula as a percentage of the general fund.
Thank you.
What she said.
Second.
So moved.
And I have a second? Did I hear a second? Was that Ms.?
I
Ms.
seconded
Combs?
as amended.
Okay, thank you, council, and your votes. And I have 5 ayes and 2 noes. Councilmembers Oliveris and Schwedhelm voting no. Thank you, council. We have no public hearings. Any written communications that you need to discuss, Mr. McGlynn?
Yes. Item 16.1, quarterly board and commissions and committees attendance report provided for information. Item 16.2, letter of support for HR 3353, Clean Water Act citizen suit reform provided for information.
Thank you very much. And I believe, sure, I don't have any cards for our final public appearances.
Will the up-and-coming meetings list be adjusted to reflect the future decisions about housing that we will need to be making? Because right now, I think it doesn't really have.
Having received direction today, we're going to have to do a lot of rework of the work plan.
Thank you very much.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.